Chapter 1164. The wind that covered the tip of the Ilrim spear and the rhombus-shaped blade of the Elnahash was easily dispersed by the wind of Aeolus, revealing their original forms. Since Yeju and Xianxia were spirits of the wind, their angels were naturally angels of the wind as well. Without the ability to control the wind, the Ilrim and Elnahash were merely weapons that were slightly stronger than the typical display device used to attack. Their might was greatly reduced. Therefore, after dispersing the wind on the two angels, Wu Yan easily grabbed the sharp spear and the sword with his bare hands and pulled them towards him. Explode! Aeolus wind! Tiny golden tornadoes howled as they surged out from the two hands. Bang! Bang! Yeju and Xianxia only felt a sharp pain in their abdomens. Immediately after, two domineering thrusts were applied to their bodies without any explanation, sending them flying like bullets. Whoosh! Two identical sounds of something breaking through the air overlapped into one, echoing through the dark clouds. Yeju and Xianxia's figures flew backwards at a speed invisible to the naked eye like two jets, tearing through the clouds and the air pressure. By the time they stabilized themselves and floated back up, Wu Yan's figure was already a tiny in their field of vision. They couldn't even see him clearly. What a strong wind! Yeju rubbed his aching abdomen with a bitter smile. I thought no one in this world could compare to us when it comes to controlling the wind. I didn't expect Shido to be able to use such a strong wind. Is he even human? Heavy. Heavy. Shido didn't use his full strength just now. Xianxia looked at Yeju. The wind just now. If Shido's wind was as strong as it was at the start, then Yeju and Xianxia would have already lost. Ah! Who on earth was that guy? How can he be so strong? Yeju's face was filled with disbelief. At first I thought that I would be able to win easily. This went on. Forget about winning. It's very likely that we will all lose. I can't accept this. Xianxia can still fight. Xianxia vigorously swung the spirit pendulum in her hand, her watery silver eyes fixed on the small dot in front of her. Xianxia must win. But it goes on like this. There is no way we can win against Shido. He is too strong. Xianxia was supposed to be the calm one, but at this moment, it was the impulsive and arrogant Yeju who calmed down first. Looking at the almost invisible dot in front of him and then at Xianxia, who was staring at the dot beside him, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Hey, Xianxia, do you want to use that? Xianxia paused. Then she thought of something and frowned. I have a question. Do we really want to use that? Other than that, we have no other way to defeat Shido. Xianxia pursed his lips and sighed. But if he uses that and really wins, who will be considered the winner? Xianxia pondered for a moment before looking up. I suggest that with Shido's strength, even if we use that, we might not be able to force him to leave the stage. At most, we will injure him and then add in the final blow. Whoever adds in the final blow will win, right? Yeju finally laughed out loud. Very well, let's do that. Let's do that. The two elven girls looked at each other. They smiled and nodded at each other. Then, Xianxia extended his right hand and Xianxia extended her left hand towards each other. They clasped their hands together. In the next instant, Xianxia and Xianxia's spirit equipment and angel shone with a dazzling light. HM? In the distance, Wu Yan, who was waiting for the Bawu sisters to attack, saw the sudden flash of light. His eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Finally decided to work together? Wu Yan murmured, his face filled with joy. Now this is interesting. As he spoke, a crimson spatial ripple appeared behind him. As if pushing something, a beautiful black crystal bow appeared and landed in Wu Yan's hand. Starlight gradually shone on the beautiful longbow as it reverberated in the air. On the other side, the wings on Yeju's right shoulder and Xianxia's left shoulder merged together, twisting and transforming into a cold bow. The spirit chain pendulum twirled and wrapped around the bow, turning into a bowstring that shone with a metallic luster. Yeju placed his spear on the bowstring of the spirit pendulum and placed it in the center of the Wuji winged bow. This time, Yeju reached out his left hand while Xianxia reached out her right hand and placed it on the bowstring. As for the shackled hands that were covered by the gauntlets, from the left and right sides of the gauntlet, they were simultaneously pulled to the strings made of chains. With a slight tug, they were pulled to the limit and aimed at the small dot in front of them. Now, I can't stop even if I want to. Xianxia forced a smile. He recalled the man who caressed his body last night and his expression froze. Please don't die, Shido. Yejusher and Xixian glanced at each other in tacit understanding. Then they looked forward at the same time. The huge spear spun at the fastest speed possible, creating a sharp sound as it tore through the air. Hurricane Rider, Raphael, Sky Racer, Elkanaf. Their light voices resounded through the air. The two of them resolutely let go of the bowstrings and shot the huge spears that had turned into sharp arrows towards the front. A strong wind pressure that the two of them had never used and were unable to use spread out in all directions. It rushed forward like a huge wave and swept out in all directions. The dense wind pressure swirling around the arrow continued to move forward with a screeching sound. A power even more terrifying than the earless wind from the very beginning fluctuated around the arrow. Wu Yan could clearly sense the fluctuations coming from the rotating arrow. In his golden eyes, the sharp tip of the spinning arrows was reflected in them. As his pupils shrank, it got closer and closer. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes a little. In his hand, the meteor knight met the arrows. Specks of starlight gathered on the meteor knight and condensed into an arrow that emitted starlight. Looking at the approaching sky racer, Elkanaf, Wu Yan let go of his hand. The dazzling meteor blossomed in the dark sky. The wild and violent enormous arrow and the beautiful arrow of flowing light cut through the air and flew past. Wherever they passed, the atmosphere shook and the cloud layer disappeared. The storm was directly broken apart, turning into a vacuum zone. The two collided together in front of the three pairs of eyes present. Heaven and earth fell silent. Then, boom, it was as if a planet had exploded, and an extremely dazzling strong light flashed between heaven and earth, enveloping every corner of the scene. In the dark horizon, it was as if the sun had fallen, and a sound wave that was enough to form a large-scale typhoon blew up like ripples and spread out in all directions. A huge hole appeared in the clouds that covered the entire sky under this impact, revealing the blue sky inside. The originally undulating ocean was like magma erupting from a volcano, crazily shaking, forming a vast ocean tide that surged in all directions. Yi Juya and Shi Xian were caught off guard by the dazzling light and their vision was taken away. They screamed and hurriedly blocked in front of their eyes. At the same time, the impact of the sound wave hit their bodies and sent them flying again. However, before the Bawu sisters could fly far, a figure suddenly appeared behind them and pressed down on each of their shoulders to stabilize them. However, the Bawu sisters didn't feel happy or grateful at all. That was probably because the hand that was helping to stabilize their bodies and resting on their shoulders was also fluctuating with a dense magic power. Chapter 1165. The clouds slowly dissipated, returning the sky to its original clear state. Warm golden light sprinkled over the calm ocean, creating a monotonous aurora. It was like a clear sky after a rain. Both Yejusher and Dusk Cord hovered in the air, holding the split angel in their hands. Their delicate bodies stiffened as they sensed the hand on their shoulders that pulsed with dense mana. Their expressions rapidly changed, and they were unable to recover from their daze for a long time. Both Yejusher and Shi Xian understood. If they made any strange movements, then the hand on their shoulders could strike them before they could even move, causing them to lose their ability to fight. In other words, from the moment this hand landed on their shoulders, the two sisters had already lost. They lost this duel. No one could choose who would get the chance to live. The moment they thought of this, Yi Juya and Shi Xian's eyes began to waver. Their eyes even lost focus, appearing somewhat hollow. Wu Yan didn't see this scene. He used a teleportation magic to appear behind the Baku sisters and capture them. However, he could guess what happened if he wanted to. However, he didn't react at all. He even had a faint smile on his face. You lost. Lost. These two simple words made the Bawu sisters, who had been in a daze, come back to their senses. Their expressions became extremely agitated. Stop joking. Yejusher ignored the hand on his shoulder that could attack at any time. He struggled free, turned around, and thrust his spear at Wu Yan's chest. How can we lose? Shi Xian didn't say a word. She gritted her teeth and struggled free from Wu Yan's hand. She swung her sword and the diamond-shaped blade mercilessly struck at Wu Yan. Clearly, the sisters couldn't accept their loss. Becoming Wu Yan's slave was secondary. The key was they couldn't fight for the chance to let their sisters live. This was the only thing they couldn't accept. Wu Yan seemed to have expected this. His golden eyes glanced at the giant spear and pendulum that were covered in wind. He waved his hand. A gust of golden wind blew. It easily blew away the wind flowers on the two angels. The Bawa sisters were blown a distance away. The Bawa sisters' attacks couldn't even last a second. Even though they expected this, they still clenched their teeth. However, the two women still clenched their teeth tightly. Their hands that were holding the angel had already turned white. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They knew that Wu Yan had already shown them mercy. Otherwise, with the strength that Wu Yan had displayed, he could have defeated them in a single blow. Even the trump card that the two of them used together couldn't do anything to the other party. They couldn't even cause any damage to the other party. The goddess of victory would never stand by their side in such a situation. Even though they knew this, the Bawa sisters couldn't admit defeat. This is meaningless. This duel. Yi Juya lowered his head. His voice was trembling. There's no way to let Xianxia live. This duel is meaningless. It's complicated. Xianxia can't accept this. Xianxia shook her head. She raised and lowered the angels in her hands. Her eyes dimmed. She was struggling. Seeing the Bawu sisters' depressed appearance, Wu Yan sighed. He couldn't bear to see them like this. This pair of adorable elf sisters might really have been cursed. They loved each other deeply. Fate played a joke on them. For the sake of that illusory main personality, they fought until now. They just found out how important they were to each other. However, only one of them could survive. If one were to say that the elves who possessed power and unknowingly brought calamity to this world and were hunted down were pitiful existences, then no other elf would suffer more than this pair of sisters. If they didn't die, the other would die. It was too cruel. Luckily, Wu Yan ran into them before the outcome of the battle was decided. No matter what, you have lost this duel. You have to abide by the rules and follow my lead. Whatever I say goes. Whoever I tell to live, you have to live. Like a villain, Wu Yan ignored the sisters' low spirits and looked at them with a meaningful look. Of course, if you want to go back on your word, I can't do anything about it. After all, the choice has always been in your hands. The Bawu sisters fell silent when they heard this. Take me as your master. Whatever I say goes. Whoever I allow to live, you have to live. These words echoed in their hearts. The Bawu sisters' expressions kept changing. They were filled with hesitation. No matter who it was, they would react the same way if they were forced to become someone else's slave. They might even go back on their word, let alone a powerful elf. However, after hesitating for a while, Xianxia raised her head. The hesitation on her face turned into determination. She actually replied. Of course. Xianxia will follow the rules of the duel. Follow my lead. Xianxia. Yi Juya was shocked when he heard Xianxia's reply. Even Wu Yan was surprised. He couldn't use the excuse he had prepared. Instead, he asked with uncertainty. Are you sure? Yes. Xianxia nodded heavily. She stared at Wu Yan with narrowed eyes. Yes, Xianxia is serious. So, please tell Xianxia what I can do to satisfy you. If Xianxia can do it, I hope you can let Yi Juya become the master. What are you saying? I don't agree. Yi Juya's expression changed. He turned to Wu Yan. All right. I have decided to follow your lead. I will do my best to serve you. When the time comes, you must choose to let Xianxia live. Oh. Wu Yan chuckled. It's a joyful laugh. In other words, you both agree? The Bawu sisters nodded heavily. There was no longer any hesitation in their eyes. Maybe, for them, Wu Yan is just another way to change the format of today's duel. What they need to do now is to win Wu Yan's favor and get him to agree to their demands. Only then will they be able to win this duel and save the other one. It was that simple. That's good. How could Wu Yan not understand their thoughts when he met their determined eyes? However, he had more or less achieved his goal. Now then, let's give the first order. Wu Yan tapped the air in front of him a few times. Then, 2 red and 2 white bracelets appeared and landed in his hands. Wu Yan tossed the 2 red bracelets to the Yamato sisters as he said, I have some doubts about whether you will be loyal to me, so I will add some restraints. Wu Yan pointed at the 2 red bracelets as the Baowu sisters hurriedly took them. They have the effect of sealing your strength. Wearing them will seal your strength in the future. Only I can remove this seal. Moreover, I won't be able to remove it for the rest of my life. I won't be able to remove it by any means. In that case, the right to use your strength will be in my hands. Hey, what do you mean? Yi Juya frowned. His expression gradually turned to one of dissatisfaction. Since we said we will follow you, we will not go back on our words. I agree. Xixian looked at Wu Yan with displeasure. Xixian thought she had become good friends with Shido. I didn't expect Shido to not trust us. Ma, trust is secondary. I just felt like you girls needed it, so I gave it to you. Wu Yan shrugged when he saw the sisters' unfriendly expressions. He met their eyes. After all, if you put them on, once I seal your spiritual energy, you will completely turn into an ordinary person and no longer have the body of an elf. Naturally, the concept of returning to one body will no longer exist. Among ordinary humans, I have never heard of 2 people suddenly merging and becoming one. Wu Yan muttered these words into the Baowu sisters' ears. In an instant, the displeasure on the sisters' faces disappeared. What replaced it was an intense change. Even their hearts began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 1166. Become an ordinary person? Don't need to return to their original form? In other words, both of them can survive? When they thought of this, Yi Juya and Xixian tightened their grip on the sealing bracelet. However, they couldn't help but tremble. Then, as if they were afraid of losing the bracelet, they grabbed it with their other hand and held it tightly. Seal our spiritual energy and become an ordinary person. Yi Juya's eyes rippled when he felt the cold sensation of the sealing bracelet in his hand. I hope we don't need to return to our original form. Xixian couldn't help but stare at the red bracelet in her hand. If the 2 of them could really survive, how wonderful would that be? Hope rose in their hearts. Yi Juya and Xixian looked at Wu Yan in unison. They were anxious and nervous, but they couldn't help but ask in anticipation. Really? As long as I wear it, I can seal my spiritual energy and become an ordinary person to live with Xixian? Yes, Xixian also hopes to be with Yi Juya forever. When he heard the Baowu sisters finally revealed their innermost thoughts, a gentle smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. He pretended to be nonchalant and shrugged. Who knows? I'm just making an insurance. Let's see if you dare to try it. If it was someone else. After learning about the effects of the sealing bracelet and confirming its authenticity and receiving such an answer, then wanting to wear the sealing bracelet was definitely a fool's dream. After all, only when the wearer understood the ability of the sealing ring and willingly put it on would the wearer be able to wear it. In other words, if the wearer had even the slightest bit of resistance, the sealing bracelet would not be worn. However, the Baowu sisters were different. Even though getting such an ambiguous answer made them feel doubtful, but compared to this little bit of doubt, in her heart, the hope of surviving together with her sisters was far ahead of her. Moreover, Wu Yan's earth-shattering strength was something the Baowu sisters could only look up to. Then, the effect of this pair of bracelets had increased by quite a bit. Perhaps, with his strength, was it really possible to seal his spiritual energy? When this thought flashed through their minds, the hope in Yi Juya and Xixian's hearts grew bigger and bigger until they couldn't hold it in anymore. The 2 elven girls reflexively raised the red sealing bracelet and put it on their wrists. In the next instant, the 2 red bracelets were put on their wrists. Under the Baowu sisters' watchful eyes, the bracelets expanded and shrunk until the size matched the 2 elven girls' wrists. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan felt like a boulder has been lifted off his chest as he laughed out loud in satisfaction. The sealing bracelet's conditions was very strict. However, once no one could take it off. Now that the Baowu sisters had put on the sealing bracelets, the matter was over. After putting the 2 white sealing bracelets that formed a pair with the red sealing bracelets of the Baowu sisters onto the sealing bracelets on his wrists, the 2 sealing bracelets flashed with a faint light and merged into the sealing bracelets on his wrists. At the same time, on the sealing bracelet that originally had 5 red-veined patterns, another 2 red-veined patterns slowly emerged from the bracelet and lined up with the other 5 red-veined patterns as they were engraved on the sealing bracelet. Subsequently, a phenomenon suddenly appeared on the Baowu sisters in front of him. The Wuji wings on their left and right shoulders gradually disappeared. Along with them, the Bawu sisters' armors and the angels in their hands disappeared as well. This is... Yi Juya and Shi Xian looked at the changes on their bodies in shock. They could clearly feel the elven energy in their bodies gradually condensing and sinking into the depths of their bodies at a frightening speed. They were turning into ordinary people step by step. When the Bawu sisters noticed this, disbelief and ecstasy appeared on their faces at the same time. However, in the next moment, the disbelief and ecstasy turned into shock and panic. That was because, along with the disappearance of the spiritual energy and the angel, the revealing skin-tight clothes on their bodies actually turned into specks of light and completely disappeared, exposing their smooth and delicate bodies to the air. Then the Bawu sisters, who had completely turned into ordinary people, fell down. Ya. The two girls didn't even have time to cover up their exposed bodies. Without the support of their spiritual energy, they couldn't help but fall from the air and scream. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment. He immediately used spatial transfer and appeared below the Bawu sisters in an instant. He caught the two girls who were falling freely into his arms. His ears were almost deafened by their screams. Really? Looking at the panic on the Bawu sisters' faces, Wu Yan shook his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could I forget that we're still in the air? I thought we were dead for sure. Yi Juya hugged Wu Yan's neck tightly. For the first time, he felt that the sky was such a scary place. However, Shi Xian narrowed her eyes and continued to size him up. Her delicate body trembled slightly and her expression was somewhat excited. Wow, the spirit energy really was sealed. It's true. It's true. Yi Juya sensed his body and confirmed that he didn't have any spiritual energy. He couldn't even sense his spiritual equipment or his angel. Tears began to well up in his eyes. If this is the case, we can live together, right? Definitely. Shi Xian nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. To be able to live together with Yi Juya, it feels like a dream. Don't worry, it's not a dream. Wu Yan smiled as he patted the excited Bawu sisters in his arms. I still have to introduce you to my family. If you continue to be so excited, you'll lose your composure. Humph. It's those mortals' honor to be able to meet me. The excitement on Yi Juya's face slowly dissipated. He spoke in a proud tone, but the smile on his face was more beautiful than ever. She exchanged glances with Shi Xian and the two of them revealed beautiful smiles. Then, they looked at Wu Yan with a gentle look in their eyes. Since you're our master, let's go meet your family. Agreed, Shi Xian also wants to meet master's family. Ha ha. Wu Yan laughed helplessly. I didn't think you'd take it seriously. Seeing the helpless smile on Wu Yan's face, Yelu Ya and Shi Xian giggled. Their giggles were like silver bells. They echoed in the clear blue sky. On the other side, on an uninhabited beach, the waves kept crashing onto the shore, washing away the trash floating on the water. The trash stayed on the shore and slowly receded. Seagulls cried as they glided across the sky like white clouds. Some of them went to the water to hunt for food. Others flew to the beach and stopped there. Among the seagulls that stopped there, some of them were standing on a person who looked like a corpse. They were walking back and forth or tapping on the person's body with their beaks. Until this person's body suddenly twitched. This movement seemed to have frightened the seagulls as well. They did not expect the corpse beneath them to still be able to move. Flapping their wings, they flew into the air in a series of long and sharp cries as though they were startled. However, their cries served as an alarm clock, waking the unconscious people up. When she opened her eyes, they were filled with confusion and emptiness. After a while, she looked around and saw where she was. The memories in her mind came back bit by bit. She lifted her hand that was covered in sand and blood and covered in a thick layer of mech armor as she murmured. So, I'm not dead. This person was none other than Elaine, who had been defeated in a clean manner in the game. As her memories gradually returned, a face with a smile that was not a smile flashed across Ai Lian's mind, causing her pupils to contract as she clenched her fists. Red Devil. Chapter 1167. This is a secret meeting room in a corner of the world. There are many people who know about this meeting room, but only a very small number of them are qualified to enter. These extremely few people had extraordinary identities. Behind each of them, there was a powerful background that was difficult for others to look up to. With such a small number of people, coupled with the fact that this conference room was rarely used, it was rarely used even once a year. Therefore, this conference room had been reduced to a state where no one knew about it. It was very dark inside, giving people a very strange feeling. Today, the meeting room was a little livelier. The conference room was very spacious. Its area alone was almost half the size of a football field. The floor was polished with smooth ores. When people stood on it, they could see their whole appearance very clearly as long as they lowered their heads. It was not inferior to a mirror. The walls and ceiling were made of the same material. Aside from the smooth mirror-like stone slabs, there was nothing else in the conference room. There wasn't even a single window. There was only the door leading to the exit and a round table placed in the middle of the room. At this moment, at the edge of the round table, there were about 5 or 6 people sitting around it. Under the cover of the dimly lit meeting room, only their wheels could be vaguely seen, but their faces could not be seen. They were seated around it. One of them is Kotori. The person sitting at the head of the round table is. It was Woodman. If someone in the know saw this, they'd know what they're doing and what this meeting room is for. Round Table Conference. It's an annual meeting. Sometimes, it might not even be held once a year. The people sitting at the edge of the round table are all members of the Round Table Conference. Of course, it was said that they were having a round table meeting. However, from the beginning of the meeting until now, about 20 minutes had passed. The entire meeting. Apart from the opening remarks and greetings, only Kotori's voice echoed in the room. It's called a meeting, but at the beginning. It's just Kotori's report on Ratatoskr and the current situation of the sealed elves. It's a real meeting. It's only after Kotori finishes talking. After more than 20 minutes of explanation, Kotori finally stopped talking and nodded at Woodman, who was sitting at the head of the table. That's all. Ratatoskr's progress on the elves' mission and the current situation of the sealed elves. There's nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as Kotori finished speaking, the entire conference room became eerily silent. All the council members lowered their heads and digested the information that Kotori just gave them. They also used their own thoughts to think about it. Soon, voices of dissent were heard in the meeting room. Nothing out of the ordinary. A voice came from a seat on Kotori's right. It was hard to tell what age the voice belonged to. But didn't you just say that Nightmare, Tokisaki Kurumi, left for some unknown reason? Yes. Yes. Kotori crossed her arms and answered expressionlessly. Tokisaki Kurumi didn't explain her whereabouts and purpose, so we still don't know where she went and the purpose of her departure. How can this be nothing out of the ordinary? This time, a figure sitting on Kotori's left voiced out her dissatisfaction. Those are dangerous elves that have killed more than 10,000 people. Don't you think that running away without knowing their whereabouts and purpose is enough to prove that something is wrong? Commander Wuha, you didn't think it through enough. This time, it was a figure sitting on the upper right corner, just below Woodman's seat. We can't let such a dangerous elven leave, right? If you spread any more rumors and something happens. The figure on the right didn't finish his sentence, but it's clear what he meant. He objected to Kotori's decision to let Kurumi leave. No, it's not just him. More than half of the people present don't agree with Kotori's decision. Kotori narrowed her eyes. Then what are you trying to do? Put Tokisaki Kurumi under house arrest? Kotori sneered. Don't forget our main goal. We have to treat the elves peacefully and integrate them into society to reduce their threat to the world. The 3 people who had just spoken held their breaths at the same time, and one of them spoke out in an unconvinced manner. That being said, it's still dangerous. If Tokisaki Kurumi attacks ordinary people again. Don't worry, she won't attack ordinary people again. Kotori cut him off before he could voice his objection. This was also approved by Sir Woodman. Hearing this, everyone present choked and no longer raised any objections. Woodman's status in the round table is very high. Since the chairman allowed it, then so be it. The first person to speak on Kotori's right said bitterly. Then he changed the topic. If Tokisaki Kurumi is fine, what about the other elves? Nothing will happen to them, right? Kotori's gaze was filled with disdain as she tried to change the topic, but she still replied in a steady voice. The other elves' powers are still sealed. They can't even disappear. As long as the seal isn't broken, they'll be no different from ordinary people. Nothing will happen. The figure on Kotori's left asked. For example, The seal will weaken at a certain time. It's been confirmed. Nothing will happen. Kotori glanced at him. The seal of the sealing hoop is extremely firm. Other than the holder of the hoop, no one else can do anything to the seal. You can rest assured about this. How can we not worry about that? The person sitting to Woodman's left also spoke. That's an elf, an existence that can destroy the world. The right to use that kind of power is now in the hands of your brother, which is equivalent to him controlling a group of elves. If he has any ulterior motives, he can totally make these elves work for him, can't he? Kotori's eyes flashed coldly. She looked at the person on the upper left with a cold gaze, but her mouth was still polite. Don't worry. My brother doesn't want to become a demon king. If he did, the world would be in chaos. Kotori didn't say that out loud, but Woodman guessed it. He smiled bitterly. It's too reckless to give the right to use the elves' powers to an unknown person. The person on the upper left continued as if he didn't notice the change in Kotori and Woodman. No matter what, the risk is too great. After all, Ratatoskr wasn't built around him. Instead, it was built around Shirori. To be on the safe side, shouldn't we let Shirori be in charge of sealing the elves in the future? Kotori couldn't take it anymore. She slammed the table and stood up. I was the one who suggested Oni-san to take charge of the sealing mission. Kotori stared at the person on the upper left with her red eyes. You don't think I can be trusted? Commander Shirori, you misunderstood. The person on the other hand said calmly. It's just to be safe. In the beginning, when you learned that my sister's sealing ability had the danger of the reverse flow of spiritual energy, didn't you agree to let my brother seal it for the sake of safety? Kotori chuckled coldly. Now, you're trying to drag my sister down with the excuse of safety. Next time, for the sake of safety, isn't it the best plan to hand over all the elves to you? All right. Woodman, who hadn't said a word since the beginning, finally opened his mouth and glanced at everyone present. There's no need to discuss hypotheticals. Just follow the original plan. Everyone present held their breaths and looked at each other in dismay. Then, they nodded reluctantly. Commander Shirori. Woodman looked at Kotori. After all, your brother's background is unknown, and he has such a mysterious identity and power. It is necessary to be worried. Of course, since Commander Wuha chose to believe in your brother, I will also choose to believe in you. But if possible, I hope you can arrange a time for me to meet your brother. Kotori paused and hesitated. After a while, she sighed and nodded. Chapter 1168. Hey, wake up. Wake up, wake up. The sweet and familiar voice carried a strong sense of dissonance as it slowly entered Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan's drowsy mind became a bit confused. How long are you going to sleep? Hurry up and get up. I agree, if you don't wake up, breakfast will be over. With the second call, Wu Yan felt his body being squeezed into two soft bodies, and then he began to shake. Wu Yan, who felt a little uncomfortable, opened his eyes. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning. For Wu Yan, it was still a good time to sleep, so his consciousness was still a little confused. When he completely woke up and saw the orange hair, silver eyes and delicate face in front of him, his confused expression instantly froze, and his hazy eyes widened. Looking at the two identical faces with beautiful smiles on their faces, Wu Yan first looked around blankly, then he subconsciously called out the names of the two people in front of him. Yiju Shi. Xixian. Yes, the two people who appeared in front of Wu Yan and woke him up from his sleep were Yiju Shi and Xixian, who put on the sealing ring yesterday and sealed all of their spiritual power. Today was the second day of the study trip. At this time tomorrow, he should be able to pack up his luggage. He was ready to return to Heavenly Palace City. Yesterday, after sealing Yakuya and Xixian's spiritual energy, the two sisters were brought back to Fraxinus, which was floating above Homie Island, by Shina and Yeyue. Their bodies were checked thoroughly, and according to the information of their bodies, they were given a normal background. In other words, after sealing Yiju Shi and Xixian's spiritual power and bringing them back to Homie Island, the two girls were taken away. Originally, Wu Yan thought that he would at least wait until he returned to Heavenly Palace City to see the sisters again. He didn't expect that the next morning, the sisters would appear in a single room in his hotel. Moreover, they appeared in front of him in the posture of riding on his body. You're finally awake? The corners of Yi Juya's lips curled upwards. He seemed to be in a very good mood. Very good. He continued to sleep. Even I want to punish you. I agree. That sounds fun. Xianxia also had a faint smile on her face. She didn't quarrel with Yi Juya like before. Instead, they actively went along with it. Their relationship was extremely good. The punishment method that Yakuya came up with must be the most fun. No. Yi Juya scratched his face embarrassedly, but his expression revealed a hint of happiness. I definitely can't compare to Xianxia. No, there's no such thing. Although they seemed to be quarreling, their faces were full of happiness. Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed and looking down at this scene, felt a little shy and quickly laughed bitterly. Why are you two here? Aren't you in Fraxinus for a checkup? Well, it's already done. Yi Juya lowered his head to look at Wu Yan and complained. Who is this Ratatosker guy? He actually played with me the whole day yesterday. How rude. If it wasn't for Xianxia, I would have blown them away. Also, after the checkup, Xianxia and Yi Juya returned to your side. Xianxia said respectfully to Wu Yan. Before leaving, someone told Xianxia and Yi Juya that Master likes it when someone sits on top of you and wakes you up in the morning. That's why. Ma, which asshole said that? I won't ask. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead as he looked at the 4 white thighs wrapped around his body. But what's with that, Master? What do you mean, what's going on? Yi Juya looked at Wu Yan strangely with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Aren't we your slaves? Of course we have to call you Master. Thank you, Master. Not only are you Xianxia and Yi Juya's master, you're also our benefactor. Compared to Yi Juya, Xianxia was more cautious. That's why Xianxia and Yi Juya have to keep their promise and become master's slaves. Ahaha. Wu Yan laughed dryly. That's just a temporary measure, you don't have to take it seriously. No. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Juya interrupted loudly. We are hurricanes witches, 8 dances fairies. How can we go back on our words? Your spiritual energy has already been sealed, hasn't it? Wu Yan's mouth twitched, he said weakly. We're not fairies anymore, right? Reject, that's a very cunning way of saying it. Xianxia narrowed her eyes and said seriously. Regardless of whether it's to repay a debt or to keep a promise, Shido will be Xianxia's master from now on, this will not change. Well, that's how it is. From now on, Xianxia and I will serve you. Although it's a disgrace for me to serve others with my status, I'll accept it for Xianxia's sake. Yi Juya straightened his back proudly. He reached out and pulled Wu Yan's blanket. Let's start by waking you up. Agreed. Xianxia also pulled Wu Yan's blanket. Taking care of Master's daily life is the most appropriate way of doing things. Wait. Compared to slaves, Wuxia and Yukaina are acting more like maids. Wu Yan panicked and pulled back the blanket that was about to be pulled away. After all, every man is more energetic in the morning. Wu Yan is still wearing a loose bathrobe. If the blanket is pulled away, a certain part of his body will be seen by these 2 cute little slaves. Wu Yan could only pull the blanket back and chuckle. That, I can do it myself, you two can leave first. To be able to have us Baowu sisters serve you, that's an opportunity that you've earned through countless lifetimes of good fortune. Yi Juya grabbed the blanket in his hand unhappily and pulled it with all his might. You just need to accept it gratefully. Apologies. Please forgive Xianxia's rudeness. Xianxia also pulled harder. Xianxia also wants to serve Master. Wait! Under the sisters' forceful tugging, the blanket covering Wu Yan was slowly pulled away. Wu Yan panicked and quickly pulled the blanket back again. With this tug, the Yamato sisters who were reduced to mere mortals fell to the ground with a cry of surprise. They laid on top of Wu Yan's body. Yagushir was just about to get up and vent her dissatisfaction on her uncooperative master when she felt a foreign object. She paused for a moment and felt around in confusion. What is this? It's hard. Yuki Xian tilted her head and she reached out with her hand as well. She grabbed the hard object before Wu Yan could react. Yuki Xian grabbed the hard object before Wu Yan could react. Ow! Caught off guard by the attack, Wu Yan shrieked and his eyelids almost rolled back. It's not just because of the pleasure he got from touching the sister's soft hands, it's also because, driven by curiosity, the sisters reached their hands into the blanket and Wu Yan's loose bathrobe. They grabbed him without any restraint. Hey Xixian, what is this? Answer, Xixian doesn't know. It's hidden under the blanket and it seems to be on master. Open the blanket and see. Wah! It moved. Is it a snake? Shiver if there's a snake on master. Stop. Wu Yan was scared out of his wits when he saw the Baku sisters trying to pull him away in a panic. Sure Dao, it's time to get up, it's morning. At this moment, the door to the room was suddenly rudely opened. 10 Fragrance stood at the door with a smile on her face and shouted happily. Today, Shirji said she made delicious food. The scene in the room was slowly imprinted into 10 Incense's eyes, causing her words to gradually weaken. Seeing the sisters lying on Wu Yan's bed and twisting into a ball, Shixiang's smile stiffened and the room fell into a suffocating silence. Soon after, a loud and furious roar resounded throughout the entire hotel. What are you doing? Chapter 1169. Hosumi Island, Hotel. Wearing a bikini swimsuit with an apron, Shirori sneaked a glance at the scene and sighed faintly. Shirori was currently in Wu Yan's single room. The reason was because Toka, who was waiting outside to call Wu Yan, suddenly heard Toka's angry roar that resounded through the entire hotel. Shirori, who thought that something had happened, hurried over. Then she saw the following scene. A young girl with long purple hair that looked like water splashes was lying on the bed with 2 young girls with long orange hair. One of them had her hair tied up and the other had her hair tied into 3 braids. They looked exactly the same. They were glaring at him fiercely, as if they could start fighting at any time. The entire room was filled with the feeling that a storm was coming. On the bed where the 3 girls were glaring at each other, a man with black hair and red eyes was collectively pressed under the blanket. Only his head was exposed. His eyes were almost rolled back as he stared at the ceiling. His face was filled with desire. Such a scene left Shirori scratching her head in confusion. Her heart was incomparably tangled. She wanted to find someone to explain the current situation to her, but the 3 girls in the middle of a confrontation were clearly not a good choice. Wu Yan and Shirori didn't understand what happened to make him show such an expression. If Shirori were to observe carefully, she would notice that the 3 girls who are glaring at each other are actually fighting over something. As for what they are fighting over, if Shirori could see that each of the 3 girls had a hand under the blanket, combined with Wu Yan's expression, she would be able to guess what they are fighting over. However, from Shiori's angle, she couldn't see the 3 hands under the blanket. Otherwise, the scene that finally regained its calm would revert back to a state of uproar and Wu Yan would be thoroughly despised by Shirori. Even if he was the victim, it wasn't his fault. But who told him to be happy? Looking at the scene in front of him that had been maintaining a strange silence, Shiori's face was a bit resentful, but she still stood up and smiled to ease the situation. Although I don't know what happened. But how about everyone come down first? Shido looks like he's troubled. Hearing this, the 3 girls were stunned. They reflexively looked at Wu Yan. When they saw Wu Yan rolling his eyes, they panicked and quickly pulled back their hands under the blanket and got off the bed. Are you okay? The 3 girls shouted in unison and then glared at each other again. Ignorant mortal, how dare you disturb us Baowu sisters' service plan? Do you want to be judged by the son of Hurricane? Yakuya pointed at Toka with a face full of anger. Huh. The pure and kind Toka naturally couldn't understand Yakuya's Chunibyu speech, but she still replied loudly. I don't know what you're talking about, but why are you in Shido's room and lying on his bed? Shiori's face stiffened. She more or less understood why this happened. She wanted to check on Wu Yan but she stopped. Instead, she looked at Wu Yan with a cold gaze. Cold sweat dripped down Wu Yan's forehead. However, before he could explain himself, Xixian's next sentence completely knocked him down. Explain. Yi Ju Shi and Xixian are only here to fulfill their promise. Xixian narrowed her watery silver eyes and said. After all, Shido is Yakuya and Xixian's master now. Following his words, the atmosphere froze. Shiori's cold gaze turned into one of disdain. This is only the second time Shirori and the Baku sisters met. The first time they met was when Wu Yan brought them back as lost lambs in their skin-tight uniforms. Thus, from Shiori's point of view, Wu Yan, who just arrived on Haimai Island, must have gone off to attract bees and butterflies somewhere. Then, he got charmed by these two masochistic cats and used flowery words to trick them into coming here. Therefore, the two words unfaithful and cheating appeared in Shirji's mind at the same time, causing her to despise them. You already have Toka and Tokisaki-san as your fiancé. Shido, I can't believe you're still not satisfied. Shirori looked at Wu Yan with a gaze that could pierce through a person's heart. Aren't you afraid of being stabbed? It's not what you think. Wu Yan peeked out from under the blanket. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. There's a very complicated reason for this. Shirori, you can't be blinded by your own eyes. Maybe my eyes are really blinded, but my ears are very good. Shirori smiled brightly. If I'm not mistaken, they said you're their master, right? That's a very complicated reason too. Wu Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead and stuttered. Anyway, Shirori, you have to believe me. I became their master because of a very pure reason. I won't ask what the reason is. Shirori narrowed her eyes and sneered. But this so-called master, it seems like it's real. Wu Yan was speechless. What do you want to do to our master? Yakuya jumped in front of Shirori and put his hands on his hips. He blocked Shiori's view of Wu Yan. Xianxia also stood next to Yakuya to protect him. Warning, even if she's Master's sister, if she wants to harm Master, she'll have to defeat Xianxia first. Shirori won't do that. Before Shirori could react, Toka quickly stood next to Shirori, once again forming a confrontation with the Bawu sisters. Also, I can protect Shido too. I don't need you. Oh. Yakuya raised an eyebrow and laughed with interest. So you're saying you want to fight for the right of our sisters to serve Master? Declaration. Xianxia's expression tensed up, her round breasts stood out. Yakuya and Xianxia's position is being challenged by an unknown person, but Xianxia won't admit defeat. Who's the unknown person? You're the unknown person. Shirori couldn't help but complain. Besides, I'm not interested in serving others. Although I don't understand what's going on. Xianxia tilted her head in confusion and stared at the Bawu sisters. However, if it's a challenge, I will definitely not lose. Don't think that I will let you off so easily. The price of failing to challenge me will require you to pay with your entire lives. Repent for your sins. A declaration of war. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curled up slightly. It seemed as if her blood was boiling. Although Yi Ju-shi and Xianxia have lost their powers, as long as we are with Yi Ju-shi, we are invincible. We will accept your challenge. Wah! Don't keep saying things that others don't understand. In short, I will definitely defeat you. Just watch. Sure Dao. Are you looking down on the might of the Bawu sisters? If we join forces with Xianxia, we Bawu sisters will definitely not lose. Agreed. We will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly and prove that only Yi Ju-shi and Xianxia are suitable to serve Master. In the room, a tense atmosphere suddenly descended, filling every corner of the room. Toka, Yi Ju-shi, and Xianxia glared at each other fiercely. Faintly, arcs of electricity danced in their gazes, creating dense sparks. That. Shiori's face was covered in sweat as she raised her hand weakly. I didn't mean to challenge you. The moment she said that, the three of them fiercely looked at Shirori, causing her to tremble. She whimpered and retreated to Wu Yan's bedside. She looked at Wu Yan with resentment. Sure Dao, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation after this, you will only have one meal left out of 3. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1170. Heavenly Palace City, DEM Branch Office. On the top floor of the office building, Westcott was leisurely sitting on the sofa in the most luxurious suite. He exhaled softly as he opened the window and looked down at the brightly lit Heavenly Palace City. His gray hair swayed gently in the breeze. Lowering his head, Westcott looked at the Heavenly Palace City below as if he was looking at a model. His eyes that were as sharp as blades narrowed, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc that made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he was treating everything as a toy. This kind of behavior could not be said to be terrifying, but only disgusting. However, in Westcott's heart, other than spirits and power, he didn't care about anything else. As a high-ranking member of the DEM, Westcott came to Heavenly Palace City only because there was something he was interested in here. Heavenly Palace City for Westcott was just a toy that he would throw away after playing with it. That's why Westcott liked to stand on a high place and look down at the entire Heavenly Palace City. His sharp eyes tirelessly swept over the night scene below like a fisherman looking for small fish in the sea with his naked eyes. It was meaningless, but he still continued. As for what he was looking for in Heavenly Palace City, perhaps those who were familiar with Westcott could guess what he was looking for. Maintaining the appearance of looking down at Heavenly Palace City, Westcott observed for an entire hour. The annoying smile on his face was still hanging on his face. He didn't feel impatient at all, as if he intended to spend the entire night observing Heavenly Palace City below. Until the door of the suite was opened, and a figure walked in without saying a word. This scene was broken. Hearing the soft yet clear footsteps, the smile on Westcott's face widened, but he soon calmed down. However, he didn't turn around to confirm who it was. In the entire DEM branch company, there was no one who could enter Westcott's room without knocking on the door or making a report. There was only one person. Therefore, there was no need for confirmation. Westcott knew who had come. "You're back." Westcott didn't look away from the night scene of Heavenly Palace City as he asked without looking back. "It seems like something unexpected has happened." "Yes." Westcott's light blonde hair was behind him. The beautiful woman with smooth skin and facial features that were completely different from the Orientals was silent for a moment before speaking expressionlessly. "Indeed, a lot of things happened." Westcott didn't know if it was too funny or not, but he shook his head and laughed. He turned around and looked at the person who came. "Something unexpected will happen. It doesn't sound like something you would say, Irene." With that, Westcott glanced at Irene. "After you came to Kerry, you lost contact with this place. You even lost contact with Albald." At this point, Westcott didn't continue, but it was obvious that he wanted Irene to give him an explanation. This kind of situation was very rare. After all, Westcott rarely took the initiative to contact anyone other than the elves. In the past, Elaine was the one who was responsible for sending information to Westcott. It was rare for Westcott to ask Elaine about the development of the elves' affairs. Irene met Westcott's gaze. Her expression didn't change at all. For this mission, the identity of the target, Princess Puna, has not been confirmed yet. The whereabouts of Nightmare is unknown. It seems that he did not participate in this cultivation trip. The identity of Princess is uncertain, and the whereabouts of Nightmare are unknown. Does that mean that the mission this time is almost a complete failure? Westcott frowned in a rare moment. Dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes for the first time. However, he seemed to have thought of something and asked doubtfully, "What about their devil?" The only male elf that appeared so far should be a student of Lichon High School, right? Westcott's expression changed as soon as he heard this. The reason was none other than Irene, who was known as the world's most powerful magician and claimed that no one could defeat her. "Mira." A hint of fear appeared in Metheth's eyes. The fear only lasted for a moment, but Westcott caught it clearly. That was why his fearless face changed. This was the first time he had ever seen Elaine afraid of something. It was the first time he had ever seen something like this. Of course, after the change in expression, Westcott's face was replaced with an interested smile. To be able to make Irene feel fear, this mission seems to have some very interesting situations to deal with. From the looks of it, you must have found something on that student who is suspected to be the Red Devil, right? Westcott smiled meaningfully. "Can you tell me about it?" Irene lowered her head and was silent for a while. Her eyes, hidden under her bangs, kept fluctuating. That face with a smile yet not a smile once again appeared in the depths of her mind. Recalling the unparalleled power of the other party, Irene unconsciously clenched her fist and squeezed out a sentence. "That student's identity has been confirmed. There is no doubt that he is the Red Devil." Westcott raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He waited for Irene's next words. She took a deep breath and lifted her head to look at Westcott. "But, I don't agree with setting the Red Devil as the target." "What's the reason?" Westcott's expression was the same as usual, as if he didn't care at all. "That elf, that man." Irene closed her eyes and smiled bitterly. "It's too dangerous." "Dangerous?" Westcott finally looked at Irene. "Have you already fought with him?" "Yes." "I have and I lost." I lost completely. Irene's bitter smile deepened. She was unwilling to admit defeat. I couldn't even hurt him at all, but he could easily shatter my Tory. Even Albald could not even make a single move in his hand before he was defeated. In the end, if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Berserker that made him lose interest in me, I'm afraid that I would have already. Hearing this, Will Scott fell silent. However, after a short moment of silence, an unprecedented dense light appeared in his sharp eyes, and an extremely excited smile appeared on his face. So, Westcott maintained his excitement and asked with a smile, "He's very strong?" Seeing Westcott's excited expression, Elaine, who knew him well, naturally understood what he was thinking. She immediately sighed. "I don't want to admit it, but he's very strong. He's stronger than any elf I've met before. He's the only one who's defeated me when I couldn't even fight back." Alice's affirmation, which contained unwillingness, caused the smile on Will Scott's face to grow wider and wider. In the end, he was unable to endure the joy in his heart. He held his head and laughed crazily. "That's wonderful! That's wonderful!" Will Scott couldn't stop laughing. Even the most powerful magician in the world couldn't fight back. Does such a powerful elf really exist? Could it be that the gods are looking after me? Ha 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 ha. Will Scott's excited laughter reverberated throughout the room, making Irene feel even more indignant. However, reality is reality. She can't even touch Wu Yan. No matter how indignant she is, she can't change the fact that there is a difference in power between them. Westcott seemed to have forgotten about Irene's existence. He looked at the night scenery outside the window. He was still excited. Ah! How do I invite that elf over? Mobilize the entire DEM Combat Executive Force? Join forces with AST? Or threaten him with the lives of those who get along well with him? Whispering extremely dangerous words, Will Cotter muttered to himself with a big smile on his face. But that seems a little disrespectful. Why don't I pay him a visit personally? That's too dangerous, Irene said without hesitation. Even without Hike, I can find him. Westcott looked at Irene in surprise. You have a way? Yes. Westcott laughed again and looked out the window. That's something to look forward to. Chapter 1171. So the problem with the sisters has been solved? Listening to Mei Jiu's voice, Wu Yan sighed as he tidied up his clothes on the bed. Yeah, it was a bit complicated, but it's finally solved. Then why are you sighing? Mei Jiu's confused and sweet voice rang out from the phone. Didn't you say you care about the sisters? You should be happy now that it's solved. Wu Yan bitterly laughed when he heard Mei Jiu's words. Indeed, this trip to Island not only dealt a heavy blow to the people sent by the Dem, but they also met the famous berserkers in the elven world and successfully sealed them. No matter how one looked at it, it was something worth celebrating. From Wu Yan's point of view, sealing the Baku sisters is a good thing, but at the same time, there are a lot of headaches waiting for him to deal with. Needless to say, the first thing that gave him a headache was the relationship between the Bawu sisters and 10 Fragrances. It's been a long time since they went on the trip to Sumi Island. After that, Ratatoskr arranged the Bawu sisters, who had been sealed and confirmed to be in good condition, to stay by his side and follow him back home. Originally, Wu He's family's residence was already seriously full. After Kurumi's arrival, Wu Yan slept on the sofa for a while. It wasn't until later that he cleared out a room that was usually used to store things. Only then did he have a room again. Therefore, Ratatoskr decided to arrange for the Bawu sisters to stay in a nearby apartment so that he could take care of them nearby. In any case, other than Wu Yan, no one else in this world can break the seal of the sealing bracelet. He didn't have to worry about the elves being in a bad mood and causing the reverse flow of spirit energy. Moreover, once the Bawu sisters stayed together, the situation was very stable. Even if the spiritual power flowed backwards, the probability of it happening was very low. Therefore, it's not a problem to let them live on their own. But the problem was that the Bawu sisters were firmly against it. There was only one reason, and that was in that apartment. There's no Wu Yan. The Machabana sisters, who have already identified themselves as Wu Yan's slaves, are actually more like maids. They yelled in unison that wherever their master went, they would go, wherever there was no master. They'd rather die than go there. Such a pair of loyal and cute slaves made such a declaration. No matter which man becomes their master, they won't be able to sleep. In the beginning, Wu Yan was the same. Later on, he realized how naive he was to think that way of thinking. First, the sisters don't know how to serve people. They're half-baked when it comes to seducing people. Second, it's fine if they don't know how to serve people. At most, he won't let them serve him. Anyway, the so-called "I'm the master" was just a reason Wu Yan made up on a whim to persuade them to accept the seal. But the sisters' self-esteem is unusually high. They don't know how to serve people, but they still want to serve people. For this reason, they even launched the so-called special service training. They thought of different ways to serve people. They even took out educational videos that aren't suitable for children to learn. This isn't a problem. After all, even if they learn, Wu Yan will definitely feel good. The problem is, there's only one TV in the house. And it's in the living room. In the end, the two sisters took these so-called special training videos to the living room and played them at the top of the volume. After that, Wu Yan got chased out of the house by a blushing Shirori who didn't let him come back until the next day. There's also the third reason. It's the first reason. There aren't enough rooms in the house. Wu Yan's house only has 5 rooms. Wu Yan took 1, Shirji took 1, Kodori took 1, Toka and Yoshino took 1. The last one is empty, but it's Kurumi's. Even if the sisters move in, they'll have to move out sooner or later. Due to this reason, the Bawu sisters released a statement. We'll share a room with the master. Then, trouble came. Shirji's behavior is like treating a bug. Toka alone won't be able to get through. Under Yoshino's instigation, Yoshino's face turned red and she expressed her opposition. Therefore, on the day they discussed the housing issue, the entire Wu He family was in a mess. It was dark and miserable. Finally, they came up with a plan. Toka and Yoshino are a team. Yoshino and Yoshino are a team. The two teams will have a duel every day. The content of the duel is varied, but there's only one result. The winning team can sleep in the same room as Wu Yan, and the losing team can sleep in the same room as Toka and Yoshino. It's a good result. After all, no matter who wins, Wu Yan won't be at a disadvantage. He might even be able to take advantage of them. If Shirji didn't exist, Wu Yan will never forget that day when Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yushin were having their first fight for the right to sleep with Shirori. Shirori left him a secret message. I'll go to your room every night. If I see anything strange, Shido, I'll take a picture of it and post it online or in class. Thus, he could only kneel down in front of this dark life where he could only watch but couldn't eat and couldn't use anything. By the way, Wu Yan doesn't know why Shirji agreed to let the Yamato sisters stay in his house. He only knows that Kotori called Shirji when she found out that Wu Yan sealed the Yamato sisters. Shirji, who appeared again, cried and said that Yoshino and Yoshino are welcome to move in. Also, Kotori called Wu Yan about how Wu Yan managed to conquer the troublesome berserker in the short time she was away. Wu Yan, who appeared again, cried and laughed. As for the inside story, it's unknown. You can only let others imagine. Wu Yan replied to Mei Jiu with a complicated expression. Wu Yan felt sad when he recalled the events that happened in his family these past few days. I'm happy, but there are other reasons as well. It's really complicated. That's why I say men are annoying creatures. Do you think pretending to be mysterious will work? Mei Jiu snorted. Her impression of men has evolved from dirty to annoying. Maybe it's because she's slowly opening up her heart, or it's because her partner is Wu Yan. They say men like to pretend to be mysterious. Don't women like to pretend to be mysterious too? Wu Yan pursed his lips. Take you for example. You've been calling me every night since the day you went on a trip. I asked you why, but you wouldn't tell me. Every time I asked, you would hang up. Are you trying to make me depressed? Why? What does it have to do with you? Mei Jiu's tone panicked as she fiercely yelled. Then, she began to mutter. Do you think I want to? Who knows why I want to call you every time I pick up my phone? What did you say? Wu Yan helplessly replied to Mei Jiu's mumbling. Can you speak louder if you want to? Okay. I said. You should be thankful that I'm calling you. Mei Jiu shouted. So, hurry up and tell me the phone numbers of those cute elves around you, and then quickly die. I'm sorry, But I can't die no matter what. Wu Yan complained. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get Xianxia and the others? Since they're all elves, they must be cute. When Mei Jiao said this, her voice was filled with intoxication. If I can have afternoon tea with them and have dessert, how nice would that be? After saying that, Mei Jiao paused, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly spoke. Why don't you bring those elves to my concert? Wu Yan's hand that was tidying up the clothes on the bed stopped. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Do you want to use your own voice? It was Mei Jiao's turn to be silent. Chapter 1172. As the two of them fell silent, an indescribable pressure suddenly fluctuated between the two of them. It was as if it had broken through the distance between them and connected to the phone, transmitting to each other. Wu Yan and Mei Jiao can't see what kind of expression the person on the other side of the phone is wearing. Maybe it's because they don't have to face each other. The wariness between them lessened a lot. After waiting for a long time, Wu Yan finally heard Mei Jiao's dejected words. No. Now I only have one voice left. Is that so? Wu Yan sighed with disappointment. What a pity. Mei Jiao fell silent again. This time, she didn't stay silent for too long. Soon, Mei Jiao said something that sounded very complicated. She didn't know what kind of emotions she was talking about. She spoke to Wu Yan from the other end of the phone. Why are you so keen on my previous voice? Is it because my current voice doesn't sound good? Although he couldn't see Mei Jiao's current appearance, judging from her low voice, Mei Jiao pursed her lips and squeezed out those words. Compared to my previous voice, my current voice has more fan support. It's also favored by the upper echelons of the entertainment industry. Why do you want me to sing with my previous voice? That's a question. Wu Yan shook his head and threw down the clothes in his hand. He sat on the bed and pondered for a while. Then let me ask you, why do you want to sing with your current voice? Do you hate your previous voice that much? How could I hate it? Mei Jiao sounded agitated. That's my voice. It's the only thing I have left since I was a child. How could I hate it? Then why don't you use it to sing? Wu Yan closed his eyes. It's your voice too, isn't it? Because it's no longer here. It was taken away by those filthy humans. Mei Jiao's agitated voice began to carry a hint of resentment. So what if it's good? It's still gone in the end. It's gone. I can't help it. Is that so? Mei Jiao's agitated, resentful, and bitter voice calmed Wu Yan down. The so-called psychogenic disease refers to a disease caused by mental or psychological factors. The specific manifestation is that the patient has suffered a certain blow in life or mental aspect, causing the disease that should not have been there to be directly reflected in the patient's body through the patient's mental weakness. Psychogenic aphasia is the same. It's just a manifestation of the weakness of the heart on the body. After sorting out his emotions, Wu Yan's voice became gentle. So, Mei Jiao, your voice hasn't disappeared. It's in your body. As long as you can be strong, it will wake up. Strong? Are you trying to say I'm weak? Mei Jiao's laugh. So what if the voice of the past has returned? Will anyone listen to me? Mei Jiao raised her voice before Wu Yan could reply. No, it's impossible. If there are people who are obsessed with my voice, why would they be confused when there's a rumor? Why would they believe it when there's a scandal? Don't they like my voice and my songs? What does my voice have to do with those scandals? That's why my fans didn't believe me when I was in pain. No one helped me. Mei Jiao's voice turned gloomy, full of self-mockery. Even if I have that voice again, when the same situation happens again, I will still be betrayed. If I have this voice now, people will believe me. Only then will others believe me. If I don't have this voice now, then I dash. So you said. Mei Jiao didn't finish her sentence. Wu Yan dragged out his tone and told her in an extremely dissatisfied tone. I've been saying since the beginning that I want to listen to your songs with your original voice. Why do you think no one likes your songs? Aren't I right here? You. Mei Jiao's voice trembled violently. She gritted her teeth. Do you think I'll believe you just because you say that? You said that because you want to seal my spiritual power. I won't believe you. Maybe that's part of the reason. I haven't heard your previous songs. Wu Yan said calmly. But you said that no one helped you when you were in pain. I can't agree with that. Mei Jiu was stunned. There is a girl in front of you who is in pain. Any man would want to lend a helping hand. Your previous fans didn't lend a helping hand when you were in pain because they weren't men at all. Wu Yan snickered without holding back. You think all the men are dirty because of the betrayal of a bunch of trash who wear men's masks? Please forgive me, I can't agree with you. Zhang Lisheng sneered. You think all the men are dirty because of the betrayal of a group of trash who wear men's masks? You make it sound nice. Mei Jiu clenched her teeth. She tried her best to stop herself from wavering. Just like you said, you want to overturn all my previous cognition with just one sentence. Then please forgive me, I can't agree with you no matter what. Wu Yan didn't know what to say. Just like Mei Jiu said, no matter how nice his words were, they were just words. He didn't have any evidence to prove that he was right. On the contrary, Mei Jiu's past experience was real. It had always proved the ugly side of men and also proved that what she said was correct. Although there were suspicions that Mei Jiu had been caught in one fell swoop, the truth was, at that time, not a single fan chose to believe her and lend her a helping hand. Mei Jiu had seen the dark and ugly side of society. He didn't let her see the bright and hopeful side. How could he make her believe him? How could he save this poor girl who had been hurt and had a huge scar in her heart? She hadn't recovered yet. She had been living alone and didn't trust anyone. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Was it because of this that Mei Jiu sincerely hoped that someone would listen to her complain, and let her vent her past pain? Was it because of this that he had left a deep impression on Mei Jiu after that encounter? Was that why he received calls from Mei Jiu every day? Mei Jiu. Was it because she was too lonely and wanted to talk to him? Was that why she kept calling him? What she wanted was someone she could talk to about her past pain. Wu Yan took a deep breath and chuckled. Hey Mei Jiu. Wu Yan's voice was soft but unusually gentle. When you were diagnosed with psychogenic amnesia, there must have been a period of time when you were hoping for someone to help you. That's why you said that nobody will help you when you're in pain, right? Mei Jiu's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes flickered. She opened her mouth out of reflex and wanted to refute him. But before she could, Wu Yan's voice rang in her ears and heart. Okay. I have made up my mind. Wu Yan guffawed as he declared loudly. Before you choose to believe me, I will always have hope and wait for you to believe me. Wu Yan's smile grew even brighter as he spoke. So, Mei Jiu, you must help me. You. Mei Jiu's voice trembled and her heart was in a mess. The reason for that was because there was a certain sealed place that was constantly shaking. Wu Yan might have heard Mei Jiu's inner emotions from her voice. He smiled and changed the topic. When will the concert be held? Mei Jiu was stunned for a moment and answered subconsciously, a week from now, at the center of the northern square of Tiangong City, at 2 p.m. Oh. There's plenty of time. Wu Yan shrugged. Got it. I'll bring my family to cheer you on. Ha! Mei Jiuhua was stunned. Didn't you say you wanted to hear me sing with my real voice? At that time, I really want to hear you sing with your real voice, but you can't do it now, right? Wu Yan kept smiling and smiling. Before you sing with your real voice, I'll keep waiting. Chapter 1173. Heavenly Palace City. This is a famous plaza in the northern part of Heavenly Palace City. The reason why he added the word famous was that this square covered a very large area. There was a dedicated rental venue built in the square, and it was relatively close to some activity centers. The entertainment facilities were also relatively prosperous. Therefore, whenever there was a concert or a large-scale event in Heavenly Palace City, it would generally be held here. Although there aren't many plazas in the northern part of Heavenly Palace City, there are still many of them. However, when someone talks about the Northern Plaza in Heavenly Palace City, they're referring to the large plaza in front of them. Today, the largest venue in the center of the plaza has been booked by someone. Not many people know who booked the central venue, but those who know are basically all women. Moreover, they all regard it as their destination this time. When Wu Yan brought Toka, Yoshino, Yagushir, and Xixian to the Northern Plaza, the scene that appeared in front of them shocked everyone. A sea of people. It's really a sea of people. The spacious plaza is so crowded with people that not even a drop of water can trickle through. Looking around, the first thing that came into view is the dense mass of people with colorful hair. Aside from the group closest to Wu Yan and Co., the rest of the crowd couldn't see anything below their chest. The sight of people squeezing together is truly a spectacular sight. So many people. This is really surprising. Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many people. When Toka Yejusher and Xianxia saw so many people, they were dumbfounded. The shy Yono hid behind Wu Yan's back. She clutched at his shirt like a child who is afraid of being left behind. She put on a pitiful look that could kill a bunch of uncles around her. It's just a plaza. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Wu Yan looked at the black mass of people in front of him and was secretly speechless. There are even more people than the Qixi festival last time. Did people already know that Mei Jiu plans to hold a concert here? As soon as he said that, a calm voice came from the wireless earpiece on his right ear. The only people who know that Mei Jiu will hold a concert here today are her fans. Kotori twirled the treasure in her mouth. She looked at the scene displayed on the big screen in the command room and explained in a vague tone. This plaza is a famous plaza. Not only has entertainment facilities, but also some large-scale activities are often held here. Sometimes, there's even an idol group's autograph session and handshake session here. It's like a place where festivals are held every day. That's not too much. There's nothing strange about there being so many people. That's enough to surprise me. Wu Yan shook his head and he laughed. I didn't think I would get the chance to see so many people. Oh? Kotori raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you've seen a crowd as large as this? Well, back when I participated in the Spalier World Academy's tournament, there were so many people here. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he tried to recall. Yeah, that's about the size of the audience. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks as he tried to recall. Also, when I was forced to enter the Sword and Saber Dominion world, there were so many people during my wedding ceremony. Wedding ceremony? Kotori, Shina, and Yayue screamed in the earpiece and woke up Wu Yan from his memories. Wu Yan realized what he just said and cursed in his heart. Hey, Shido. Kotori has been referring to Wu Yan's Oni-chan ever since she became Wu Yan's summon. She called him Shido. Then, a sentence that sounded like a smile came out of the earpiece. I've never heard of a wedding ceremony before. Oni-sama. Shina didn't even call him captain anymore. Her tone was a bit unsettled. Oni-sama is already married? As expected of Captain. You're just a high school student. Yayue said in admiration. She then asked in confusion. But what's the deal with the Sword and Saber Dominion world? What's the Spalier World Academy? Is there such an academy? Ahaha. Wu Yan chuckled when he heard the sounds of danger, panic, and confusion coming from the earpiece. He acted like he didn't hear anything and he held Yono's hand. Let's go. It won't be good if we're late. Okay. Why yes. Humph. It's the mortal's honor to be able to wait for my arrival. It's rude to be late. Besides, it's master's order so I'll reluctantly accept it. Agreed. I also want to know what kind of person master's friend is. Wu Yan shook his head when he heard the different responses from the four girls. He then led the four beautiful girls to the center of the venue. There are a lot of people in the plaza. There are usually a lot of people but there are even more today. Maybe it's because of Mei Jiu's concert. To avoid getting separated from the crowd, Wu Yan held the hands of Toka and the petite Yoshino. They squeezed through the crowd and opened up a path for the girls. Yoshino and Yoshino also wanted to hold Wu Yan's hand but Toka and Yoshino got the better of them. They had no choice but to hold on to Wu Yan's shirt. Thus, with the four beautiful and adorable girls in tow, Wu Yan became the most conspicuous person in the plaza. One could even faintly hear the curses of resentment and jealousy coming from the crowd. Alas, Wu Yan is already used to this kind of behavior. He ignored them. Some of the guys who wanted to take advantage of the situation to steal the purses and some of the guys who wanted to touch the elven girl's private parts got electrocuted. Their mouths started smoking and their hair was burnt to a crisp. After 20 minutes, the five of them finally squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the center of the plaza. Compared to the last concert venue, this one is much bigger and more eye-catching. Just the entrance alone was wider and taller than the entrance of the museum, just like the door of a large palace. Young girls with excited faces handed their tickets to the guards as they happily walked into the venue in groups. They looked very happy. Most of them were the ones who were involved in the battle between Wu Yan and Mei Jiao during the last concert. However, their memories of that day had long been erased. The injuries on their bodies had also been healed by some healing devices. To them, the experience of that day could be considered a rather illusory dream. Oh! 10 Fragrance stood on her tiptoes. Her amethyst-like eyes shone with a strange light. She let out an exaggerated cry. There are a lot of people here too. When we get inside, you'll see even more people. Wu Yan smiled. He pulled 10 Fragrance and 4 Geno's hands and walked towards the venue. However, he didn't go straight to the entrance. Instead, he went to the back of the venue. This made Yeju and Xixian confused. Hey, master. Yeju pulled on Wu Yan's clothes and asked, "Why don't we go through the main entrance?" "I want to go through the main entrance too." Wu Yan sighed and complained. "It's just that Mei Jiao's concert has always been limited to women, and only those fans who have joined her fan club have tickets. You can't buy tickets anywhere else, so she asked me to go directly through the back door. If I go through the front door, I'm afraid I'll be kicked out by those crazy fans." Yeju narrowed his eyes. She even dares to kick out the master of the Hurricane's child, Ba Wu. This Mei Jiao is very arrogant. I agree. Why can't Xixian's master go through the main entrance? Xixian tilted her head to the side, a hint of anger appearing in her silver eyes. Isn't this unfair treatment? Xixian won't allow her master to be treated like this. Well, there's a complicated reason behind this. Wu Yan quickly stopped the 2 sisters who were about to fight. Let's just accommodate her for now, okay? Yagia and Dushan pouted but they nodded anyway. Wu Yan chuckled at this sight. Chapter 1174. Wu Yan, Toka, Yoshino, and Yuxian walked down the path provided for the staff. They were being stared at by the women around them. She was like a country bumpkin who had just entered a big city. She kept looking left and right, observing her surroundings. After a while, she finally looked at the staff around her as if she was bored. She tilted her head. Why do I feel like everyone here is a woman? Question. Yuxian also looked around. Yuxian has the same question. That means everyone here is a woman. Toka looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Why is that? Shido. Oh, you're asking me. Wu Yan rubbed his nose in annoyance. I know the reason, but it's better if you don't know. Otherwise, you'll regret following me. Toka, Yoshino, and Yuxian looked at each other. They wanted to ask something but Wu Yan interrupted them. We're here. Wu Yan stopped in front of one of the resting rooms. The 4 elven girls stopped as well. Be careful. At the same time, Kotori's cautious voice sounded in the earpiece. Don't forget that the last time you met Mei Jiao, she attacked you for no reason. Although your relationship seems to be very good during this period of time, it's still only over the phone. Perhaps the next time you see her, her favorability toward you will be lower than a cockroach. Wu Yan shook his head speechlessly and he knocked on the door of the lounge. Come in. Even under the cover of the cold door, her sweet and intoxicating voice was still exceptionally clear and enchanting, like a gust of warm air blowing past. It caused the pores on the bodies of Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Xixian to open up, and the expressions on their faces became much more comfortable. Wu Yan, who saw this scene with his own eyes, couldn't help being stunned. He bitterly laughed. As expected of an existence whose identification name is Diva. Just her voice alone is unforgettable. With such thoughts in mind, Wu Yan pushed open the door to the lounge. At this moment, there was only one figure in the spacious resting room. The first thing that came into view was her violet hair. Her long hair flowed down like a waterfall. Her silver eyes were like a starry sky. One couldn't help but want to be immersed in her. Her voluptuous figure and hot body. She wore a white dress. It set off her shiny skin. After a period of time, seeing Mei Jiao again, she was still as beautiful as a fairy who had walked out of a dream. She was so charming that the 4 elf girls who saw Mei Jiao for the first time were a little stunned. She sensed that the person who came in wasn't an ordinary staff member, so she sat down. Mei Jiu was tidying her hair in front of the mirror. She turned her head and looked at the door. Wu Yan led a group of 5 into her sight. Mei Jiu flinched. When she realized who this person is, her bright silver eyes flashed. She glanced at Wu Yan before turning her head away in a flustered and unhappy manner. You guys sure are relaxed. The concert is about to start. Well, it hasn't started yet. They finally met again after such a long time. Wu Yan's expression was slightly unnatural. He shrugged and used the same tone he used when talking to Mei Jiu on the phone. If you can come in through the front door, it will be much less troublesome. I don't want a man to walk into my concert, Mei Jiu said bluntly. It's already an exception for you to come. It's an exception among exceptions. Yes. Mei Jiu sounded like she's trying to hide something. Wu Yan couldn't figure out what she's thinking, so he sighed in a perfunctory manner. At the same time, the sound of Ratatoskers members operating the equipment in Fraxinus's command room was also heard through the earpiece. Favorability. 70%. Fixed. No change. Psychic wave. Stable. No abnormalities. No danger of space tremors. Mental state. Fluctuating frequency is rather prominent. The target sprite, Diva, seems to be in an abnormal mood. Aha. Kotori nodded. She looked at Mei Jiu's image on the screen and the changes in her values. Her red eyes narrowed. Other than her mental state, everything else is fine. Why is her mental state fluctuating so erratically? The change in the numerical value is similar to panic or an increase in heartbeat. Ling Yin answered expressionlessly. It's probably because she saw Mr. Is that so? Kotori pursed her eyebrows and turned to the loudspeaker. She chuckled mischievously. Then, Oni-chan, do you want to take advantage of the situation and take Mei Jiu down? I won't be far from death by then. Wu Yan complained. Let's not talk about Mei Jiu first. I have 4 elves here. Do you want me to show off my techniques to them? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, Kotori said in a domineering manner. It's not like there's any danger of reflux. We'll find a way to coax her back. Isn't that what you're best at? What? Best at my ass? I'm sorry, I'm your ass. When Wu Yan and Kotori were arguing, Mei Jiu snorted in dissatisfaction. She wanted to look away from Wu Yan. However, she inadvertently glanced at Toka and the others behind Wu Yan. Looking at the 4 beauties standing behind Wu Yan, Mei Jiu was stunned for a moment. Then her silver eyes lit up. You are. Mei Jiu stood up from her seat. Her expression was unusually bright. Her clear eyes swept across Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yuxian. Her smile was very bright as she walked over. Mei Jiu walked towards them with a smile on her face. For some reason, the 4 elven girls felt a sense of danger. They took a step back and hid behind Wu Yan's back. What do you want? Toka followed her heart and she tugged at Wu Yan's shirt. She didn't hold back when she said those words. She didn't hold back when she was talking to Wu Yan. Don't get too close to me. You look dangerous. Humph, do you want to offend me? Yakuya's tone was still arrogant, but her petite body was fixed behind Wu Yan. You're really brave. Since that's the case, you better be mentally prepared to experience the terror of the 8 dance. Warning. Yuxian's eyes flashed with vigilance. If you come any closer, Yuxian has the right to defend herself. Woo. 4th Jean Nai pulled down the hat on her head and put it on her face. She appeared to be a little flustered and there were tears at the corner of her eyes. She looked very pitiful. Mei Jiu stopped in her tracks. Her expression was blank as well. The rejection of the 4 elven girls seemed to have hit her hard. Wu Yan couldn't bear to see her like this. However, Mei Jiu used her actions to tell Wu Yan that he was too naive. Natural. Chunibu. Powerless. And a cute and petite lowly. Mei Jiu's beautiful big eyes were already twinkling with little stars. Even her hands were clasped together and placed in front of her chest. Her face was filled with absent-mindedness and a blush, as if she was a young girl who had fallen in love. Her eyes became more and more blurred, and in the end, she could not help but cry out. He can't take it anymore. Following this scream, Mei Jiu charged at Toka, Yoshino, Yagushir, and Xixian with unprecedented speed. Please come and have a meal with me. Cute girls. Wah! Don't come over. Amidst their sorrowful cries, the 4 elf girls scrambled to escape. This is an offense. This is an offense. Shudder, don't run this way. Why are you running away? Wait. Hua Wu Yan looked up at the sky and he let out a long sigh. Chapter 1175. Meijio, 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 Meijio. In the dimly lit venue, the fans in the audience were waving the light sticks in their hands crazily. They shouted a name that seemed to have been trained. The entire venue was filled with deafening cheers. Unfortunately, no matter how loud the cheers were, they couldn't drown out a voice. To be more precise, it was a voice that was amplified by a microphone. On the brightly lit stage, the sound of spotlights being turned on rang out several times within a short second. Spotlights of different colors shone on the center of the stage from different directions. Mei Jiu, who was wearing a white gown and looked like a goddess of moonlight, was exposed to the audience's eyes. Mei Jiu, at this moment, a voice that was several times louder than before soared into the sky. It reverberated throughout the entire venue, causing the ground to tremble. Standing on the brightly lit stage, Mei Jiu looked down at the fans in the audience who were cheering wildly. She showed a sweet smile and opened her hands. Hello, everyone. Hello. The overlapping voices of agreement replaced the cheers and echoed in every corner of the venue. Mei Jiu nodded in satisfaction. She looked at a certain spot in the audience and blinked cutely. Thank you everyone for coming today. I'm very, very happy. So, I hope everyone can enjoy themselves today. After saying that, Mei Jiu spun in a circle as though she was dancing. Then, clear music started to fill the air and filled the air. Following that was Mei Jiu's Enchanting song. She danced with light steps. She stretched her beautiful body. Under the lights, Mei Jiu had an extremely sweet smile on her face. She danced along with the music and sang to her heart's content. As the song entered the climax, the tune became more and more cheerful. The spotlights on the stage became brighter and brighter. Mei Jiu's dance became more and more intense. As the performance progressed, she displayed all of her abilities. The mood and atmosphere of the audience in the venue continued to expand. Everywhere was filled with enthusiasm and joy. So beautiful. In a narrow passage near the backstage, Wu Yan, Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yuxian were standing there. From the side of the stage, they were watching Mei Jiu's performance from the closest distance. Listening to the beautiful melody, everyone's performance was different. Siyu's eyes were wide open as she watched Mei Jiu dancing on the stage with a smile on her face. She couldn't help but be entranced by her singing. Her beautiful blue eyes were filled with waves. Clearly, she had been conquered by Mei Jiu's song. Yi Juya and Xixian closed their eyes and listened to Mei Jiu's song with their ears. Their expressions were serene. As for 10 fragrances, she blinked her innocent purple eyes and gradually became absent-minded. Even Toka, who didn't have a comprehensive understanding of idols and songs, and who didn't have much enthusiasm, was mesmerized by Mei Jiu's performance. One could only imagine how good Mei Jiu's singing was. Whether it was her movements, her dance, her expression, or her melody, Mei Jiu displayed her overwhelming strength. She instantly captured the hearts of the audience in the venue. Coupled with the support of the audience who were waving the light sticks in their hands and shouting deafening cheers with all their might, who could have imagined it? Seductive Mei Jiu was actually a singer who had only debuted half a year ago. Without a doubt, because of Mei Jiu's song, the atmosphere in the venue had reached an unprecedented level of craziness and excitement. The emotions of the fans were also unusually high. If someone fainted because of too much excitement, then it wouldn't be surprising. Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yuxian watched Mei Jiu perform to her heart's content on the stage. Their faces were filled with longing. Perhaps in every girl's heart, there was a dream to stand on the stage. Yuxian, who was always listless, inadvertently noticed. Unlike everyone else who was captivated by Mei Jiu's singing and charm, Wu Yan's face was expressionless. Yuxian even noticed that from time to time, Wu Yan's brows would flash with disappointment and helplessness. Yuxian, who was immersed in the stage, immediately woke up and looked at Wu Yan worriedly. Master, do you not like Mei Jiao's singing? Yuxian's voice attracted the attention of the other three girls. They all turned to look at Wu Yan. What's wrong? Toka met Wu Yan's eyes and asked in confusion, Shido, do you not like Mei Jiao's singing? Is that so? Yakuya tilted his head and crossed his arms. If Master doesn't like Mei Jiao's singing, then let's leave. Brother Shido. Yoshino grabbed Wu Yan's sleeve to show that she was on his side. Wu Yan smiled when he saw the worried gazes of the four elven girls who were still immersed in Mei Jiao's performance. They didn't even hesitate to proclaim their love for him. It's not that I don't like Mei Jiao's singing. Wu Yan patted Yoshino's head to comfort her. He also held Yuxian's hand and gave the four girls a reassuring look. He then looked at Mei Jiao and sighed. I'm just a little worried. Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, and Yuxian's spiritual energy was sealed so they didn't notice anything. However, Wu Yan could clearly sense it. When Mei Jiao was singing, her voice was filled with spiritual energy. In other words, Mei Jiao was still singing with her mesmerizing voice as usual. She was constantly using her power to arouse the enthusiasm of the audience. It wasn't that Mei Jiao's singing wasn't good. Even if she didn't use her spiritual energy, her singing could still affect the audience's emotions. However, after using her spiritual energy, the audience's emotions would be amplified and they would become even more frenzied. What did this mean? It meant that Mei Jiao was afraid. She was afraid that her singing wouldn't receive the support she expected. Perhaps, Mei Jiao was worried that her singing wouldn't receive the expected response and she would be ridiculed by the audience. In other words, Mei Jiao was afraid of her own fans. That's why she wanted to use this method to amplify the audience's emotions. Obviously, the past experience, even after half a year, still affected Mei Jiao and left a shadow in her heart. That's why Wu Yan said he was worried. As for his disappointment, it wasn't because Mei Jiao used her spiritual energy to sing. It was because he couldn't hear Mei Jiao's original singing voice and he was simply disappointed. Therefore, the disappointed Wu Yan didn't notice that Mei Jiao, who was about to take a break after the performance, happened to see Wu Yan's disappointed sigh. Mei Jiao's heart trembled when she saw the worry and disappointment in his wine-red eyes. She glanced at Wu Yan and then at the fanatical fans in the audience. Mei Jiao hesitated. Should he try and see if he could sing his original voice without using the power of the elves? The moment this thought flashed through her mind, Mei Jiao's bright silver eyes were filled with endless fear. In her mind, half a year ago, she stood on the stage and received the cold and dark gazes of the audience. She tried her best to open her mouth and speak into the microphone in her hand. However, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make a sound. That scene of despair appeared in her mind, causing the fear in her eyes to magnify infinitely. Under the urge of extreme fear, the thought of using her own voice to sing instantly vanished. Mei Jiao shook her head and forced a smile. She waved her hand at the audience below. Soon after, under the cheers and gazes of everyone present, she slowly walked towards the tunnel by the side. However, in the deepest part of Mei Jiao's heart, the thought that had vanished into thin air had already concealed itself from Mei Jiao, leaving behind a faint mark. Chapter 1176. On the way back to the resting room, no one spoke. The atmosphere was heavy. Toka, Yoshino, Yaguya, and Xianxia tactfully walked at the back. They looked at Wu Yan and Mei Jiao walking in front of them. They secretly exchanged glances. They seemed to be communicating something. Of course, although they said they were communicating through glances, there was only one emotion in Toka's eyes. It was confusion. Although Fourth Aunt's face was not filled with confusion, her beautiful big eyes were filled with confusion. Clearly, she did not understand what the other three sisters were trying to say with their eyes. Only Yi Ju Shi and Xian were happily exchanging glances. From time to time, they would nod or shake their heads. They used extremely subtle movements to express what they wanted to say. Moreover, the other party seemed to understand what they were saying. It made people sigh in admiration. As expected of twin sisters. As for Wu Yan and Mei Jiao who were walking in front of them, they didn't even look back. One raised her head and looked at the ceiling while the other lowered her head and looked at the floor. A heavy atmosphere fluctuated between the two. It was very depressing. Mei Jiao secretly glanced at Wu Yan who was expressionlessly looking at the ceiling. She recalled Wu Yan's worried and disappointed gaze. She suddenly felt apologetic. She really wanted to apologize to Wu Yan. But then, Mei Jiu realized. She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't do anything to make him angry. Was there a need to apologize? Thinking of this, Mei Jiu swallowed the apology that was about to come out of her mouth and lowered her head again. She continued to look at the floor. But Mei Jiu actually knew. She knew why Wu Yan was acting like that. But Mei Jiu didn't know how to respond. She could only choose to remain silent. For the current Mei Jiu, finding the voice of the past. It was too difficult. Giving up the voice of the present was even more difficult. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she didn't want to. Even though that was what she was thinking, Mei Jiu's heart was unusually restless. She didn't want to continue remaining silent. She opened her red lips several times. However, he couldn't say anything and could only remain in this state. Until a certain moment, Wu Yan, who had been walking beside them and looking at the ceiling, suddenly narrowed his eyes. He grabbed Mei Jiu's hand and stopped. Mei Jiu was shocked. Looking at her hand being held by Wu Yan, in an instant, a reflexive resistance rose in her heart. That was Mei Jiu's reaction to her disgust towards men. Obviously, even if the other party was Wu Yan, Mei Jiu didn't want him to casually touch her body. "What are you doing?" Mei Jiu couldn't help but struggle. "Let me go." Hearing this, Wu Yan glanced at the struggling Mei Jiu. He ignored her actions and pulled her behind him. Then, he lifted his head and looked ahead. His lips curled into a smile. What an unexpected guest! Mei Jiu, who was struggling, was stunned. It was only then that she realized. In the tunnel ahead, about 7 to 8 meters away from the group, there was a woman in office lady clothes with light blonde hair. She doesn't look like an Asian. She stood there and looked at them with a cold expression. Shido. Shido Oniai-san. Master. I repeat. Master. Toka, Yoshino, Yagiya, and Yushin noticed something amiss as well. They ran behind Wu Yan and they looked ahead. When the girls saw the beautiful woman standing there, Toka cried out in shock. Aren't you the photographer from the school trip? That's right. It's Irene. It's her. In the command room of Fraxinus, Shinna was shocked when she saw Irene on the big screen. Why is she there? Shinna. Kotori turned around and looked at Shinna. Do you know her? It's hard not to know her. Shinna raised her head and smiled. However, that smile looked fake. Irene. Mira. Methers, the second executive department head of the DEM, was known as the world's strongest magician, and was the executive director of the DEM, Isaac Methers. Isaac Ray? Bellum? Will Scott's right-hand man. He's a dangerous person. Dem. Night Moon and the other members of Ratatoskr exclaimed in shock. The world's strongest magician. Kotori narrowed her eyes and asked Shinna, is she strong? Strong. Very strong. Without a doubt, he is the strongest in the world. When he answered this question, there was no hesitation at all. If I have the ability to kill an elf that hasn't manifested as an angel, then this person has the ability to kill an elf that has manifested as an angel in its complete form. Wah! Kotori's expression changed. On the other side, in the staff passage, Irene stared at Wu Yan, who stood in front of a group of fairy girls with a serious expression. Long time no see, elf. There's the red devil. Fairy? Mei Jiu looked at Wu Yan in shock. In return, Wu Yan shrugged. I didn't expect to see you here. Wu Yan revealed a smile that made Irene's heart tremble. Could it be that the world's strongest magician is captivated by Mei Jiu's voice? Magician. Mei Jiu's expression froze. She more or less understood the situation and why Wu Yan held her hand. She didn't resist and looked at Irene in silence. Irene glanced at Mei Jiu before looking at Wu Yan. After saying this, Irene hesitated for a moment and softly called out, I'll directly express my intentions. I'm here to invite you. Invite me? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. He seemed to recall something and smiled. Is it that disgusting guy Westcott? Irene frowned when she heard Wu Yan call Westcott disgusting. She didn't say anything and just stared at Wu Yan. Then what do you think? Brother. Don't agree. As soon as Irene finished her sentence, Kotori's voice sounded through the earpiece in a hurry. Dem's company in Heavenly Palace City is only a subsidiary company, but we don't know what they have. We can't just go to the enemy's base. Yeah. Oni-sama, Shina said. Although Dem is weaker than the parent organization of Ratatosker, Ascade Electronics, in terms of the manufacturing technology of the display device, they have been advocating the killing of elves for a long time. Therefore, their combat power is very strong. No matter how strong my brother is, he has no chance of winning against the entire Dem company. Captain. Yiyu also spoke. Be careful, it might be a trap. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. Irene thought he was going to refuse, so she changed the topic. Didn't you say it before? If I survive, you'll come with me to meet Ike. Well, I did say that. Wu Yan shrugged and he chuckled after thinking for a bit. Okay. I accept. Oni-sama. Kotori's sharp voice sounded in Wu Yan's ear. Don't worry. Wu Yan whispered into his earpiece. Don't forget, I still have familiars and ruby mode. Even if I can't get away, I can still teleport away. Kotori fell silent. Wu Yan glanced at Irene, who relaxed a little. He turned around and looked at the elven girls. That's it. Wait here, I'll be right back. The fairies wanted to say something, but Wu Yan interrupted them. Don't worry, it won't take long. Wu Yan shook the girl's hands and he looked at Mei Jiao. Mei Jiao, please take care of Toka and the others. Humph. Mei Jiao snorted and looked away. I'll take care of these cute girls even if you don't tell me. Then I'll leave it to you. Wu Yan nodded and said apologetically. I had something to do this time, so I had to leave. I'll be sure to finish the next concert. Mei Jiao snorted coldly once again. However, the slight dissatisfaction that was faintly revealed in her eyes had dissipated. Wu Yan chuckled and he walked past Irene and headed outside. Irene also turned around, but before she turned around, she glanced at Mei Jiao discreetly. In his eyes, there was a glimmer of light flickering. Chapter 1177. A corner of Tiangong City, DEM Company. With the tallest and largest building as the center, the area within a radius of a few hundred meters was actually the territory of the DEM. With this area as the foundation, the DEM was like the king of a territory. They built a lot of related facilities in the territory, such as office buildings, offices, research bases, and so on. Naturally, there were also residential areas specially provided for the DEM staff. The building that stood in the middle like a giant pillar that supported the sky was the first office building of the DEM branch company. It was also the most important building in the DEM branch company. Under Irene's lead, Wu Yan walked through the spacious hall and walked along a rather glorious passage to the top floor of the first office building. According to Irene, Will Scott is waiting for his arrival there. Glancing around, the magicians dressed in all kinds of CR units, armed with weapons and looking at him with vigilant gazes, Wu Yan curled his lips lazily and looked at Irene. I say, Miss Irene, is this DEM company usually so heavily guarded? Or is it so grand because of my arrival? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Irene's footsteps imperceptibly paused. She seemed to be thinking about how to answer Wu Yan's question, but this pause didn't even last for a second before she continued moving. Irene answered truthfully. This is the first office building of the DEM company. Many of the DEM's top secrets are kept here. Moreover, there are also DEM's higher-ups moving around here. Therefore, the first office building is usually in this state of security. It has nothing to do with your arrival. Nothing to do with it. Irene didn't know whether to believe it or not. Wu Yan shrugged and said casually. It's usually so heavily guarded. I really don't know what the real state of alert is like. I really want to see. The current DEM is very powerful. In the whole world, they were the ones with the highest right to speak. Plus, it has the technology to create a display device. I believe that in this world, no one wants to offend the DEM for no reason. No one wants to offend the DM either. Irene glanced at Wu Yan, as if she was referring to something. It's been many years since a true state of alert has appeared. Is that so? Wu Yan put his hands behind his head and followed Irene. Then why did you invite me in so openly? Do you think I don't have the ability to make the DEM go into alert? You misunderstood. You've misunderstood. Irene's expression turned cold. With your strength, The security here is nothing more than a facade. If you intend to force your way in, this level of security won't be able to stop you. Wu Yan chuckled as he shook his head. You speak as if I don't want to force. You really do trust me. You won't do that, Irene said expressionlessly. After all, this is just fulfilling the bet of our game. That's why I said you really do trust me. Wu Yan turned to look at Irene and smiled meaningfully. Are you that confident that I'll fulfill the bet of our game? What if I go back on my word? Or maybe they'll just kill you, who came here alone. You won't do that. Irene's expression didn't change in the slightest, and the look in her eyes began to sharpen. At least if it were me, I wouldn't do that. You're stronger than me. You wouldn't do that either. Irene suddenly paused and her voice became softer. Of course, if it's Ike's order, then it's a different story. How loyal. Wu Yan didn't say anything else after that. He ignored the vigilant gazes of the surrounding guards and followed Irene through a series of dizzying corridors and special elevators to the top floor. 10 minutes later, Wu Yan arrived at a dimly lit floor under Irene's lead. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was very dim here. Only some faint light shone out from some rooms with doors. From here on out, the number of guards on alert decreased. Of course, with fewer guards, the danger level increased by quite a bit. Wu Yan can see no less than 10 types of self-regulated display devices operating on their own. He believes that when it comes to defense, compared to other places with guards, this place would only be higher and not lower. Not long after, the two arrived in front of an automatic door. Irene took a few steps forward, took out an ID card and swiped it on the identification device beside her. The cold automatic door opened by itself, allowing Wu Yan to see the scene inside. It's a luxurious suite comparable to a hall. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and the furniture inside was obviously expensive. The sofa that was like a bed and the resplendent curtains were always eye-catching, appearing extremely luxurious. In front of the sofa, in front of a window that looked like a door, there was a tall man in his 30s. He was wearing a suit. He had a head of dark blonde hair and was wearing a suit. With a smile on his face, he looked like he had been waiting for a long time. The man looked over and his wine-red eyes met with Wu Yan's. Then, a smile appeared on their faces at the same time. Will Scott had the kind of smile that looked like he saw something he loved, suppressing his excitement. On the other hand, Wu Yan had the kind of sneer that looked like he would launch an attack at any time. Irene's expression froze when she saw the smiles on Wu Yan and Will Scott's faces. She subconsciously lightened her steps and walked up to Will Scott's side. Then, her beautiful face became as alert as the guards. Wu Yan was undoubtedly stronger than her. Now that he had come into contact with Will Scott, if he launched an attack now, Irene believed that she would not be able to stop him in time if she was not on guard. Therefore, even if it was for Will Scott, Irene had to be on guard. However, the two of them had completely forgotten about Irene. They stared at each other, as if they could see through each other's thoughts. After a long time, Will Scott broke the silence first. Welcome, Red Devil. No, it's Suka Shido. The smile on Will Scott's face widened a little. I'm Isaac. Le. Baram? Will Scott? Well, you can just call me Will Scott. That's enough. Wu Yan waved his hand and sighed. That's what I was planning to do, but the first impression you gave me. How should I put it? It couldn't be any worse. So, I'll skip the familiarity of calling you a friend. I'll just treat you as a passerby for now. Irene frowned deeply when she heard that. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Will Scott was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. Is that so? That's not bad either. It's not a bad experience to be called respectfully all day long. Let's do it this way then. Thank you so much. Wu Yan let out an exaggerated sigh of relief, as if he was really glad he didn't have to call Will Scott by his name. Irene's expression turned uglier and uglier while Will Scott's smile grew brighter and brighter. It was a stark contrast. Then, tell me why you invited me, Mr. Passerby, eh? Wu Yan crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Will Scott, who was smiling like a fox. If it were you, you wouldn't invite an elf to drink tea with you, right? That sounds good. That doesn't sound too bad. After all, I've never had tea with an elf before. Will Coate smirked. However, if you agree to my conditions, we'll have plenty of time to drink tea together in the future. Will Scott revealed a fanatical smile and stared at Wu Yan. So, if it's possible, can you join us? Chapter 1178. So, if it's possible, can we invite you to our side? In an instant, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Westcott maintained his annoying smile as he stared at Wu Yan. Beside him, Elaine was shocked. She couldn't believe Westcott would say something like that. Westcott only needed the power of an elf. He had been obsessed with the power of an elf. It was unprecedented for him to invite an elf to join him. Compared to power, personality and human nature were harder to control. Moreover, the elf was a completely different species from humans. What about the personality and human nature of an elf? One wrong move and he might end up burning himself. There was no way Westcott didn't know this, but he still made such an invitation. Even Irene, who had always been by his side and thought she knew him very well, was confused by his invitation. Compared to Irene, Wu Yan's expression is a lot lighter. He looked at Will Scott, who is smiling. Let me ask you something first. What do you mean by that? Oh, is it that hard to understand? It's just the literal meaning. Westcott shrugged and opened his arms as if he was going to hug Wu Yan. He sounded excited. I want to invite you to join DEM, just like Elaine. You can be my right-hand man. You can sit on the same level as me or even stand at the top of the world as long as you agree. No matter what you ask, I will do my best to satisfy you. Elaine's expression changed. Even Wu Yan is frowning. Let alone Irene. Westcott was the executive director of DEM. He was one of the higher-ups in the organization. DEM was one of the top organizations in the world. Westcott's position was higher than the rulers of other countries. His position was higher than theirs. Under such circumstances, Westcott made a special promise that he would do his best to fulfill whatever request Kieran made. Regardless of who it was, they would be moved by the promise. This was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. Unfortunately, in the eyes of Wu Yan and Irene, this promise is like a joke. Are you out of your mind? Wu Yan sighed and he continued without holding back. Left and right hands? Equal footing? The top of the world? Do you think an elf would crave power? Any other request is fine too. Westcott's smile didn't waver. His bewitching voice echoed in the air. As long as it's within my power, I will do my best to fulfill it. Even if I can't, I will do my best to fulfill it. What do you think? Westcott extended his hand to Wu Yan. His lips curled up. Do you want to join me? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell into silence once again. Irene fell silent. She definitely didn't support Westcott's idea, but since it was Westcott's own will, even if she didn't support it, she would still follow it. Wu Yan turned a blind eye to Westcott's outstretched hand. He stared at Westcott's face. After a long while, he sighed again. I was wondering what you were going to say to me. I didn't expect it to be something so boring. Oh. Will Scott nodded without any surprise and turned his body sideways. So, you're rejecting me? I'm confused. What gave you the confidence that I would agree to your request? Wu Yan snickered. He looked at Irene, who is standing beside him. Is it the so-called world's strongest magician? Ignoring Irene's frosty expression, Wu Yan scanned his surroundings. Or is it this weak-looking dem? His wine-red eyes landed on Will Scott. Wu Yan revealed a smile that isn't a smile. Or do you think you have the magnanimity to make me submit to you? I see. In other words, you can't find a reason to stay? Will Scott held his forehead helplessly as if he was having a headache. However, he suddenly smiled when he thought of something. How about something else? Will Scott said as if he had found something fun. For example, if you don't agree, the girls around you. Before he could finish his words, Will Scott's pupils shrunk. All his words seemed to be stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. Because the figure that was originally standing in front of him had suddenly vanished from the spot under his gaze. What replaced it was a somewhat scorching and somewhat ice-cold feeling that came from his back, causing him to freeze on the spot. What? Elaine was shocked. She jumped away. With a flash of brilliance, the special CR unit, called Pandaragon, appeared on her body and covered her body. When Elaine turned around and looked in the direction of Westcott, her hand that was about to pull out the laser light sword on her back froze in the air. The expression on her face changed drastically. Although I more or less know that you are very annoying before I came. Like a close friend, Wu Yan leaned on Westcott's back. His eyes looked straight at the scene of Tiangong City outside the window. His voice was indifferent, but it gave the two people a cold feeling. But after I really got in touch with you, I realized that you are not annoying, but disgusting. The smile on Will Scott's face slowly disappeared. His sharp eyes couldn't help but waver. For the first time, indifference appeared in his tone. Really? That's really a pity. I really want to have a good relationship with you. It's really a pity. Keeping his back to Westcott, Wu Yan shook his head, ignoring Elaine, who was worried that he would suddenly attack. Unfortunately, in the end, you can only be a passerby in my life. You don't even have the qualification to be remembered by me. After that, Wu Yan stepped away from Westcott's back and came to the window under Elaine's gaze. Let me give you a piece of advice. Turning his head, Wu Yan looked at Westcott. A dangerous bloody light flashed in his eyes. Don't touch people you shouldn't touch. It's best not to do things you shouldn't do. Usually, this kind of person will die faster, Mr. Passerby A. After leaving such a sentence, an abnormal wave rose from Wu Yan's body. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Ike! Elaine's eyes swept across all the corners of the scene and then looked at Westcott. Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. He won't even bother to attack me. Westcott shook his head and laughed. However, Irene, your previous evaluation of him seems to have been too low. Hearing this, Irene fell silent and clenched her fists tightly. At first, Elaine thought that even if she wasn't Wu Yan's match, she could at least escape with Westcott when he attacked. In the end, she didn't even know when the other party had moved or when he had run behind Will Scott. If Wu Yan had attacked Will Scott just now, Elaine's face paled at the thought. Seeing this, Westcott took a deep breath and laughed bitterly, which was rare for him. Looks like I can't act rashly before I know his exact strength. Westcott walked to the window and looked at the sky outside with a frown. If that's the case, the people around him who look very similar to Princess, Nightmare, Berserker, and Hermit won't be able to move as well. This is going to be a little tricky. Hearing Will Scott's words, Irene was silent for a moment and suddenly raised her head. Then what about Diva? What about Diva? Diva? Westcott was taken aback. He looked at Elaine in confusion. What do you mean? When I went to invite Shido, I detected a psychic wave in a concert venue. Irene narrowed her eyes. The song performed at the concert seemed to contain spiritual energy. Westcott's eyes lit up and he smiled. Chapter 1179. In the morning, the sky was clear and clean. Passing through the layers of floating clouds, the sunlight was like strands of golden threads, crisscrossing in the snow-white clouds, sewing the scattered clouds into an incomparably beautiful pattern, emitting a dazzling halo, causing people's eyes to brighten. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The red sunlight poured down like a torrent. The ground looked like it's on fire. The heat caused the air to distort. It had already been 2 months since the end of the last cultivation trip. Traveling to the seaside during the summer was undoubtedly a very beautiful thing. The memories of the trip to Huimei Island were still more or less lingering in the minds of the students and teachers of Lichon High School. During this period of time, many students in the school frequently talked about it and yearned for it. After all, even though 2 months had passed, summer was still not over. On the contrary, the weather was getting hotter and hotter. After 2 months, the temperature in Heavenly Palace City was even higher than when they went on a study trip to Huimei Island. So some students who were afraid of the heat did not want to go out. Of course, that's because they don't know how hot it was on Itagami Island during the blood-sucking frenzy. Otherwise, they would think they're in heaven. Compared to the temperature on Itagami Island, the highest temperature ever recorded in Heavenly Palace City was only room temperature on Itagami Island. The two are not on the same level. This point could be seen from a certain person who was still sleeping under the scorching sun. Master, get up. You're going to be late for school. Wake up. If you don't wake up, Xianxia is going to prank Master. Yesterday, he won the battle for the right to sleep with Toka and Yoshino. Yagia and Xianxia, who slept with Wu Yan until dawn, just finished tidying up their bed sheets and clothes. Then, they started the arduous and thankless task of cleaning the floor. Seeing Wu Yan sleeping like a dead pig despite their calls, Yagia and Xianxia exchanged glances with each other. They had helpless looks on their faces. Damn it, this master. How can she be so lazy? She's not like this when she's awake. Isn't this too embarrassing for us, the Witch of Hurricane, the master of Ba Wu? Question. Xianxia really doesn't understand why Yi Ju Shi and Xianxia are unable to wake Master up every time. On the other hand, Master's younger sister could easily wake him up. This is the so-called experience, right? Oh, if it weren't for 10 fragrances and 4 fragrances always fighting with us for the right to sleep in the Master's room, we would have learned the skill of waking up the Master long ago. Indignant, this is indeed unforgivable. Master is clearly Xianxia and Yi Juya's master. The right to sleep beside Master should always belong to us. That's right. Looks like I'll have to give them an unforgettable trial next time. Agreed. So far, Yejuya, Xianxia, 10 incense, and 4 Kinai have a record of 35 wins and 25 losses. This side has the absolute advantage. It is indeed different with Yi Ju Shi's help. No. This is all thanks to Xianxia. 10 incense and 4 Kinai lost to Xianxia. I definitely can't do it alone. Agreed. Xianxia definitely can't do it alone. She needs Yi Ju Shi. That's right. If Xianxia and I work together, we are invincible. Agreed. As the two sisters chatted, they actually started hugging each other on Wu Yan's bed as if there was no one else around. Their tone was full of praise for each other and modesty for themselves. As the two of them chatted, a suspicious blush appeared on their faces. In that instant, the two of them seemed to be surrounded by pink air. Coupled with the blush and smiles on their faces, they looked like a super sweet couple. Who would believe that just 2 months ago, the two of them were still engaged in a life and death duel? Immersed in their sisterly love, the two of them kept emitting their bell-like laughter and sweet voices. However, no matter how sweet and pleasant they sounded, they were like flies buzzing in a certain someone's ears. They kept buzzing, making his veins bulge. Finally, at a certain moment, Wu Yan couldn't help but yell. He tore off the blanket on his body. Then, he turned around and pushed Yejuya and Xianxia onto the bed. He flipped over and pressed his body on top of them. Wu Yan's face was as black as charcoal. His wine-red eyes stared fiercely at the two beautiful faces right in front of him. He looked like he was gritting his teeth, causing the Bawu sisters to yell again. You suddenly woke up. You scared me. Sure. If Master didn't wake up, Xianxia would have called coterie. The two of you kept chattering in my ears. I had no choice but to wake up. Angrily clenching his teeth, Wu Yan looked down at the two exquisite faces and wickedly smiled. This won't do. I have to give you a little punishment. Yi Ju Shi and Xianxia were both startled. Then, they let out a strange cry at the same time as their delicate bodies stiffened. This was because one of Lushan's claws had slid down the curves of their bodies, one under Yejuya and the other on Xianxia's chest. Woo! The Bawu sisters instantly blushed. Sensing the strange sensation coming from their bodies, they couldn't help but begin to struggle. But rather than saying that they were struggling, it was more accurate to say that they were twisting and turning. Their somewhat uncomfortable bodies even began to breathe faster. The Bawu sisters were no longer the foolish elves from 2 months ago, who only knew half of what was going on. After 2 months of the Temptation special training video that no one knew about, Yejuya and Xianxia had already acquired a certain level of knowledge. But it was precisely because they had gained a certain level of knowledge that the two elven girls no longer dared to seduce Wu Yan. It wasn't that they didn't want to do it with Wu Yan, but that they were simply shy and timid. Thus, whenever Wu Yan touched the Bawu sisters would react like young girls in love, becoming extremely shy. They were no longer as open as they had been 2 months ago, when they had used the 3 seduction steps provided by the kind-hearted person on Hai Mai Island. Alas, The two elven girls had no idea that this sort of reaction would only arouse the filthy thoughts in the heart of a certain wolf. One on each hand, one on top and one on bottom, he rubbed the soft parts of the two girls. He licked the corner of his lips and sighed. As expected, one focuses on being soft and slender while the other focuses on being full and voluptuous. Hearing that, the redness on Wuxia and Xianxia's faces grew even stronger. However, Wuxia soon voiced his dissatisfaction. Ugh! Why does Master like to touch Xianxia's breasts every time? While holding back his breath, Wuxia continued to speak in a fragrant voice. But I have something to say too. Sigh. Xianxia also has the same question. With a blush on her face, Xianxia couldn't help but twist her upper body that was being rubbed up and down by Wu Yan. Why? Why does Master like to touch Wuxia's entire body but only touch Xianxia's breasts? Well, it's your fault for having your own merits. Wu Yan's hands moved faster, causing the Bawu sisters to moan. Then he smiled and said, as for me, of course, I would focus more on the areas that I like. After rubbing a few more times, Wu Yan withdrew his hands with some regret, allowing the Bawu sisters who had almost reached the peak to catch their breath. Ha ha! Wuxia's eyes were slightly dazed. His clothes were extremely messy. Is it already over? Opinion. Xianxia panted. Her watery eyes turned to Wu Yan. Xianxia thinks, it's not over yet. Although I really want to continue, if we make too much of a fuss and Shirori finds out, it would be very scary. It's better to leave the beautiful things for the future. Wu Yan sighed and stood up. All right, you girls should quickly tidy yourselves up. We have an important meeting to attend today. A meeting? Did you forget? Wu Yan shook his head when he saw the confused looks on the sisters' faces. The large-scale cultural festival held by the 10 high schools in Tiangong City, the Tianyang Festival, will be held soon. Our class will also have to discuss the Tianyang Festival. After saying that, Wu Yan glanced at the Bawu sisters. What? You don't want to participate? How is that possible? Repeat. That's impossible. Yagoya and Dushin jumped down with excitement on their faces. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle at their excitement. Chapter 1180. 30 years ago, Heavenly Palace City was an area formed by the devastating destruction caused by a huge space earthquake. It was redeveloped and born from that. Although the current Heavenly Palace City was not very prosperous, it still maintained a considerable population. However, at the beginning of the redevelopment period, due to the threat of the space earthquake, not many people were willing to live in Heavenly Palace City. As a result, the population of Heavenly Palace City was very small compared to the area of the area. Under such circumstances, at that time, both the number of schools and the number of students were very small. It was absolutely impossible to hold a cultural festival that would be lively. Therefore, at that time, the cultural festival that was born was an event that was planned to be lively together. Because the population of a single school was very small, at that time, the cultural festival was decided to be jointly held by the schools in Heavenly Palace City. With the number of people, the cultural festival could be really lively. This was the origin of the large-scale cultural festival jointly held by 10 high schools, including Lichon High School, the Tianyang Festival. At first, the purpose of the birth of the Tianyang Festival was just to make the cultural festival more lively with the joint efforts of various schools. But later, as more and more schools participated in the Tianyang Festival, it developed to the current 10 schools. The Tianyang Festival had become a famous large-scale event in Heavenly Palace City. This small celebration was held by high school students in a sparsely populated area at the beginning. Now, after about 30 years of development, it had become a large-scale event that had to be held in the central square of Heavenly Palace City for 3 consecutive days. Such a large-scale event, even in Heavenly Palace City itself. Now, because it was impossible to cancel the Tianyang Festival, which had grown into a huge event, they could only acquiesce and let the Tianyang Festival continue to this day. Every year, when the Tianyang Festival was held, TV stations would come to interview and report, and there would also be many tourists from outside the city. There were even many junior high school students who decided their high school choice according to the grand occasion of the Tianyang Festival. So the Tianyang Festival evolved into a cultural festival not only limited to high schools, but also had great significance in driving economic development. Therefore, in Heavenly Palace City, every high school attached great importance to the holding of the Tianyang Festival. The fact that the Tianyang Festival could attract junior high school graduates meant that the high schools in Tiangong City had to pay attention to this event. Because of this, even though there was still some time before the Tianyang Festival, every high school in Tiangong City was already busy preparing for the Tianyang Festival. Naturally, Lichon High School was among them. Today, Lichon High School would be closed for the day. The school allowed all students to go to the gymnasium to participate in the meeting about the Tianyang ceremony. From this it could be seen just how much importance did the school place on the Tianyang ceremony. Of course, it wasn't just the school. The students also attached great importance to the Tianyang ceremony. After all, it was the largest annual event in Heavenly Palace City. High school students who were still at the age where they liked to play would not miss such a lively event. They were all full of interest. As a result, by the time Wu Yan brought Toka, Yejuya, and Xixian to Lichon High School's gymnasium, it was already packed with people. If they hadn't attended the Qixi Festival and Meijio's concert, Toka, Yejuya, and Xixian would have cried out in shock. At this time, although there were many people in the gymnasium, it had not reached the level of the first two. There weren't that many students in Lichon High School. However, Wu Yan's arrival attracted the attention of all the students in the gymnasium. Stare. Each and every one of the students directed their resentful gazes at Wu Yan. It's as if they're practicing a godly art that can kill people with their gazes. Wu Yan, who was walking towards his class, stopped in his tracks. The expression on his face became resentful. However, there was no other way. After all, Wu Yan was so famous in Lichon High School. He had a beautiful girlfriend and an equally beautiful fiancée. How could he not attract attention? On top of that, the recently transferred twin sisters, who are equally beautiful to the point of suffocation, called him master in front of the whole class on their first day at school. It's impossible for him not to become famous when he has to carry around these two super beauties with him every day. Wu Yan smiled bitterly as he felt the sharp gazes coming from all around him. No wonder Shirji didn't wait for us and went out today. She should have expected this situation long ago, right? Jeju sure laughed with her hands on her hips like a domineering queen. Isn't it natural for them to look at us in awe? Hee hee. Wu Yan laughed dryly and spat out. Are you sure that's a look of awe? After speaking, Wu Yan sighed and walked towards his class under everyone's gaze. He glared at Shirori, but she rolled her eyes in return. Not long after, the meeting about the Tianyang ceremony officially began. On a high platform in front of them, the principal of Lichon High School finished his speech. Then, a director went on stage to explain the Tianyang ritual. The Tianyang Festival is an event jointly held by 10 high schools in Tiangong City. It is different from ordinary cultural festivals. In addition to making preparations for the festival activities of the school, there must also be a person in charge to supervise the progress of all work and communicate with other schools. Here we must first elect a committee member to take charge of the Tianyang ceremony. At this moment, the students in the gymnasium quieted down. The purpose of participating in the Tianyang ceremony is to have fun. If one becomes a committee member, they'll be able to have less time to play. Plus, there's a lot of work to do. Who would be willing to be a committee member? The director seemed to have sensed something was wrong and quickly explained. Actually, most of the work regarding the Tianyang festival has already been completed. The responsibility of the executive committee member is to supervise the progress of the follow-up task and negotiate with the executive committee members of the other high schools about the Tianyang festival to avoid any conflicts. Hearing the headmaster's words, the enthusiasm of the students was not aroused. All of them looked at each other and remained silent, causing the entire place to be silent. Seeing this situation, Wu Yan curled his lips before opening a can of drink and drinking it. It has nothing to do with him, right? Unfortunately, Wu Yan was wrong. Maybe it had nothing to do with Wu Yan before, so the director wouldn't have chosen him. However, Wu Yan did something wrong. He shouldn't have opened the can of drink in such a quiet environment. As a result, the crisp sound of a can being opened echoed throughout the stadium, attracting the attention of everyone present. When they saw that the one who caused the commotion was Wu Yan, the eyes of all the boys lit up with a scheming glint in their eyes. Director! Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the gymnasium. I recommend Itsuka Shido to be a committee member of the Tianyang ceremony. The sudden voice made Wu Yan widen his eyes and he spat out the drink in his mouth without leaving a single drop behind. At the same time, all the boys in the gymnasium shouted loudly. I agree. I vote for Itsuka Shido. I agree too. Itsuka Shido is the only one who can take on such an important role. I absolutely agree. How can we let this bastard live a life of having girls on his left and right every day? That's right. We have to make him a coolie. That's right. That's right. The shouts at the front could barely be brushed off perfunctorily, but the voices at the back were practically shouting out all the thoughts in their hearts. The girls seemed to think that they should drag Itsuka Shido down with them, so they all joined the chorus. Suddenly, the gymnasium was filled with the words, Itsuka Shido. Ahem. On the stage, the director coughed into the microphone to suppress the noise. Then he glanced at Wu Yan and smiled. In that case, Itsuka Shido from Grade 2 Class 4 will be the committee member of the Tianyang ceremony. Oh, the cheers that were loud enough to shake the gymnasium resounded through the clouds. A stark contrast to Wu Yan's stunned expression, the cheers lingered for a long time. Chapter 1181. Heavenly Palace City. Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. Looking at the dignified school gate made of red bricks, the road paved with red bricks, and the castle-like school building at the very front, Wu Yan sighed as he stood at the school gate. In the end, it still ended up like this. The private Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy was one of the best high schools in Heavenly Palace City. It was like the Tokiwadai High School in the world of Magic Catalog, and the White Emperor Academy in the world of Butler Whirlwind. In Tiangong City, basically, no one did not know such a super famous school. Naturally, Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy was chosen as the venue for the joint meeting of the 10 high schools during the Tianyang Festival. Wu Yan, who was scammed by almost all the students of Lichon High School and became a committee member of Lichon High School's Tianyang Festival, came here to participate in the joint meeting of the Tianyang Festival while everyone else was having a good holiday. Perhaps it was because there were club activities or because they were preparing for the Tianyang Festival. Students could be seen everywhere at the gate of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy on the weekend. Young ladies in white and blue sailor uniforms walked into Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy one after another. As soon as they entered, they scattered in all directions. Obviously, they all had their own things to do. In addition to the students of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, some students in uniforms from other schools also entered Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. They were probably committee members of the Tianyang Festival like Wu Yan. Like Wu Yan, they were also here to participate in the joint meeting. Going to another school to hold a meeting on the weekend made the committee members of the Tianyang ritual speechless. They sighed along the way, their faces full of laziness. But the difference was that they were sighing about the busy work ahead of them. Wu Yan was different. The reason why Wu Yan sighed the first second he arrived here is because, in this prestigious school, he is the only one who can do this. An acquaintance. Oh! What an amazing place. Is this also a school? Wow. It seems like we've come to an incredible place. While Wu Yan is still lamenting over his fate, Wu Yan decided to leave. Behind him, Yijia and Xixian, who were standing side by side a step away from him, let out surprised gasps. A place like this is where Ba Wu, the son of Hurricane, should be. Yijia's silver eyes were already glowing as he turned to look at Wu Yan. Master, why didn't he transfer here? Why did he choose to study in that shabby Lichon High School? Agreed, Xixian thinks so too. Xixian's eyes were half open as she tilted her head and said eloquently, studying in such a school must be a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, it's an all-female school. Only female students can study here. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and looked at Yijia and Xixian in annoyance. In any case, I won't be studying in an all-female school. If you want, I can help you with the transfer procedure so you can come here and enjoy life as a student of a prestigious school. Both Yijia and Xixian shook their heads vigorously when they heard this. Although, it looks good, a truly noble person wouldn't judge a book by its cover. Lichon High School doesn't look bad either. That means Xixian doesn't want to study in an ownerless school at all. Wu Yan shook his head when he saw how embarrassed the sisters were. All right, let's hurry up and finish the meeting and go home. Leaving these words behind, Wu Yan walked towards the school gate. The Baku sisters quickly followed behind him like two adorable attendants. If they were to wear maid outfits, they would definitely be mistaken as genuine maids. Unfortunately, the sisters always thought of themselves as slaves. Wu Yan couldn't be bothered to correct them. It's not a bad thing to have two super cute girls following behind him. Inside a meeting room in Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, a lot of students in different uniforms gathered in the meeting room. They sat down on the seats with their school's name on them and waited for the meeting to begin. Perhaps they were intimidated by the name, prestigious school. But the committee members of the Tianyang ritual sat up straight. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Only Wu Yan, Yi Juya, and Xianxia behaved as usual. It didn't take long for the committee members of each school to arrive. As if on cue, the door to the meeting room opened the moment all the committee members arrived. A group of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy students in sailor outfits swarmed in. They stood in 2 rows as if they were welcoming a distinguished guest. The students were stunned. They looked at each other with question marks written all over their heads. Even Yi Juya and Xianxia started whispering to each other. Wu Yan was the only one who couldn't bear to watch and covered his face. While everyone was whispering to each other, a student in sailor outfits walked into the passage between the 2 rows of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy students. She looked like a queen. Her footsteps were light and graceful. Her wavy, violet long hair fluttered in the wind. Her sparkling silver eyes were filled with arrogance and a noble and elegant confidence. Although she was wearing the same uniform as the 2 rows of girls around her, the overwhelming presence and voluptuous figure emitted from her body instantly became the most eye-catching existence in the scene. All the students in the conference room collectively fell into a deathly silence. They held their breaths, their gazes unable to leave the girl who was so beautiful that she didn't seem to belong to this world. At this moment, the girl was undoubtedly the main character of this world. Welcome to Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy, committee members of the Tianyang ritual. Walking up to the front stage, the young girl faced everyone present with a leisurely smile on her face. Her slow and leisurely tone reverberated in the surroundings, entering the ears of everyone present. I'm the committee member of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy's Tianyang ritual, Temptress Mei Jiao. Temptress Mei Jiao. At this moment, the conference room was filled with exclamations. Temptress Mei Jiao. As long as one lived in Heavenly Palace City, very few people would not know this name. In just half a year, she became popular in the music industry. She had an intoxicating voice and was a super popular idol in the mystery faction. Temptress Mei Jiao. Could it be her? The committee members from the other schools widened their eyes in astonishment. Upon witnessing their reactions, the students from Dragon Gall Monastery Women's College raised their heads proudly as though they were the ones who were talking about themselves. One could imagine how popular Mei Jiao was in Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy if she could make a group of young ladies from prestigious families behave like this. However, while everyone present was expressing their shock and pride, Yi Juya and Xianxia seemed to have only just realized what was going on, and they immediately cried out in surprise. It's you! Surprised exclamations replaced all the other voices in the meeting room. Everyone in the room also looked over in surprise, including Mei Jiao herself. Mei Jiao gasped when she saw the shocked Yakuya and Dushan as well as Wu Yan, who was covering his face like he didn't have the guts to look at anyone. Mei Jiao's jaw dropped as she gasped in shock. Why are you guys here? At this moment, everyone present looked at each other in dismay. They were all at a loss. Could the 3 people who came to Dragon Gall High School be acquaintances with Temptress Mei Jiao? When they thought of this, they looked at Wu Yan, Yagia, and Xianxia with curiosity, and disbelief. It seems like they are trying to figure out something from the trio. Of course, those executive committee members wanted to see if this seductress Mei Jiao was the super popular idol. On the other hand, the ladies of the Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy wanted to see if the man and 2 ladies before them were acquaintances of their noble elder sister. Wu Yan sighed when he sensed the gazes directed at him. He waved his hand weakly at Mei Jiao, who was still on the stage. Anyway, let's finish this meeting first. Mei Jiao nodded in a daze. Chapter 1182. Heavenly Palace City. In a house. Sitting in a luxurious reception room, Wu Yan looked around at the carefully designed windows and doors and the spacious balcony outside. He scratched his cheek. Are all idols this rich? Can you not make such a cheesy comment? Mei Jiao, who was sitting on the sofa opposite Wu Yan, frowned and turned her head away unhappily. You're the first man to come to my house. It's okay to feel honored. Really? It has been a long time since I last saw you. Wu Yan nonchalantly picked up the cup filled with black tea and he took a sip of it. Good tea leaves. Unfortunately, the brewing technique is a bit lacking. Otherwise, the taste would be even better. Era, you sound like you're really good at it. Mei Jiao pouted like a child whose toy had been desecrated. You're a man, you can drink water. Why drink black tea? Sorry, I'm a man who likes to drink black tea. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and raised the cup in his hand. That's why I can say that about your tea. Since you know that it's me who made it, you should drink it with gratitude. Mei Jiao's beautiful face was stiff. She turned her head and looked at the Bawu sisters who were happily pointing at the courtyard below. They seemed to be chatting about something. She sighed. Why are you the committee member for the Tianyang Festival at Lichang High School? It's not Yaguya or Xixian. It's fine as long as there are girls. I know you're sexist, I know you treat men like flies, but I still don't like it. He bitterly laughed. He put down his teacup and he looked at Mei Jiao. But I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you taking care of Xiang and the others during the concert, I would have a headache. If you don't mind, I can take care of them for the rest of your life. No. I mind. I mind very much. Wu Yan refused without hesitation. This made Mei Jiao unhappy again. She glanced at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment before asking. That woman last time was a human magician, right? His hand that was about to reach for the cup paused. Wu Yan looked up. His gaze directly met the other party's somewhat serious gaze. He smiled. What's wrong? Are you afraid of trouble? Wu Yan mentally prepared himself for Mei Jiao's rebuttal. Who would have guessed that Mei Jiao would say something like that? Mei Jiao nodded with a serious expression. I don't know how to describe it, but I can feel that person is different from the magicians I've dealt with before. He's dangerous. Wu Yan paused for a moment. When he confirmed that Mei Jiao's expression and words were true, he shook his head helplessly. I almost forgot. Even if you were a human, you're now an elf. If you can sense danger, it means that you're not only talented in singing. Why do you always think that you're useless? You're so long-winded. Mei Jiao glared at Wu Yan angrily. I know you know me well, but can you please stop bringing up my past? It's very annoying. Well, I don't really care. Wu Yan shrugged. I am prepared for a long battle with you. I don't mind a little while. Can you answer my questions seriously? Mei Jiao held her forehead as if she had a headache. Because of this matter, I've been troubled recently. Also, didn't she say that you're an elf? Are you really an elf? Let's not talk about whether it's a fairy or not for now. Wu Yan waved his hand and he interrupted Mei Jiao. But it's true that she's very dangerous. If you go against her, you have almost no chance of winning. Mei Jiao wanted to refute. That's only natural. In this world, the elves had the power equivalent to a natural disaster. Although Mei Jiao hasn't been an elf for long, she has fully grasped the power of an elf. Therefore, Mei Jiao knew how powerful an elf is. Mei Jiao had fought against magicians equipped with CR units before, but in the past, these magicians could barely protect themselves even when they attacked her in groups. How could they be as strong as an elf, or even stronger than an elf? In addition, because of her own experience, Mei Jiao looked down on humans from the bottom of her heart. Of course, she didn't want to believe that a human could defeat her. However, the pressure she felt from Irene that day made Mei Jiao unable to refute even if she wanted to. Ever since she became an elf, other than the first time she met Wu Yan, this was the first time Mei Jiao felt this way. She couldn't help but be concerned. With a bit of unwillingness on her face, Mei Jiao asked in a low voice, Can humans really be stronger than elves? I know you don't want to believe it. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. But in fact, in this world, there are 3 humans who possess strength and talent comparable to, or even greater than, the elves. 3. The Baowu sisters who were playing outside the balcony walked in. They seemed to have heard the conversation between Wu Yan and Mei Jiao. Are there really humans who are stronger than elves? Jianghu's face was full of disbelief. And there are 3 of them? I doubt it. Xian also doesn't believe it. Xian frowned and tilted her head with her hands behind her back. Yagushi and Xian immediately entered duel mode when they arrived in the modern realm and left the modern realm. That's why they haven't encountered any human magicians. The humans they've seen recently are all toothless paper tigers. They're not strong at all. You said it yourself, you just haven't encountered them yet. Wu Yan took a deep breath of the black tea. He pondered for a moment and looked at the 3 elven girls. Since you don't know, I'll tell you today. Don't wait until you encounter them. If something happens due to carelessness, it'll be troublesome. Mei Jiao, Jianghu, and Xian held their breaths. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Wu Yan. They were serious. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. The reason why human magicians can have extraordinary power is that they are equipped with a display device that can reproduce magic through scientific means, this CR unit. Since it is a piece of equipment, the skill of controlling the equipment and the talent of the individual are the fundamental factors that determine one's strength. Among the humans, there are 3 people who are extremely skilled at controlling the CR unit. He tapped his finger on the surface of a cup of black tea on the table, and the surface of the black tea in the teacup immediately rippled. Not long after, the image of a petite girl with a blue ponytail and a mole under her eye appeared in the tea. Her name is Chonggong Zhenna. She's one of the 3 people who are good at manipulating CR units. Her body has been processed with a lot of magic power, which is why she's much stronger than common magicians when she's equipped with CR units at such a young age. Even when she's fighting against elves, if the elves are relatively weak, she's definitely capable of killing them. But now, Zhenna has become a member of Ratatosker. She's on our side, so you don't have to worry about her. Wu Yan tapped the surface of the tea again. The image on the tea rippled again. It was replaced by a girl with short white hair and a cold expression. Her name is Toichi Origami. She's a member of AST. Her strength isn't that outstanding. She's only a little stronger than a normal magician. However, her skills and talent in controlling the CR unit are top-notch. The reason she's not that strong now is because the CR unit of AST is too weak. If you give her the latest CR unit, she might be even stronger than Zhenna. But for now, you don't have to worry. As long as she's in AST, she won't be able to make a name for herself. However, if you run into her, try not to get into a fight if you can. Lastly, with a wave of his hand, Toichi Origami's image on the surface of the tea was replaced by Irene. This person is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. If you run into her alone, don't hesitate and run. Chapter 1183. If you run into her alone, don't hesitate and run. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of the 3 elven girls present immediately changed, and their beautiful brows furrowed tightly. Is this person really that dangerous? His hands were on his hips as he leaned over the teacup. His silver eyes stared at Irene's reflection on the surface of the teacup. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Doesn't she look like a normal human? Huh. I have a question. Is this woman the one who invited Master to the concert last time? Xian recalled what she saw that day. Her narrowed eyes narrowed even further. Xian thinks that person isn't as simple as she looks. Do you think so too? Mei Jiao couldn't help but look at Xian with a grave expression. I also felt an unusual oppressive feeling from that person. She's the most dangerous of the 3. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and pursed his lips. Her name is Irene? Mira. Methers is the best at CR unit technology in history, and no one can surpass her. Moreover, she also has her own personal CR unit. With both of them combined, her strength can be said to be far beyond Shinna and Kite Origami. In fact, she might even surpass most of the elves. She can definitely fight alone and kill the elves. So strong. Jianghu couldn't help but bite his thumbnail. His expression was a little ugly. I'm sure she's strong. At least, I don't think the three of you are a match for her even if you work together. Wu Yan sighed as he ignored the elven girl's expressions. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, this Elaine was still the person from the Dem Company who advocated the killing of the elves. Moreover, she was currently loyal to an ambitious guy who was eyeing the elves covetously. Compared to the previous two people, compared to the other two, she's the kind of dangerous person who will go after elves even if they don't come looking for elves. So, Wu Yan warned Mei Jiao, Yaguya, and Yuxin in a serious tone. If you meet her alone, or even together, don't hesitate. Just run. Because even if you don't have any enmity against her, she won't let you go. Following this sentence, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly dropped to the freezing point. Even the temperature was showing signs of dropping. At the very least, Mei Jiao, Yakuya, and Dushin felt chills running down their spines when they heard Wu Yan's words. Perhaps she was trying to change the topic. Maybe she's trying to escape from reality. Mei Jiao looked at Wu Yan and she asked him with a nervous tone. Could it be that even you aren't a match for this person called Irene? Jeju Ya and Shi Xian looked at Wu Yan nervously. Mei Jiao, Jeju Ya, and Shi Xian have all fought with Wu Yan before. They were easily defeated by him. Jeju Ya and Shi Xian even joined forces and used their strongest skill, Angel. They couldn't even hurt Wu Yan. If even Wu Yan wasn't a match for this person called Irene. They don't dare to imagine how strong this magician named Elaine is. Wu Yan smiled when he saw the nervous expressions on the three elves' faces. He could more or less guess what they were thinking. Don't worry, although Irene is strong. She's stronger than most elves but she's still not a match for me. Wu Yan shrugged and said to the three elves, I fought her once on Homie Island. It's not hard to take care of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have invited me that day. She would have taken me away by force. The three elves sighed in relief when they heard that. The heaviness in their hearts dissipated. What? Then this Elaine isn't that strong either. Yaguya raised his chin. A domineering smile appeared on his face again. Even if I'm not a match for her alone, Shi Xian is here. If we work together. She's invincible, I know. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Jeju Ya. Perhaps you're Raphael, Sky Racer, Elkanaf, that you and Shi Xian can use to threaten Ellen, but if you want to defeat her, just that attack alone is not enough. For this reason, it's best that you don't let your guard down. What? Jeju Ya mumbled and stopped talking. He still didn't believe a human could be that strong, but since it was Wu Yan who said it, he chose to believe him. Depressing. It's shocking that such a strong human exists. Shi Xian lowered her head but quickly raised it again. But Jeju Ya and Shi Xian won't leave Master. With Master here, there's no need to worry. The problem should be with you. Jeju Ya glanced at Mei Jiao. You seem to have always been alone. If that human finds you, it should be very dangerous, right? I'm not worried. I'm not worried at all. Mei Jiao pursed her lips as if she was trying to be brave. Let's not talk about whether the magician knows that I'm an elf. Even if she knows, I don't have to be afraid of her. My Gab-Jappel can control other people. If I really meet her, even if I can't control her, I can control her companions to stall her and then escape. What if she doesn't bring her companions? Shi Xian hit the nail on the head. Won't you still be in danger? Mei Jiao. Under the gaze of the three people present, Mei Jiao opened her mouth, but she couldn't say a word. She could only shake her head in despair. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Wu Yan, Jeju Ya, and Shi Xian smiled bitterly. Wu Yan, in particular, had a troubled expression. He did not have to worry about the elf girls around him. Kodori, Toka, and Yoshino were all as strong as Irene, if not stronger. If Irene finds them, the telepathy spell on them will be triggered. Wu Yan can remove the seal and let them fight Irene. Jeju Ya and Shi Xian are just like what they said. It's hard for anything to happen to them if they stay by his side. Even if there was an accident and the Bawu sisters weren't by his side, with their combined strength, they should be able to resist Irene for a while. If they used Elkanaf, they might be able to counterattack and hold on until he arrived. Mei Jiao, on the other hand, is isolated and helpless. If he was really found by the DEM, then it would definitely be very dangerous. Hey, do you want to live with us? Jejuya reminded Mei Jiao out of kindness. Not only do we have Master here, we also have Kodori, Toka, and Yoshino. In addition to us and you, that's a total of 6 elves. No matter how powerful that Irene is, she can't possibly be more powerful than 6 elves working together, right? Consider it. Think about it. Yi Juyao is right. Shi Xian tilted her head. There are no more rooms in the house, but there are still sofas. We can barely fit one more person. You want me to live on the sofa? Mei Jiao was shocked. Why would I want to live in someone else's house? Why would I have to sleep on the sofa? Yes. We're worried that you'll be in danger. No. I'm not in danger. I've been an elf for half a year and I'm still fine. What danger could I possibly be in? Refute. What if your identity is exposed? Yes. All right. Stop making wild guesses. Wu Yan stopped the 3 elves from making wild guesses. I'm just warning you about the danger of the magicians. Why do you all look like they're about to come knocking on our door? That's right. That's true. At the end of the day, I still have some doubts about whether humans can really be that strong. No, there's no need to make wild guesses. Wu Yan found it hilarious that the 3 elven girls are acting so sulky. He also started thinking about something. Perhaps, AI Lian might really look for Mei Jiao? It seems like I have to be careful. Chapter 1184. The night was as thick as ink, so deep that it couldn't be melted. The curtain-like night sky was dotted with sparkling stars. The moonlight was like flowing water, quietly sprinkling on every corner of Heavenly Palace City. It was like a thin silver mist, but also like a faint frost. Through layers of floating clouds, uneven mottled silver gauze fell. In the corner of Heavenly Palace City that belonged to the DEM branch company. At this time, every building was flickering with little lights. The top of the first office building was even equipped with a searchlight for patrol, making the entire DEM-related facilities colorful, like fireworks blooming in the night, very dazzling. Of course, if one was outside, they could only see these superficial phenomena at most. If an informed person were to carefully observe the entire territory of the DEM, they would discover that in the shadows of some alleys or in the dark areas of the buildings, there were many humanoid robots with a cold luster and a metallic appearance. They were like ferocious tigers that were about to ambush them. Bandersnatch. The unmanned mechanical combat dolls specially made by the DEM company. In a corner that no one could find, these mechanical puppets were quietly lurking. While rotating the red light that looked like eyes to observe the surroundings, they moved their positions without anyone noticing, loyally guarding the entire territory of the DEM company. These Bandersnatch. Although in terms of combat power, they couldn't even compare to a person from AST, they won in numbers. With the Bandersnatch troops guarding the DEM company's territory, even if it couldn't be said to be foolproof, at least there would be enough spies to find the enemy and resist the foreign enemy for a certain period of time, allowing the magicians of the DEM company to rush over. The defense could be said to be tight. Unfortunately, humanoid robots would always be humanoid robots, no matter how many there were. There would still be opportunities. In a dark corner, the shadow of the building bathed in the moonlight suddenly swayed, slowly extended out, and then twisted, turning into a swamp. A black shadow with specks of colorful starlight. In the black shadow, a figure gradually emerged. She quietly appeared here, waiting for the twisted black shadow to turn into her shadow and return to her feet. Her full appearance was faintly exposed in the moonlight. It was a very beautiful girl. She was so beautiful that it made people shudder. A black ponytail of different lengths swayed as her body appeared. Wrapped around her slender body was a gothic gown dyed with blood and the night sky. It was dazzling under the moonlight and the lights. However, the most dazzling part was still the girl's eyes. It was a pair of dual-colored eyes of different colors. If one looked closely, they would discover that the girl's right eye was wine red, and there would occasionally be a flash of bloody light. Her left eye, however, was golden, and it looked like a clock carved into it. The needle was still spinning, making one's hair stand on end. With a bloody smile that could easily give people goosebumps hanging on her delicate face, the girl raised her head slightly and looked at the first office building of the DM branch that seemed to have no end in front of her. The corner of her mouth curled up into a somewhat ferocious arc, after the Origin's original elf, the second elf in the world to be confirmed. Coquettish laughter, accompanied by words without a hint of a smile, echoed in the corner. Is it right here? The person who came was Kurumi, who left Itsuki's house and is looking for the second elf in history. Looking at the tall building in front of her, then at the complex of buildings around her, Kurumi's expression became slightly helpless. There are so many places, it's going to take a lot of effort to find it. Looks like we can only rely on us. After these words were spoken, the shadow under Kwang San's feet instantly swelled and spread to the surroundings. Immediately, many young ladies that looked exactly the same as Kwang San slowly appeared from the shadow. These Kurumi were summoned by Kurumi herself using the power of Chet from Angel Zafkiel. They were the reincarnations of the timeline. Each of them has the same power as Kurumi. They can also use the two ancient pistols that represent the Zafkiel's hour and minute hands. Each of them is equivalent to a Kurumi. However, these clones can't use the Zafkiel's power of time. In terms of strength, they're much weaker than Kurumi herself, but they're still much stronger than normal magicians and bandersnatches. They're even more effective when used in human wave tactics or when searching for something. Let's begin. After summoning her clones, Kurumi immediately gave the order. The activity time of each me is the same as the time we need to consume, so if it's possible, I hope that everyone can hurry up. Kwang San closed her eyes after glancing at all the selves around her. Although Lord Husband has given me plenty of time, I don't want Lord Husband's gift to be wasted on searching. Of course, Lord Husband's time. We can't. Whatever. It's a waste. Hurry up. Come on. Let's search together, countless Kwang Sans giggled. Then, they disappeared into the shadows with their strange laughter. Kurumi, on the other hand, was still standing in the same place. Looking at the first office building, she narrowed her wine-red eyes. Then, she also fell into a black shadow and rushed towards the first office building. Top floor of the first office building. In the luxurious office, a black shadow slowly floated in from the ground and came to the center of the room. It twisted and turned into Kurumi. A pair of red and gold eyes swept across the scene. Kurumi lifted her high boots and slowly walked forward. Clear footsteps reverberated in the quiet office. Kwang San walked leisurely. With each step, the smile on his face widened. Until a moment, a ferocious light flashed across his wine-red eyes. Kwang San abruptly stopped. Buzz! Almost at the same time, a slight vibrating sound resounded through the air above the office. A laser lightsaber flickering with a golden brilliance flashed out without warning. Less than half a second after it appeared, the laser lightsaber slashed down towards Kwang San's head without any explanation. Clang! A crisp sound of collision that was louder than any of the previous sounds reverberated, accompanied by a little bit of the impact of the collision. It blew away Kwang San's faintly discernible bangs, causing her golden eyes, which were engraved with a clock, to be exposed. Raising her head, she looked at the laser lightsaber in front of her, which was in a stalemate with a short ancient spear in her hand. Kwang 3 raised her eyebrows and looked at the cold face of the person holding the laser lightsaber in front of her. Ah! Kurumi tilted her head and smiled as if she met a friend. You are? Yes. Did you block it? Irene, who was wearing a platinum CR unit, or Pandaragon, narrowed her eyes and looked at Kurumi, who was close to her. Looks like an amazing mouse has come. He. A bone-chilling laughter instantly rippled out, causing Irene to frown. Her eyes turned cold as the laser light sword in her hand violently slashed horizontally at a speed that even the neuron transmission could not match. However, it cut empty air, causing Irene to be slightly startled. Ah. Then, a playful laughter sounded in front of Irene. Are you the strongest magician in that world? Do you know me? Irene put away the laser light sword in her hand and looked at Kurumi, who was not far away from her. Her eyes rippled. As an elf, you're the second one to confirm my identity. After saying that, Irene sized up Kurong-san and narrowed her eyes. You're Nightmare, aren't you? It's really hard to find you. Am I exposed? Kurumi smiled gracefully. She lifted the sides of her skirt and bowed slightly. Then, let me introduce myself. Nice to meet you. I'm Tokisaki Kurumi. Chapter 1185. Well then, let me introduce myself. Nice to meet you. I am Tokisaki Kurumi. Irene looked at Kurumi, who lifted her skirt and bowed like a noble young lady. Her eyes turned cold. There was even a hint of disgust. You're clearly an elf, but you're pretending to be a human. I really can't stand it, Irene said coldly as she raised the laser lightsaber in her hand. However, seeing that you deliberately delivered yourself to my doorstep, I will treat you a little more gently. I think Ike will be happy to see you. Era. How rude of the dem to treat a guest like this. Kurumi shrugged her shoulders. Her red and gold eyes scanned Irene's body from top to bottom before she suddenly licked the corner of her mouth. You look delicious too. It's great that you came here. For me. Grabbing the laser sword in her hand, the ejector on her back suddenly shot out a violent airflow. It turned into a storm and blew in all directions. When the storm stopped, Irene had already appeared in front of Kwang San. In the next moment, the laser lightsaber, which was flashing with a golden luster, slashed down towards Kwang San's body with a force that made the air tremble. It's the same. He. Looking at the sharp light blade mercilessly slashing towards her body, Kurong 3 not only didn't panic, but instead laughed excitedly. Then, a tearing sound resounded throughout the entire office, accompanied by a splash of scarlet blood. Irene's laser sword cut through Kurumi's spiritual equipment like a hot knife through butter. It left a deep gash on Kurumi's body. From her shoulder to her ribs, blood gushed out. You. Irene wasn't happy at all. Instead, she frowned and looked at Kwang San coldly. Why didn't you dodge? Why didn't you block? Yes. That's right, Irene's attack was effective because Kurumi didn't even try to block it. Just like that, Kurumi maintained her playful appearance and took Irene's fatal blow without holding anything back. Era. However, Kurumi didn't even look at Irene. She touched the huge wound in front of her body with a calm expression. She looked at her own blood on her hand as if it wasn't her own. She didn't look like she was in pain, she just looked surprised. You actually cut open my spiritual equipment so easily and even gave me such a huge injury. Licking the blood on her hand into her mouth bit by bit, Kurumi revealed an intoxicating smile. As expected of the world's strongest magician. Kwang Sen turned a blind eye to the fatal wound on her body. He even licked his own blood with a smile on his face. Irene couldn't help but have a bad feeling in her heart. But, just when Irene felt that something was wrong, the smile on Kurumi's face suddenly turned sinister. It's time to stop here. She raised her hand, and the golden clock in her left eye suddenly flashed. Come here. King of Carving, Zafkiel. As soon as he finished talking, an illusory clock appeared. It was much taller than Kwang San, and it looked like it was drawn on the wall. From inside to outside, it rapidly formed and floated behind Kwang San at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is an angel. Irene's pupils constricted as she slashed with her laser sword again. I won't let you get away with it. Era. Don't worry. With a smile on her face, Kurumi directly used her hand to block Irene's laser sword. She ignored the blood splattering around her arm and her broken fingers. She only had one hand left. He held an ancient short spear in his hand. Now it's time to enjoy. After saying this, Kurumi pointed her antique handgun at the Roman numeral 4 on the huge clock behind her. Bullet of 4, Dalit. A chant-like voice reverberated in the surroundings. Soon after, a stream of black-red airflow slowly floated out of the Roman numeral 4 on the clock and instantly drilled into the muzzle of the antique handgun in Kurumi's hand. Irene thought Kurumi was going to fight back. Her body tensed up and her brain started sending commands to the CR unit to prepare for a counterattack. Wah! However, Kwang San's next action shocked Irene. This was because the muzzle of the ancient short spear in his hand was pointed at his forehead. You! Irene screamed subconsciously. Kurumi smiled. Then, Irene saw Kurumi pull the trigger of her gun without hesitation. Bang! An echo-like gunshot echoed. Kurumi's head shook as if she was shot. No matter how you look at it, it looked like she committed suicide. But in the next second, even Irene could not help but begin to doubt her own eyes. Under Irene's attentive gaze, the huge wound on Kurumi's body, as well as the hand that was dripping with blood due to catching the laser lightsaber with his bare hands, actually recovered rapidly. In less than a second, Kwang-san was perfectly fine. Here. Under Irene's gaze of disbelief, Kwang-san once again let out a horrifying laughter and raised her recovered hand high. A long-barreled rifle appeared on top of the building. What a pity! Although I really want to try what it feels like to be killed by the world's strongest magician, I can't waste the time given by my husband. Shaking her head regretfully, Kurumi looked at Irene with a bloodthirsty smile on her face. Let's end it here. After saying that, Kurumi once again raised her gun and pointed it at the Roman numeral 1. Aleph. Black and red streams of air flowed out from the 1 character on the huge clock, and were sucked into the ancient handgun in Kwang-san's hand. Once again, Kwang-san pointed the muzzle at her own temple without hesitation, and pulled the trigger abruptly. Bang! Bang! Humph! The moment the gunshot rang out, Kwang-san's figure also disappeared. Before Irene could react, a muffled sound rang out. A sharp pain came from her body, causing her to let out a muffled groan. Her body was sent flying without any warning. Feeling the sharp pain coming from her body, Irene's mind went blank. However, she quickly adjusted her body. The propellers behind her operated violently, pushing her forward. She took a step in the air and rushed forward. Bang! However, just as Irene stabilized herself, another muffled sound rang out. This time, Irene felt a sharp pain from her back and a strong force. She was directly knocked down and smashed into the ground, creating a hole in the fragile floor. However, Kurumi, who had appeared at Irene's original position, frowned slightly. On his body, a bleeding wound appeared out of nowhere. Era! Raising her eyebrows, Kurumi touched the wounds on her body and said in a praising manner, "You used your Hattori to capture me and launched an attack at the same time I attacked. You're pretty good." Same here. Irene stood up and stared at Kurumi. Her face was solemn. I didn't expect Nightmare to possess such a level of power. I've really underestimated you. But, Irene pointed her lightsaber at Kurumi and said expressionlessly, "If this is all you got, you have no chance of winning." "Alalala, it seems like I've been underestimated." Kwang-sen covered her mouth in surprise. She couldn't help but laugh. Her golden eyes flashed with a little bit of light. "Looks like we'll have to rely on us, if we want to kill you in a straightforward manner." "Us?" Irene frowned and narrowed her eyes. "Did you bring a companion?" "What do you think?" Kwang-san put a finger on his lips and smiled evilly. "Take a guess." "Humph." Irene snorted. She waved her lightsaber and raised her free hand. "What a pity. If we're comparing numbers, our side seems to have the advantage." Chapter 1186. What a pity. We seem to have the upper hand in terms of numbers. As this sentence came out, outside the window of the first office building of the DM branch company, blurry black shadows suddenly soared into the sky from below and flew past. Amidst the pushing sounds of ejectors, they drew a smooth trajectory and rushed over violently. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the continuous shattering sounds, the office windows were mercilessly destroyed. The blurry shadows rushed over and directly broke the windows. They floated above the spacious office and surrounded Kurong 3 in the middle. Taking a closer look, the blurry shadows were magicians wearing CR unit uniforms and a large number of Bandersnatch puppets. Era. Kurumi's eyes widened slightly as if she was very surprised. "Have we been exposed?" Swaggering into the enemy's base camp and even having such a fierce fight with me, the head of the DEM's second executive department. Irene gently put down her raised hand as a faint smile appeared on her cold face. It seemed to be mocking and ridiculing at the same time. "Don't tell me you don't think you're in danger of being exposed in such a situation?" Isn't that the case? Kurumi blinked her eyes and pretended to be confused as she tilted her head. I tried my best not to attract attention. What a blunder. It's rare to meet an elf who can touch my body. I really want to take you down myself. Holding the hilt of the laser sword in her hand, Irene closed her eyes. But in that case there will be many accidents. You don't look simple. If something goes wrong, I won't be able to explain it to Ike. I can only do this. Is that so? Kurumi looked directly at Irene's face, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. But as far as I know, didn't you just suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of someone? Why didn't you take him down? Elaine abruptly opened her eyes, her vision suddenly becoming sharp. Looks like you know a lot of things. I really want to dig them out bit by bit. That's really a pity. Kwang San spread out her hands that were holding an ancient gun, seemingly helpless. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Oh. Irene sneered. Do you think you still have a chance of winning? Even if the magician and Bandersnatch here were weak, they would still be able to defeat the magician. Even if they can only stall you, I can still kill you in an instant. Era. Even the strongest magician in the world can use this method? Of course, this is not what I want, but if it's Ike, he will definitely let me do it. That's really scary. Kwang Sen patted her chest as her heart palpitated. She looked around at those floating in the air. Magician and Bandersnatch, who had surrounded their dem, suddenly started to laugh. However, if it's a human wave tactic, we can also use it. Hearing this, Elaine was startled and her expression changed. Under Kurumi's feet. The shadow, which had a very weak presence, suddenly distorted and turned into a circle of black shadow with rainbow-colored spots. It suddenly spread out in all directions. A shockwave-like barrier expanded and instantly covered every corner of the field. Everyone seemed to have fallen into a world of darkness. The magicians of Dem were already slightly panicked, but then, an indescribable sense of exhaustion filled their bodies. Ugh! What? What's going on? Strength. The group of magicians who were floating in the air of the office let out panicked cries. Every part of their body was attacked by a feeling of collapse, making them feel as if their feet were bound by gravity. One by one they fell to the ground. This is... The moment Irene realized something was wrong, she immediately activated her Tatori to avoid the same ending as those Dem magicians. However, her expression was not good either. What did you do? He. Kwang San grinned and laughed happily. This is my shadow barrier, the City of Time Eclipse. Since you're a member of the Dem, I'm going to use it. You should have heard about it from Ms. Shina, right? A barrier that can devour other people's time. Irene clenched her teeth, but she quickly recovered. Not bad. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work on the Bandersnatch. Era, didn't I tell you? Kurumi tilted her head. We also have a human wave tactic on our side. As soon as he finished speaking, maniacs dressed in spiritual equipment appeared from the City of Time Eclipse with sinister smiles on their faces. Their numbers were more than the number of Bandersnatches that filled the sky. Irene's pupils shrank and her expression turned gloomy. I see. Is this what they mean? Yes. That's how it is. Kurumi kissed the musket in her hand and smiled. What do you plan to do, Ms. Magician? Humph. Irene's body floated up as she was shrouded in Tatori. Her eyes were cold and murderous. I don't know what's going on, but since it's your doing, these things will disappear if I kill you, right? How rude of you to call us things. Kurumi's eyes turned into crescent moons as she shrugged helplessly. However, let's call it a day. Kwang Sen looked out of the window of the office building. Looking at the black shadows that were flying over like locusts, she smiled. It'll be bad for me if this continues. I have plenty of time, but there's no need to waste it here. Trying to escape? Nightmare! A sharp glint flashed in Irene's eyes, and the Tatori that enveloped her body suddenly expanded outward. Don't even think about it. Heh. Kurumi giggled nonchalantly. Her body sank into the City of Time Eclipse at a speed faster than Irene's Tatori, and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the Kurisans were all trapped in the City of Time Eclipse. The expanded Tortori couldn't capture any of the Kurasans. Instead, it enveloped all the magicians, allowing them to catch their breaths. "I haven't accomplished my goal yet, Ms. Irene." A voice echoed from the bottom of the abyss. It reverberated in the office and entered Irene's ears. "One day, we will meet again." She narrowed her eyes and quickly scanned the area with the detection function of the CR unit. Naturally, she found nothing. Did they escape? She turned her head away and looked out of the window. She could vaguely see black and red figures rushing out of the building that belonged to the Dem. They hid in the shadows and disappeared. Taking a deep breath, Irene lowered her body and retracted her CR unit. She glanced at the Dem magicians who were moaning in pain and fell silent. "Thank you for your hard work." At this moment, Will Scott, who was wearing a suit, walked in from the door. He raised his eyebrows when he saw the magician lying on the ground. "What a big fuss. It's a pity." Irene shook her head. In the end, she still managed to escape. "It's fine. At least we know Nightmare is still active in Heavenly Palace City. That's enough." Will Scott waved his hand and glanced at Irene. "What do you think? Can we defeat her?" "Of course. Of course." Irene didn't even hesitate for a moment before answering decisively. "She's much stronger than the intel said, but if she's only at this level, defeating her is only a matter of time." "That's good." Will Scott nodded. He looked out the window. A trace of cunning flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1187. Night. Phew. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief as he lay in the bathtub. His expression was one of comfort and fatigue. Needless to say, he's feeling good because he's soaking in hot water. It's like he's in a hot spring. Of course, he's also tired because of the Tianyang ritual. During the Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy joint meeting, Wu Yan was tired after discussing the location, type, requirements, and budget allocation of the various activities with the committee members of the Tianyang ritual. Even though he did visit Mei Jiao's place to rest for a while, he still had to report to the teachers and the people in charge of the various activities in Zen High School about the matters that were decided during the joint meeting and his arrangements for the Tianyang ritual. With so many miscellaneous matters piled up, he couldn't help but feel tired. Of course, compared to physical fatigue, mental fatigue was undoubtedly more serious. After all, dealing with such a large amount of information and intelligence, and having to run up and down, taking care of this and that, it wouldn't be strange at all if they collapsed from the pressure. Fortunately, Wu Yan is a true ancestor. He didn't feel any fatigue at all. With his perfect memory ability, he didn't forget a single detail even though there were so many things piling up in his mind. In the end, he managed to deal with it. Still, exhaustion is a given. Wu Yan even thought that instead of having to deal with so many things, he might as well have a fight with someone of the same level as him. That way, he wouldn't be as tired as he is now. He finally understood. He's not good at this at all. If it's Shokuhu Misaki or Kotori, they should be able to easily deal with these troublesome matters. If it's Yukari, she wouldn't even need to think about it. She'll come up with a plan right away. She'll throw it to someone else and they'll be able to do it perfectly. Maybe even Hinajuku and Makoto would be better than him at handling these things. He's really not cut out for this. While Wu Yan was mulling over these questions, suddenly, something happened. Outside the bathroom, a rustling sound entered his ears, interrupting his contemplation. He was startled and puzzled. This voice. Why did it sound so familiar? It sounded like the sound of clothes being taken off. Just as this thought rose from the bottom of his heart, a series of footsteps echoed. As they gradually approached, Wu Yan cried out in his heart, "This is bad." Among the members of the Wu Yan family, there were 7 of them. Wu Yan, Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, Yakuya, Yuhin, and Shirori. Other than Wu Yan, the rest were all women. No matter who came in, if they caused a commotion, the only one who would be injured would be Wu Yan. Immediately, Wu Yan hurriedly said, "Who is it?" "There's already someone in the bathroom." Ah! Perhaps they were startled by Wu Yan's voice. There was a small exclamation outside the bathroom, followed by a moment of silence. Wu Yan thought the other party had already left. Who knew, after a moment of silence, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. Before he could react, the glass door of the bathroom was abruptly pulled open. Then, a pair of identical sisters wrapped in only a bath towel walked in. Wu Yan stared at the scene. Yakuya. Yuhen. The corner of Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at the Yamato sisters who barged in with blushing cheeks and their gazes drifting around. Didn't I tell you there's someone in there? It's because we know you're in there. Yakuya pursed her lips with a blush on her face. She lowered her head with a red face and said in a mosquito-like voice. Yuhen and I. That's why we came in. Ha! Wu Yan almost couldn't believe his ears. His face was full of shock. You came in because you knew I was in there? Of course, Yuhen can prove what Yakuya said is true. Yuhen's cheeks were also flushed, but her expression was calm. It made one wonder if the redness was caused by shyness or because of the hot air in the bathroom. Did we cause trouble for Master? Rather than trouble, it's more like surprise. Looking at the two elven girls' rosy white skin, Wu Yan's expression became unnatural. Why did you do this? Is it because of the duel with Toka and Yoshino? It wasn't unreasonable for them to say that. Once upon a time, Yagoya, Yuhen, Toka, and Yoshitsuna fought over the right to sleep with Wu Yan. Their goal was to make Wu Yan feel comfortable in the shower. Wu Yan didn't know why there was such a duel, but at that time, the four elven girls attacked him in pairs while he was bathing. They did everything they could to make him feel comfortable. They massaged his back, they washed his back, they even wanted to wash his entire body, forcing Wu Yan into an abyss of suffering. Because at that time, Shirori found out about the duel between the four elven girls without any concealment. Thus, during the entire duel, Shirji stood outside the bathroom with a murderous expression, ready to rush in if she heard any discordant sounds and stab Wu Yan. How could Wu Yan not feel like he was in an abyss of suffering? Now, two elven girls barged in while he was bathing. It's no wonder Wu Yan thought that way. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Our duel with Toka and Yoshino ended before the sun even set. Yakuya said. We didn't come here for a duel. Then you. This means that Yi Juya and Shi Xian only made this decision according to the records in the book. Shi Xian said in an incomparably calm tone, as if he didn't shock everyone to death. The book said that if a girl can rub a guy's back while he's bathing, the guy will be happy. Let's just ask. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched a few times as he asked with a dry laugh. That book. What's it called? Yakuya and Yuhen looked at each other. I think it's called something like a growth record. Memories, Yuhen. I think the female lead is the male lead's aunt. Okay, my bad, I shouldn't have asked. Then, Yakuya looked at Wu Yan with a blushing face. He asked Wu Yan with a pitiful look. Can we rub Master's back? Uneasy. Yuhen's silver eyes rippled. She seemed to be in a daze. If it's Yakuya and Yuhen, can't we? And no. Wu Yan's face stiffened. He couldn't help but look at the Baku sisters who are half covered by the towel while the other half is exposed to the air. He gulped and bitterly laughed. But, isn't there a dangerous person at home? If you're worried about Shirori, then it's fine, Yakuya explained. Shirori just went out. Went out? Of course. Shi Xian nodded heavily. We don't have enough ingredients at home. We still need to make breakfast, so Shirori wants to buy some from the supermarket that's open at night. She won't be back for a while. Wu Yan's bitter smile deepened. Isn't this forcing me to commit a crime? Yakuya and Yuhen looked at Wu Yan's bitter smile and pouted. They looked like they were abandoned and complained in unison. What? Could it be that everything in that book is fake? Master isn't happy at all. Reflect on yourself. Even if it's a book, some of its contents are lies. Yuhen thinks it's better to change to another one. Change to another one? Are there any other books? Remind me, Yakuya, did you forget? There's another one called Ventriloquism in the Dark. This time, Wu Yan couldn't keep quiet anymore. I know. He quickly raised both of his hands and made a surrendering gesture. Wu Yan revealed a smile that's uglier than crying. Then back rub it. Back rub is good. I like back rubs. Yakuya and Yuhen looked at Wu Yan again and tilted their heads in confusion. Really? Really? Wu Yan answered weakly. It can't be helped. That ventriloquism in the dark can be easily guessed by just listening to it. If Yi Juya and Shi Xian were to really do it, they might as well take advantage of Shiori's absence to take advantage of it. It's less risky, isn't it? Chapter 1188. Ugh, so comfortable. Agreed, Shi Xian feels like she's about to melt. The moment they soaked themselves in the bathtub, Yagia and Shi Xian let out moans of pleasure. Wu Yan, who was soaking in front of them, felt his heart skip a beat. His hands started moving uncontrollably. It looked like a sleazy action. Generally speaking, when taking a bath here, one should first clean his body in the shower head before entering the bathtub to enjoy the pleasure of soaking in the bath. However, Yakuya and Yushin clearly didn't care about this. Toka, Yoshino, and Shirori had also finished their baths. They didn't need to think about the people behind them, so they didn't care about the rules. In the bathroom of Wu He's house, the bathtub wasn't very big. Therefore, after soaking 3 people in one after another, even though 2 of them were slender girls, there wasn't enough space. Thus, when the bathtub overflowed with water, the 3 people in the bathtub were tightly pressed against each other. Sitting in front of Yi Juya and Shi Xian, Wu Yan could clearly feel a part of the 2 elves' bodies unavoidably coming into contact with him. Their 6 legs were even intertwined as they moved back and forth, allowing a certain wolf to fully enjoy the touch of their delicate skin. As for Yi Juya and Shi Xian, they were still immersed in the pleasure of bathing. Bathing. It's so comfortable. Sigh, Shi Xian thinks that bathing in hot water is more comfortable than bathing in the wind. Although that's true, we are the witches of the hurricane. Elves who control the wind cannot abandon the wind. I disagree. Shi Xian has no intention of abandoning the wind. No matter how comfortable it is, Shi Xian still likes the wind the most. As expected of Shi Xian. She's so sensible. I disagree. Yi Juya is more sensible than Shi Xian because it was Yi Juya who reminded Shi Xian. The 2 elves kept their legs touching Wu Yan's as they talked as if there was no one else around. This made Wu Yan speechless. He was starting to suspect that the 2 sisters weren't here to rub his back. Instead, it was to make fun of him. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Gaya and Shi Xian exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Hey, master. Yi Juya suddenly asked. Don't you think this place is a little narrow? Wu Yan was slightly taken aback. Then, she said angrily, have you ever heard of an ordinary family's bathtub that can hold 3 people at the same time? It's not like we're from a rich family. I understand. There's nothing we can do about it. Shi Xian seemed to have been waiting for this sentence for a long time. The moment Wu Yan finished his sentence, she immediately took over. If that's the case, then Ye Juya and Shi Xian can only go to master's side. After saying that, the Bawa sisters abruptly stood up before Wu Yan could react. He turned around and soaked himself in the bathtub again. His movements were extremely neat. However, the moment they turned around, the 2 elves turned around and faced Wu Yan with their backs facing him. They even laid in his embrace. As the 2 delicate bodies entered his embrace, Wu Yan's body stiffened. His mind went blank for a moment. This is too bad. The fragrance from Ye Juya and Shi Xian's bodies and the slippery feeling from their intimate contact made Wu Yan erect his flag. He almost attacked. If only it was here. Wu Yan didn't manage to control himself properly. Once the battle started, it would definitely be a chaotic battle. At that time, perhaps when Shirori comes back, the battle here will be over. It's not over yet. Wu Yan shuddered at the thought of the consequences. In his heart he kept telling himself, just take advantage of them, just take advantage of them. Don't be too serious. If you want to do it later. The Bawa sisters won't run away anyways. Endure. I have to endure. I have to endure even after becoming a ninja turtle. Enduring now will turn into the joy and accomplishment of the moment when I get my way. So I have to endure. Wu Yan, who was screaming in his heart, couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. Pong-pong sounds were heard clearly by the Bawu sisters. They smiled mischievously and raised their heads. Their silver eyes met with Wu Yan's eyes. Oh, master, are you afraid? Afraid. Afraid. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and forced a smile. Why should I be afraid? Explain. Explain. Yuxian placed her hand on Wu Yan's chest. She did the same with her body. Because Master's heart is beating very fast. If you're not nervous, then you're afraid. Who's nervous? Who's afraid? Wu Yan really wanted to say that, but when he saw Yi Juya and Xixian's big watery eyes and full breasts under the towel, he couldn't say anything. He's almost at the limit of his tolerance. Afraid that he'll start a fight in the bathroom, Wu Yan forced himself to be calm and changed the topic. Didn't you say to wipe your back? Hurry up. Yes. Yes. Mistake, it's Xixian's fault. The Baowu sisters looked at each other and stood up again. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He quickly turned around and let the sisters wipe his back. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. However, reality proved that Wu Yan was wasting his time. Even if his heart is as calm as still water, the sensation of the towel and hands rubbing against his back caused the image of the Yaku sisters wrapped in towels to surface in Wu Yan's mind. It made his heart itch even more. He might as well just look at them and enjoy himself. Wu Yan really wanted to cast a soundproof barrier to block out all the sounds in the bathroom. Then he could do whatever he wanted. However, if he disappeared with the Baowu sisters for too long, Shiji would definitely be suspicious when she returns. He doesn't want the news of him pushing down the sisters to spread to the entire date battle world. He can only comfort himself that he'll be able to eat them sooner or later. He'll be able to eat them. Wu Yan's mind started to wander and he couldn't calm down. He could only shake his body and bleed in his heart. Seeing Wu Yan's abnormal actions, Yi Juya and Xixian, who were wiping his back, couldn't help but walk up to him in confusion. Master, what's wrong? Question: Did Yi Juya and Xixian do something wrong? Just like that, the two sisters leaned on him, putting all of their weight on his back. That moment of perfect softness entered his senses, causing his face to flush red, and he couldn't help but yell out loud. Nothing. The sudden shout gave the Baowu sisters a fright. Ah! The two sisters panicked and their feet slipped in the slippery bathtub. They cried out and fell straight down. Along with the exclamation and the sound of water, 2 bath towels floated down from the Baowu sisters' bodies. A pair of idiots. Wu Yan finally couldn't help but curse. He quickly reached out to help them up, but what he touched were 2 lumps of softness of different sizes. Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before he subconsciously pinched her. In the next moment, an overlapping moan came from the 8 Wu sisters' mouths, echoing in the bathroom. In this situation, if Wu Yan still didn't know what those lumps of different sizes were, he wouldn't be able to show his face. Such a melodramatic scene made Wu Yan open his mouth wide in shock. For a moment, he was stunned, but his hands continued to pinch her cheeks a few more times. Yi Juya and Xixian moaned again. Under Wu Yan's actions, it was as if all the strength in their body was sucked out. The two fell into Wu Yan's arms and pressed their bodies tightly together with Wu Yan's. Then Wu Yan felt. His clone had entered a very warm place, just a little bit. On the other hand, Xixian felt a foreign object enter a certain part of her body. No way! Unparalleled pleasure rushed through Wu Yan's body. He realized that he encountered a very bad situation. Wu Yan's rationality almost exploded. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yan took a deep breath. I don't care. Even if I can't push, I have to take advantage of them. After saying that, Wu Yan reached out his evil hands. In the bathroom, there were 2 delicate voices that sounded like they were gasping for breath. They couldn't help but fluctuate. This scene lasted for a full 30 minutes until Shirori came back. Then, it quietly stopped. Chapter 1189. Heavenly Palace City. Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. Mei Jiao was sitting at the head of a conference room. She was listening to the lively debate among the committee members of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. She sighed reluctantly. Unlike Lichon High School and other schools, Dragon Gall Temple Women's College was a prestigious school, so they prepared more for the Tianyang ceremony than other schools. Therefore, there were more committee members. Mei Jiao, on the other hand, was in charge of the executive committee. Her responsibility was to lead the executive committee of the Tianyang ritual. Therefore, as the chairman, Mei Jiao had to participate in the meeting about the Tianyang festival. However, Mei Jiao had no talent in dealing with these matters. She could only let the committee members discuss among themselves. Secondly, the number of committee members increased. It was inevitable that there would be more arguments. Therefore, this meeting had been going on since school was over. It was almost dark, but there were still no signs of it ending. As for how much of the content discussed in the meeting was useful, Meijio still remembered at first, but under the discussion of the executive committee members, Meijio had forgotten all about it. In other words, the topic and content of the discussion among the committee members had gradually deviated from the main topic and became somewhat similar to a quarrel. Glancing at each and every one of them who were frowning, he tried his best to raise his voice. Meijio finally started to feel impatient as the committee members were arguing with each other. Meijio took out her phone and looked at the time displayed on it. She then looked at the dusk that was gradually being replaced by darkness. She frowned slightly and stood up. It's getting late. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow. Let's call it a day. Hearing Meijio's words, the committee members who were arguing in the meeting room couldn't help but become restless. But big sister, we have other work tomorrow. Yes. Sister, if today's work and tomorrow's work pile up together, we won't make it in time. The committee members all spoke with a difficult expression, but it made Meijio raise her eyebrows. Meijio narrowed her eyes. Since you know you have work to do tomorrow, you know it will be too late if you continue like this. Why do we have to engage in so many meaningless quarrels? This. The committee members looked at each other in dismay and lowered their heads in shame. Seeing this, Meijio's expression became better. No matter what. It's getting dark. We have to call it a day. Let's work harder tomorrow. Yes. Sister. The committee members glanced at the sky outside the window. When they saw that half of the sky was dark, they could only reluctantly nod their heads. They packed up their things and left the conference room. Meijio walked in the middle of the crowd and headed home under the protection of the students of Dragon Gall Temple Women's College who acted like bodyguards. Her house was very close to Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy. It would only take 5 minutes to get there on foot. Therefore, after walking for a short while, Meijio vaguely saw the roof of her house. Let's call it a day. Meijio stopped and faced the students of Dragon Gall Temple Women's Academy who were traveling with her. You all should go home. Yes. The girls in sailor suits respectfully replied. Soon after, they turned around and scattered in different directions, returning to their own homes. Looking at this scene, Meijio felt a little depressed. Although these students from the same school and class as Meijio respectfully called Meijio Big Sister, and became her loyal fans because of her status as a popular idol, no matter what, they weren't to the extent that they would protect her like a guard every day. The reason why they were so fanatical about Meijio was that Meijio could use her spiritual power to make her voice sound, making them listen to her orders. These so-called fans didn't support Meijio out of sincerity. At least not all of them. Meijio was able to command them to gather for her. She was also able to command them to be at her beck and call. Similarly, she was able to command them to leave without any reluctance, just like what they were doing now. If one day, Meijio lost her powers as a fairy, then this scene would no longer continue. When that time comes, Meijio will become a person again, just like half a year ago. A person who only has fans and supporters, but no friends. In the end, Meijio has always been a person. Even if she has a lot of fans by her side every day. Meijio's bright silver eyes dimmed a little as she stared blankly at the supporters who disappeared without looking back. However, she quickly shook her head and her gaze became sharp again. I don't need friends. They will only betray me. Men are lowly, dirty, and ugly. They are filthy creatures that make me want to vomit just by looking at them. Women are the same. They only need to listen to me obediently and become my toys. That's enough. Humans are not to be trusted. That's why I can't have any expectations. I must distance myself from them. From the beginning, Meijio only has her voice. Meijio kept telling herself that in her heart. Her gaze became sharper and sharper. However, at this moment, a black-haired, red-eyed figure flashed through her mind. At the same time, a string of words flashed through her mind. Before you choose to believe me, I will always have hope and wait for you to believe me. That's why, Meijio, you must help me. Before you use your real voice to sing, I will always wait. As these words surfaced, Mei Jiu's sharp gaze suddenly froze. It gradually shattered in an uncontrollable wave, and her heart was also in a mess. Ugh! Damn it! Mei Jiu stomped her feet angrily as if she didn't want to admit that she was in such a state of mind. She was exasperated that she didn't meet her expectations. He's just a man. What right does he have to say that and help me? Do you think I'm a philanthropist? Acting so cool? Why do you care about a man's words? Don't you look pitiful? I don't need you to wait. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Mei Jiu kept stomping the ground as she muttered. After a long time, she let out a sigh of relief as if she had vented her anger. Her heart also calmed down. Mei Jiu didn't realize that her emotions were completely affected by one person. Sigh. Mei Jiu sighed faintly as if she was tired. She closed her eyes. Let's go home. After saying this, Mei Jiu lifted her feet and wanted to walk home. Just as Mei Jiu lifted her foot, a sudden warning in her heart caused her to stiffen abruptly. She stopped in her tracks. At the same time, Mei Jiu also felt a strong sense of danger. It caused her to jump back a few steps. Kaboom! The next moment, the spot where Mei Jiu was standing was suddenly hit by a dazzling laser. With a loud explosion and a cloud of dust, a hole the size of a person was blasted out. Without a doubt, if Mei Jiu was still standing there just now, then the one who would be blown up would be Mei Jiu's body. What? Mei Jiu's expression changed drastically when she saw this scene. However, she quickly put on a cold expression and raised her head to look at the sky. In the night sky, figures wearing the same style of bodysuit and body parts covered by mecha entered Mei Jiu's eyes one after another. Mei Jiu's expression froze when she saw this scene. In Mei Jiu's memory, only one type of person had that kind of body and equipment. Magician. No, it wasn't just magician. Among the numerous figures, a large portion of them had bodies that flickered with a cold metallic luster. Their limbs were clearly different from that of humans. Their entire bodies were cold machines. On their heads, where their eyes should have been, there was only a single round lamp that flickered with red light. That was Bandersnatch. Chapter 1190. In the gradually darkening sky, magicians in CR unit uniforms and cold Bandersnatch robots floated in the air. Some of them were holding weapons, while some raised their arms and aimed at Mei Jiu who was standing on the ground. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Mei Jiu glanced at the magician and Bandersnatch that surrounded her. She glanced at the human-sized hole that was blasted by the laser beam and her expression turned ugly. AST? As soon as he said that, a woman who was hovering in the air, covered in red armor, had eye-catching red hair, and looked very much like a fox. She was hovering in the air, and her eyes were very high, making her look very much like a fox. What a pity, we're not the same as those useless AST people. He's not from AST. Mei Jiu frowned. Then, she seemed to remember something. She raised her head and looked at the red-haired fox-eyed woman. You're from the DM. Oh. The red-haired fox-eyed woman raised her eyelids and smiled sinisterly. I didn't expect an elf to know about them. This is the first time I've heard of it in a mission. Elf. Mei Jiu's face was gloomy. So, you already know my identity? That's right. That's it. The red-haired fox-eyed woman licked her lips. What's wrong? Are you scared? Elf. Diva. Scared. A sweet smile appeared on Mei Jiu's face. Are you trying to say that I have to be scared of you because I exposed my identity as an elf? As a prey, you should act like one. The fox-like woman's voice turned sharp. You're an elf but you act like a human. Disgusting. Teasing. Mei Jiu's smile disappeared when she heard the other party's words. Well, it doesn't matter. The problem is that the people from DEM. Why are you looking for me? Ha! The red-haired fox-eyed woman seemed to have heard something inconceivable. Her eyes widened before she started laughing mockingly. You're not awake yet, are you? Didn't I just say that? You're the prey. The red-haired fox-eyed woman smiled sinisterly. She grabbed a gun in her hand and aimed it at Mei Jiu. Diva! We're here to hunt you. Hunt. This time, it was Mei Jiao's turn to widen her eyes in disbelief. Not too long later, the corners of his lips curled up. What an exaggerated goal. But do you think you can do it? As Mei Jiao said this, she revealed an incomparably beautiful and disdainful expression. She smiled carelessly as if she didn't care about Mei Jiao at all. The fox-like woman's face darkened. Whether or not I can do it, you will know very soon. As soon as the voice fell, the red-haired fox-eyed woman's eyes turned sharp. She immediately pulled the trigger of the gun that was aimed at Mei Jiao. Bang! 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 When the red-haired fox-eyed woman pulled the trigger as a signal, the numerous Dem magicians and Bandersnatch troops in the surroundings seemed to have regained their senses. Without any hesitation, they fired their weapons at Mei Jiao. Amidst the chaotic sounds of gunfire, missiles and lasers rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. Bang! 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 Who knows if the evacuation order was issued in advance or if there was no one around to begin with. Amidst the continuous explosions, not a single ordinary person popped their head out. Plus, there weren't many buildings here, so the magicians of Dem were able to unleash the power of their weapons to their heart's content. Bang! 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 After a few minutes of concentrated shooting, the group of Dem magicians and Bandersnatch finally stopped their attack as though they had run out of ammunition. Silence was restored between heaven and earth. What's wrong? Bang! That's it? What's so great about elves? Under the concentrated fire of such a weapon, even an elf would not be able to escape unscathed. That's what bang! 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 The red-haired fox-eyed woman and the other magicians froze for a moment. They couldn't help but look towards the direction of the light. Then, an illusory and intoxicating voice echoed from the center of the smoke and dust. It was like an echo from the center of the light. Bang! 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 At the same time as the voice echoed out, the flashes within the smoke and dust suddenly exploded, blowing away all the smoke on the ground. Mei Jiao was wearing a gown that looked like it was made of light. Behind her was a huge pipe organ. In front of her floated a long keyboard made of light. She had a smile on her face as she looked at them. With a smile on her face, she reached out her hand and pressed on the keyboard of light. The crisp sound of a zither vibrated, mixed with a violent whirlwind-like shockwave, madly rushing towards all the Dem magicians in the sky. Bang! Bang! The sound waves reverberating in the air hit the Dem magicians and the Bandersnatch robots like a gust of wind. Dong! With a loud and clear sound, screams of agony replaced the sound of the zither and reverberated in the air. Other than the Dem magician who had cast his Tori, just in time like the red-haired fox-eyed woman, all the magicians and Bandersnatch emitted white smoke and fell heavily to the ground. The Bandersnatch, which had no ability to make decisions on its own, fell to the ground. From beginning to end, Mei Jiao only used one attack to defeat more than half of the Dem magicians, and the Bandersnatch team was completely wiped out. Although it was a result of using the full power of an angel, the difference between an ordinary magician and an elf could be seen. Needless to say, the brainless Bandersnatch robot soldiers that could use the display device sounded very powerful, but in terms of individual combat power, they were far inferior to human magicians. In terms of precise control and control of the display device, the difference between the Bandersnatch and the human magicians was very obvious. They weren't strong, but they were much weaker. They could be considered trash. To the elves, Bandersnatch was the best target. The red-haired fox-eyed woman, who clearly knew this, had an extremely ugly expression on her face. Her gloomy eyes stared at the smiling Mei Jiao below as she screamed sharply. Bang! 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 The remaining Dem magicians were shocked. They quickly aimed their weapons at Mei Jiao and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Another round of gunshots reverberated in the surroundings. A large number of cannonballs filled the entire field of vision and flew towards Mei Jiao on the ground. No matter how many times this level of attack came, it would be the same. Mei Jiao thought to herself. Her hand once again reached for the keyboard of the Guqin of Light. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light whizzed out and cut towards Mei Jiao's outstretched hand. Chapter 1191. The dazzling sword light was like a meteor flashing by, cutting through the air with a sharp sound as it pierced through the air. For a moment, Mei Jiu thought that it was an illusion caused by her vision, but the alarm in her heart told Mei Jiu that it was definitely not an illusion. It was a real attack. As soon as Mei Jiu noticed this, she decisively opened her mouth and a high-pitched voice containing spirit force came out of her mouth. Ripples spread out and formed a barrier in front of the sword light, protecting Mei Jiu inside. In the next moment, the dazzling sword light collided with the sound barrier that was rippling like waves, leaving no room for explanation. Chi! With a crisp tearing sound, the sound wave barrier that Mei Jiu hurriedly built was torn apart, causing Mei Jiu to turn pale with fright. However, that dazzling sword light clearly didn't know how to be gentle with a woman. It cut through the sound barrier in a sharp manner and cut through space. Mei Jiu was shocked as it heavily slashed into her abdomen. Pang! Ah! Mei Jiu felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Then, she flew out and crashed into the army destroyer singer behind her. She let out a cry of pain. Oh! At this moment, a slightly dissatisfied voice sounded in front of Mei Jiu. After cutting open the barrier, it doesn't have enough power to cut open the spiritual equipment? How lucky! Hearing this voice, Mei Jiu did not know why, but she suddenly had an ominous feeling. She held her abdomen and stood up. She looked forward. She saw where Mei Jiu was standing. A figure was floating up from the ground, holding a golden laser lightsaber in his hand. He stared at her with an incomparably cold gaze as he slowly descended to the ground. It was a young girl whose entire body was covered in platinum armor. Light blonde hair, dark green eyes, dignified face. Her appearance was outstanding. After taking in the other party's appearance, Mei Jiu's bright silver eyes suddenly shrank and her pretty face changed drastically. She knows this person. No, to be precise, Mei Jiu only saw this person twice. The first time was during the concert not long ago. This person appeared in front of her and took away Wu Yan who came to the concert. The second time was not long ago, when Wu Yan introduced her and the Bawu sisters to 3 human magicians who were a threat to the elves. He projected the other party's appearance on the surface of the teacup. In addition, when they met for the first time, she felt an unusual feeling from the other party. Also, Wu Yan's introduction of the other party made it impossible for Mei Jiu to forget this person. Holding her abdomen, Mei Jiu's eyes fluctuated and her face was full of seriousness. Irene. Mira. Meth. Irene's brows raised. She looked at Mei Jiu's hesitation and narrowed her eyes. The elves we met recently more or less have information about me. This isn't a good thing. Hearing this, Mei Jiu gritted her teeth and supported the huge body of the army destroyer singer behind her. Feeling the pain from her abdomen, she couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. After cutting through her sound wave barrier and the protection of her spiritual equipment, she was still able to injure her so much. This Irene? Mira. Meth is indeed not an ordinary magician. Executive Director. In the air, the red-haired fox-eyed woman and the other DEM magicians were overjoyed. They all landed on the ground and came behind Irene. However, they were met with Irene's cold gaze. So many people can't deal with one elf. Irene's cold gaze swept across the magicians and finally stopped on the red-haired fox-eyed woman. Jessica, it seems like you need to improve your strength. The magicians held their breaths and didn't dare to refute. Only the red-haired fox-eyed woman, who was called Jessica by Elaine, said unwillingly. Executive Minister, the power of the diva seems to be very good in group battles. I really didn't expect that, so... Irene's gaze turned colder and colder. She interrupted Jessica mercilessly. Are you trying to find an excuse? No. Jessica was shocked. She gritted her teeth and lowered her head. I'm sorry. It's our fault. Executive Director. But, raising her head abruptly, Jessica shouted at Elaine. Diva's angel does have an attack that's very good in group battles. Executive Director. Please let me try again. This time I'll do it alone. All right. Say no more. After hearing the answer she expected, Irene turned around and didn't even look at Jessica. Since I can't do group attacks, let me try the diva myself. Elaine had her own reasons for saying that. These DEM magicians had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Compared to the AST magicians or the magicians from other regions, The CR magicians were at the very top of their game. The DEM's technical requirements for the magicians were also much higher than the so-called elven troops. Together with this CR unit, the DEM was undoubtedly stronger than the average magician, much stronger. In such a situation, even with the help of Jessica, who was the strongest person in the DEM, after Janamiya Shina left the DEM, they still couldn't deal with this diva in front of him. Unless he personally took action, how could this mission be completed? In the end, other than Irene and Shina, no one in the DEM could face the elves alone. Now that Jianghu is gone, Irene is the only one left. Irene had no choice but to stand up. However, Jessica was unwilling to give up. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She could only glare viciously at Mei Jiao and leave unwillingly. Seeing this scene, Irene sighed in her heart. All right, look for an opportunity and support me. Jessica and the magicians of DEM were overjoyed. Yes. Seeing all the magicians pointing their weapons at her and Irene raising her laser sword, Mei Jiao's expression changed. She stared at Irene and remembered what Wu Yan said the other day. This person is dangerous. Very dangerous. If you meet her alone, or even together, don't hesitate and run away immediately. Even if you don't have any enmity towards her, she won't let you go. Wu Yan didn't look like he was joking at all, and Irene cut open her soundwave barrier. Mei Jiao bit her lip and made up her mind. Mei Jiao raised her head and took a deep breath. Seeing this, Irene's eyes flashed with a bright light, and she coldly shouted. Everyone! Territory, domain of will. Activate. Jessica and the magicians were stunned for a moment. When they realized what was going on, they hurriedly followed Irene and unfolded their territory, covering their whole bodies. Ah! Almost at the same time, Mei Jiao took a deep breath and shouted a high pitch that was several times louder than before. Her high-pitched voice turned into a shockwave that swept across the area, stirring up clouds of dust. Like a tidal wave, it rushed toward Irene, Jessica, and the magicians from the DEM, covering all of them in it. Everyone! Activate the jets! Her field of vision was suddenly blocked. Irene seemed to have sensed something and issued a command in a stern voice. All the magicians turned on the ejector behind them and shot out a frenzied airflow, blowing away all the dust in the field. They all looked in the direction of Mei Jiao. What caught the eyes of the magicians was the silhouette of the elf who had turned into a streak of light and shot towards the horizon at an incredible speed. Don't even think about escaping. Elaine didn't even think about it. She immediately followed the propulsion of the ejector and rushed out. Chapter 1192. There were no stars, no moon, no clouds. There was only darkness left in the night sky tonight. In the darkness of the night, a stream of light flashed past like a scar in the sky, dragging a long tail of light. It flashed from one side of the sky and disappeared from the other. The whole process lasted less than a second and was extremely difficult to capture. Amidst the flowing light, beautiful Nine, who was wearing a dress of light, was like a goddess of moonlight. Against the whistling atmosphere, she frantically mobilized the spiritual power in her body and flew in a certain direction at the fastest speed possible. That direction was the direction that Wu Yan, Yi Gaya, and Shi Xian told her when they left her house. It was the direction of Wu He's house. Beads of sweat dripped down from Mei Jiao's smooth forehead. Mei Jiao panted heavily as she held her abdomen. Her body turned into a meteor as she flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Mei Jiao turned her head and looked behind her. She could clearly see that the DEM magicians, led by Irene, were operating their CR unit jets to the limit. They were like maggots following Mei Jiao closely. If at this time, the residents of Tiangong City raised their heads and looked at the sky, then they would see a meteor cutting through the sky at an extremely fast speed, flying to the other side of the sky. There were many meteors following behind that meteor. It was like a meteor shower in the same direction. Mei Jiao bit her lips and turned her head abruptly. Her bright silver eyes were filled with hope as she stared at the group of DEM magicians who were hanging behind her. Mei Jiao could only place her hopes on Wu Yan. She could feel the terror of Irene, but Wu Yan was even more terrifying. If she could reach Wu Yan in time, then even if Irene was there, Mei Jiao wouldn't have to be afraid of the DEM magicians anymore. Originally, if Irene wasn't there, those DEM magicians wouldn't be a match for Mei Jiao when she used Angel. Even if there was Aileen, as long as he could escape to Wu Yan, everything would be fine. Wu Yan had Kotori, Toka, Yoshino, Yagoya, and Yuxian. This was enough for Mei Jiu to rely on. Not to mention, Wu Yan even admitted it himself. He had personally defeated Irene once. Therefore, if Mei Jiu wanted to escape from Irene and the other dem magicians, she could only ask for help from Wu Yan. Thinking of this, Mei Jiu couldn't help but show a self-deprecating expression. She clearly said that she wouldn't trust anyone, but now she was going to ask for help from the man she hated the most. She clearly felt that the entire world had betrayed her, but now that she was in danger, she actually wanted to ask for help from the man who had disturbed her mind countless times. She had already been abandoned once, but she still wanted to entrust her life to someone else's help. At this moment, Mei Jiu realized that this man was different from the rest. She couldn't help but care about him. He made her subconsciously trust, ask for help, and entrust her life to him. Perhaps it was because her voice was sealed the first time she met him, so she had to rely on him for a while. Or perhaps it was because he said, "wait" to her on the phone that day. Regardless, at this moment, Mei Jiu couldn't treat Wu Yan as the man she hated the most and the untrustworthy human being. Would he save her? With this thought in mind, Mei Jiu couldn't help but slow down a little. It was only a brief moment, but Irene managed to grab hold of it. "Everyone!" Irene shouted with a sharp glint in her eyes. "Fire!" "Yes!" A loud response rippled through the dark night. Then in the sky, a rain of cannonballs turned into shooting stars. In the silent night, they flew from all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they enveloped Mei Jiu's body. The gunshots that resounded through the sky and the sound of cannonballs flying through the air entered Mei Jiu's ears, causing her expression to change. She forcefully endured the discomfort and panting caused by flying at an extremely high speed. She opened her mouth and released a clear syllable. Then, a ripple-like sound wave spread out, quickly forming a barrier behind Mei Jiu at a speed visible to the naked eye, blocking all the incoming cannonballs. Bang 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 bang. Continuous explosions sounded in the night sky, like fireworks, causing a series of chaotic explosions. Unfortunately, these fireworks weren't beautiful. Only smoke and fire bloomed. At the back, Irene saw Mei Jiu's sonic barrier blocking all the cannonballs. Her expression turned cold. A heavy cannon suddenly extended from under her arm and placed under her arm. "Go for it!" Irene did not even need to aim. She already knew where to shoot and pulled the trigger of the heavy cannon in her hand. In the dusky night sky, a dazzling flash of light pierced through the horizon, like a pillar of light, instantly filling the entire night sky. The intense flash of light, if one looked at it directly from a close distance, it is very likely to directly burn one's eyes. The dense magic turned into a pillar of light hundreds of meters long, annihilating everything in front of it in nothingness. Mei Jiu's sonic barrier was like the weakest piece of paper. It couldn't even last a second, without any suspense. It was destroyed without any suspense. The pillar of light didn't slow down at all, exploding forward at light speed, exploding and rushing behind Mei Jiu. Army Destroyer Singer, Gab Jappel. Feeling the terrifying attack coming from behind, Mei Jiu turned around. Her expression was instantly filled with horror. She didn't think twice before summoning her angel. A huge pipe organ directly appeared from the void, standing in front of the pillar of light like a shield. The tyrannical pillar of light violently rushed forward. Boom! In an instant, an unprecedentedly large firework blossomed in the night sky, accompanied by intense light and terrifying impact. The magicians rushing forward, including Irene, were all caught off guard by the intense light and impact. They hurriedly used their tertitori to rush through the shockwaves that didn't subside for a long time, violently rushing towards Mei Jiu. As for Mei Jiu's Army Destroyer Singer, Gab Jappel, it already collided with the pillar of light and turned into ashes. My Army Destroyer Singer, Gab Jappel. Mei Jiu almost couldn't believe her eyes. The strongest weapon of the elves, their strongest reliance, the angel, was actually shattered by a single attack from the enemy. That person called Lillian was countless times more terrifying than Mei Jiu imagined. Did Wu Yan really defeat such a terrifying person once? Mei Jiu's heart couldn't help but waver. At this time, several missiles passed through the layers of smoke and flew towards Mei Jiu. Staring at the missiles flying towards her, Mei Jiu knew now wasn't the time to waver. She shook her head, opened her mouth, and was just about to construct a sound barrier again. However, ugh. When Mei Jiu made a sound, what echoed under the night sky was no longer the crisp and beautiful sound of the past, it was a broken and inaudible whimper. Mei Jiu widened her eyes in disbelief, but on second thought, she understood. Even the angel was smashed to pieces. How could his spiritual energy not be consumed by a huge amount? At this time, apart from maintaining her spiritual equipment and flying, she couldn't use her spiritual energy in other aspects, including the sound she was most proud of. Mei Jiu looked on helplessly as the missiles flew towards her. She couldn't do anything. Finally, under Mei Jiu's gaze, the missiles landed on her body. Bang! Ah! The explosion and impact enveloped Mei Jiu's back. Even though her spiritual equipment blocked the damage, Mei Jiu was still shaken by the impact and fell from the sky like a plane. Light smoke came out from her back as she fell from the sky. Whoosh! At the same time, a sonic boom came from behind Mei Jiu, causing her to endure the pain and look back. What entered her vision was the laser sword in Irene's hand, slashing down with all her might. Mei Jiu closed her eyes in despair. In the end, the emotion that appeared in her heart was a trace of uncontrollable regret. It was an apology to Wu Yan. "I'm sorry. I let you down." With this thought, Mei Jiu welcomed Irene's attack. Chapter 1193. In the dark night sky, Jessica and the magicians of Dem levitated in the air with the thrust of the Thesser unit ejector on their bodies. They looked ahead in a daze, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Mei Jiu closed her eyes and waited for Irene's killing blow. She clenched her teeth and prepared herself for the pain that was about to come. However, after she closed her eyes for more than a minute, the pain that she had been waiting for did not come. Instead, she heard a shocked cry. Mei Jiu reflexively opened her eyes. She raised her bright silver eyes and looked above her. Mei Jiu was stunned. Because she saw the back of a person. The word petite wasn't even appropriate to describe her back. In the dark night sky, the figure's body was covered by a black gothic dress. The knee-length skirt fluttered beautifully in the breeze, fluttering with the wind. At the same time, there were tornadoes at the end of the skirt, and long black hair that reached her waist. Just by looking at her back, Mei Jiu could guess that the other party must have a face that was not inferior to her own. Of course, this wasn't the main reason why Mei Jiu was stunned. What really caused Mei Jiu to be stunned and even her mind to go blank was that the person in front of her was not more than 1.5 meters tall, and her figure was as small as a young girl's. One of his hands was holding a black parasol, making him look like a maverick in the night. His other hand was slightly raised in front of him. She raised her laser sword towards Aileen, who had slashed towards Mei Jiu not long ago. Mei Jiu could clearly see that Irene was holding a laser lightsaber with a stunned expression on her face. Maintaining his chopping posture, the laser lightsaber chopped down on the hand of the petite girl holding the parasol. What caused Mei Jiu, Irene, Jessica, and the magicians of Dem to be stunned was that there seemed to be an invisible barrier in front of the petite girl's hand. The laser lightsaber was stopped about 5 centimeters away from the girl's hand. It couldn't advance any further. That was enough to give Mei Jiu a fatal blow. However, it was stopped by a little girl who looked less than 10 years old with one hand. This was the fundamental reason why everyone present, who had thought that the battle had ended not long ago, was collectively stunned. No matter if it was Mei Jiu, Irene, Jessica or the magicians from Dem, none of them knew when this little girl had appeared. After all, they saw Irene holding a laser lightsaber a second ago. She was about to deliver a fatal blow towards Mei Jiu, but in the next second, this scene appeared before them. None of the people present were able to react in time. While everyone's mind was still in a mess, the petite girl who blocked Irene's laser lightsaber with one hand holding the parasol raised her head from under the parasol. A beautiful face that was as delicate as a doll and a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea was exposed to the air. In the next moment, a childish voice containing incredible majesty came from the girl's mouth and entered everyone's ears. "It's about time to put away this eyesore of a sword, right? Little girl." No matter how one looked at it, it was very obvious that the petite girl should be the smaller one. However, the words that were full of dignity from the other party's mouth caused everyone present to have the illusion that Irene was the smaller one. At the same time, they were awakened from their stunned state one after another. Irene's expression tensed up when she reacted. She subconsciously put away the laser lightsaber in her hand. With the propulsion of the ejector on her back, she instantly flashed in front of Jessica and the others, creating a distance between them. Looking at the beautiful little girl who was as beautiful as a doll, Irene didn't look down on her at all. Instead, her face was full of seriousness. It wasn't just because she casually blocked her full-powered attack, it was also because Irene felt suffocated from the girl's body. She felt suffocated when she encountered someone who completely suppressed her in terms of strength. Irene has only felt this suffocating feeling from one person before. Now, this little girl who had mysteriously appeared without her noticing and blocked her attack gave Irene a second terrifying experience. Irene tightened her grip on the laser lightsaber. She spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you?" "Me." The petite girl lifted her chin. A smile appeared on her delicate face. "Natsuki Nangong." "Yes." The person who blocked Irene's attack and saved Mei Jiao without anyone noticing was one of Wu Yan's familiars. The Witch of Space, Natsuki Nangong. However, this demon killer, who was known by everyone in the world of blood-devouring frenzy, was nowhere to be found in the world of date battle. Natsuki Nangong? Irene frowned. She started searching for information in her mind. Of course, she couldn't find anything. She could only stare at Natsuki. "I've never heard of you before. You're also an elf?" "Elf. Elf." Natsuki pursed her lips and nodded in a non-committal manner. "Let's assume that for now. You're not human. An elf that has never appeared before." Irene gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. An elf that hasn't been confirmed isn't anything to be surprised about. To Irene, whether or not she's an elf doesn't mean that she's an enemy. What surprised her the most was Natsuki's ability to casually block her full-powered attack. Could it be that this was an existence whose power was comparable to that of the Red Devil, Ito Shido? Jessica and the magicians from Dem looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. They all stood behind Irene and didn't do anything. Natsuki seemed to be happy with this. She stepped into the air, turned around, and looked at Mei Jiao, who was looking at her in a daze. "Well, with your strength, it is not easy for you to work so hard." Looking straight at Mei Jiao's unfocused eyes, Na Yu nodded. "Leave the rest to me." "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Hearing Na Yu's words, Mei Jiao really wanted to ask, but she had lost her voice and could only stare blankly at Na Yu, unable to say a word. "There's no need to doubt it. I did come to save you." "No, I should say that I've been watching over you all this time." Natsuki seemed to have seen through Mei Jiao's thoughts. She raised her expressionless face. "Ever since that fellow explained to you how dangerous that Elaine fellow is." Hearing this, Mei Jiao's eyes widened slightly. Uncontrollable ripples appeared in her eyes. At this point, no matter how stupid Mei Jiao was, she could understand the general meaning of Natsuki's words. In other words, during this period of time, Natsuki had been by his side looking after him and protecting him. She was entrusted by that guy, Natsuki mentioned. As for who that guy is, there's no need to guess. Because, from the beginning to the end, there was only one person who had explained to Mei Jiao how dangerous Ai Lian was. Wu Yan. So, from that moment onwards, Wu Yan has been protecting her in disguise. Ever since. Including now when she lost her voice. She's completely useless. Wu Yan's figure flashed through her mind. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart. It's like joy, it's like apology, it's like guilt. It's like the clouds have parted and the moon has risen. That man is really protecting me. When she thought of this, Mei Jiao's eyes couldn't help but water. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she had lost her voice. Even if she didn't, she would only be able to choke on her sobs. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Natsuki sighed. She was connected to Wu Yan, so she knew about Mei Jiao's situation. That's why Natsuki felt helpless. That's why I hate this little girl. She cries so easily. She's so annoying. Natsuki turned around and looked at Irene, Jessica, and the DM magicians in front of her. She said impatiently, "What are you waiting for?" "That's all for today. Little girls, you can leave now." Chapter 1194. Among the Dem magicians present, the youngest one is only in her teens or 20s while the oldest, Jessica, is only around 25 years old. She's not even 30 years old yet. Yet, at this moment, a little girl who isn't even 10 years old is calling them little girls. She even used such a condescending tone. What kind of feeling is that? The other magicians and Elaine didn't say anything, but Jessica, who had the worst temper, couldn't hold it in any longer. She spoke with hatred. It's just a mere elf. Do you think I won't tear your mouth apart? Natsuki narrowed her eyes and laughed. Then, who was the one who led a group of little girls to attack a mere elf, only to be humiliated by a mere elf and have no choice but to be rescued by others? That's because that monster's angel has an advantage in group battles. Jessica gritted her teeth. Her fox-like eyes revealed a deep sense of resentment. If I'm alone? Natsuki glanced at Jessica and sighed. You look older than me, but you don't even dare to admit your failure. Your temper is also like a brat. That's why I call you a little girl. You. Enough. I don't have the time to bicker with a little girl. Looking at Jessica's gloomy appearance, Natsuki said expressionlessly with one hand holding the umbrella and the other on her waist. If you're not satisfied with the way I address you, I can change it. Old hag. You. Jessica's entire body trembled. Her foxy eyes that were filled with haze were immediately replaced by dense killing intent. Not even an old hag? Natsuki's lips curled up upon seeing Jessica's reaction. Or is it better to call you ugly bastard? Jessica's expression instantly turned ferocious. Without thinking, she aimed the gun at Na Yu. Don't get too carried away. Stupid girl. As the cursing voice was heard, a voice rang out. Jessica wanted to pull the trigger on the spot. In the end, before she could pull the trigger, the gun in her hand was cut into two by a fierce sword light. Wah! Jessica looked at the gun in her hand in shock. Before she could react, a cold voice sounded beside her. I gave the order. Did I ask you to do it? Jessica shuddered when she heard the familiar voice. How could she not know who had unleashed that sword light? Jessica turned her head and looked beside her. She immediately saw the laser lightsaber in Elaine's hand. A cold and emotionless face. Executive. Executive head. Jessica's forehead dripped with cold sweat. How could you fall for the other party's provocation so easily? Jessica, to think that you're still the only person who's inferior to me in the current dem. Elaine shifted her gaze away. Her voice no longer contained any emotion. I will report this to Ike. You should prepare to train for a few more years. Don't go on missions for the time being. Executive Minister. Jessica turned pale with fright, but it attracted Irene's unquestionable words. What? Do you have a problem with that? Elaine's emotionless tone made Jessica understand. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do about this. Immediately, Jessica lowered her head. Her fox-like eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent as she glared at Na Yu in front of her. Her heart was filled with hatred. It's all because of this damn brat. Jessica made up her mind. Even if she can't go on missions after returning, she will make a hole in Natsuki's body. Unfortunately, Jessica had already forgotten about it. That damned brat in her eyes had just blocked an all-out attack from the executive director that she was so afraid of with his bare hands. He saw the resentment in Jessica's eyes. However, Natsuki's expression didn't change at all. Instead, she looked at Irene with a hint of approval in her beautiful eyes. Looks like the magicians in the dem are not all undesirable, even if the so-called magician name is just a fake. Fake? Elaine frowned. Her gaze sharpened. What is the meaning of this? Who knows? Natsuki didn't deny it. She raised the parasol in her hand with a provocative look in her eyes. Instead of wasting time explaining, why don't I let you see it with your own eyes? A real magician. As she spoke, Natsuki's petite body emitted a magical ripple that was different from the one used to power the display device in this world. True magical ripples surged out from her body and swept across the area like a gust of wind. The sudden gust of wind made the magicians of Dem a little confused. They all exclaimed, but they didn't dare to move their eyes away from Na Yu's body for even half a second. Natsuki was strong, but her mana wasn't strong enough to cause a gust of wind. However, ever since she became Wu Yan's familiar, her mana has completely disappeared. Natsuki didn't lose her power. She's just a collection of mana. Even though she has a physical body, she's still Wu Yan's familiar. No matter how much mana Wu Yan used to release her, as long as Wu Yan didn't cut off Wu Yan's supply of mana, Natsuki would be able to use Wu Yan's mana. In other words, if Wu Yan wanted, Natsuki would be able to obtain an endless amount of mana from Wu Yan until Wu Yan ran out of mana. In other words, Natsuki possessed mana that surpassed the level of a true ancestor. Of course, it was impossible for the DEM magicians to know this. These so-called magicians were different from real magicians. If they didn't have the equipment on them, then they were just ordinary people. It was impossible for them to sense magic. However, just because they couldn't sense mana didn't mean they couldn't detect it. Almost at the same time as Natsuki's mana rose up, the magicians behind the DEM magicians who were in charge of providing support and carrying large instruments on their backs screamed out. We detected a strange reaction from the front. This reaction. It's not spiritual energy. It's not mana either. It's not spiritual power or mana. Irene, Jessica, and the magicians from the DEM changed their expressions. Apart from elves and magicians, could there be a third type of existence in this world that had supernatural power? No, that was absolutely impossible. It's very likely a reaction from the angel ability. Irene calmly gave an answer and quickly gave an order. She might have already used angel. Everyone be alert. However, the moment Irene finished speaking, Natsuki elegantly closed her parasol and snapped her fingers. Hum. The next moment, in the vast night sky, ripples spread out without warning, bringing with them the sound of water droplets falling into a lake. They formed a high-density purple magic array. This is... Irene's pupils shrank when she saw this. Her voice seemed to freeze the air as she shouted. Everyone! Tori, Domain of Will. Activate. Irene took the lead and activated her Tori to protect herself. The magicians around her also activated their Tori as well. At the same time, the purple magic formations turned and shot out shackles flickering with purple light. Like pythons with consciousness, the shackles whizzed through the air and coiled around the magicians of the DEM at an extremely fast speed. Ding ding ding. Amidst the crisp sound of chains clanging against each other, the DEM magicians who were holding up the Tori were all tied up. Even though they still have their Tori, the shackles bound them along with their Tori. All of a sudden, the magicians who were holding up the Tori were all bound by the lock of discipline together with the Tori. They were all confined inside the Tori. Irene's expression changed. Chapter 1195. Executive Minister. Looking at the Tori that surrounded them being bound by the lock of commandment, the DEM magicians all exclaimed in shock. Although they were in the Tori and wouldn't be in any danger, the lock of commandment had tied up the Tori, and their position didn't change. They could either remove the Tori or maintain the status quo. But as soon as the Tori was removed, the chains with purple light would bind them without any hindrance. But if they maintained the status quo and maintained the state of the Tori, these DEM magicians would be no different from being directly bound. They were in a dilemma. From the moment the lock of commandment burst out to the moment the DEM magicians were all bound and cried out in alarm, the whole process was less than 5 seconds. But Irene's brain instantly analyzed the situation. Her expression changed, and she directly removed the Tori that had just been released and retreated. If even Irene ended up like those DEM magicians, then this hunting war would be over. The DEM would basically be declared a failure. Thinking of this, Irene immediately sent an order to her brain to control the ejector of the Pandaragon on her body. She displayed the maximum ejector thrust of the Pandaragon and turned into a flash of light, quickly breaking away from the lock of commandment that was entangling her. However, at the same time that Irene dodged, the lock of commandment that was originally binding her like a python instantly changed its direction and headed in Irene's direction. It shot straight towards her. If the lock of commandment at the beginning referred to a coiled python. Then the lock of commandment now was a spirit snake that shot out of its hole like a hot knife through butter. It was like a flash of purple lightning. The lock of commandment violently shot towards Irene. In an ear-piercing sonic boom, it broke through the layers of atmosphere like an arrow and fiercely shot towards the retreating Irene. Looking at the lock of commandment that was shooting towards her, Irene's face tensed up. Irene's face was tense. While retreating, she quickly raised the laser lightsaber in her hand to block in front of her. Clang! At the critical moment, the front end of the lock of commandment heavily fell on the laser lightsaber in Irene's hand, stirring up a thick layer of shockwaves. Accompanied by the sound of collision, the lock of commandment continued to rush towards Irene without slowing down. Irene's body suddenly retreated even more violently, but this time it wasn't Irene who was retreating. It was the lock of commandment that was fiercely thrusting Irene, pushing her back. Sparks immediately burst out from the point where the laser lightsaber and the discipline lock collided, spreading to the surroundings like fireworks. The ejector on Irene's back was already operating to its limit, but it was unable to stop Irene's body no matter how hard it tried. Irene's hand that was holding the laser lightsaber was already trembling slightly. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the power of the lock of discipline, which could only be used to bind someone, would be when used as an attack. This was only possible when Natsuki, the original owner of the lock of commandment, was controlling it. If it was Wu Yen who could only borrow a portion of his familiar's power, he definitely wouldn't be able to use the lock of commandment to this extent, even with the help of the infinite martial arts. Feeling the surging force from the laser lightsaber, the web between her thumb and index finger was almost torn apart. The surrounding scenery was moving at an extremely fast speed, proving that Irene was still being pushed back by the lock of discipline. Irene's expression immediately turned ruthless. Ha! With a cold shout, her brain's control of the Pandaragon was pushed to the limit. Irene seemed to have received help from the gods, the strength in her hand exploded, and she lifted the laser lightsaber up. Clang! Another clashing sound rang out, but this time, it was the discipline lock that struck the laser sword like a spear and an arrow that was sent flying by Irene, shooting towards the sky. Ha! Ha! The next moment, Irene, who sent the lock of commandment, fell to one knee in the air, panting heavily. Her eyes were filled with exhaustion, and her brain was throbbing with pain. Even for Irene, controlling the Pandaragon to the limit will consume a large portion of her stamina. After this first clash, it's clear who's stronger and who's weaker. Natsuki could easily block Irene's full-powered attack. But Natsuki used who knows how much of her power, but Irene used all her strength to block it, and she was as tired as a dead dog. There's no need to continue guessing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Irene won't be able to defeat Natsuki. This made Irene, who had personally experienced this scene, as well as Mei Jiao and the magicians of Dem, who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes, all change their expressions. Irene's expression turned ugly. Mei Jiao and the magicians from the Dem were shocked. The ones who understood Irene's strength the most were her and the magicians from the Dem. Mei Jiao, who was forced into a corner by Irene, knew Irene's strength very well. Without a doubt, Irene was a magician who was stronger than normal elves, and even stronger than all elves. Now, the strongest magician in the world was fighting with an elf who didn't even look 10 years old. In the end, he was beaten to one knee by the other party in a single exchange of blows. How could Irene's expression not be ugly? How could the people present not be shocked? You! Irene panted heavily as she glared at Natsuki. Chapter 1196. Irene slowly stood up from kneeling on one knee. She held the laser lightsaber and pointed it at Natsuki while looking around. She looked at the magicians who were tightly bound by the purple glowing chains and was hesitant. Logically speaking, with Irene's intelligence, she should give up on the mission and choose to retreat. That would be the wisest choice. After all, she had already confirmed that her opponent was invincible. If she continued with the mission, they would be completely wiped out. That was definitely not a good thing. If it was the old Irene, she would definitely make such a choice. However, her opponent was not only a little girl who looked less than 10 years old, but also an angel with life. She was the angel who almost sent Irene to hell with her overwhelming power. Irene was unwilling to retreat just like that. Of course, if that was all, Irene could still convince herself to retreat. With Irene's personality, she wouldn't throw a tantrum just because her opponent looked like a little girl and overestimate herself by challenging her. The real reason why Irene hesitated and couldn't make the decision to retreat was because of Mei Jiao. Irene could tell. Mei Jiao's current state was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Mei Jiao wouldn't be able to withstand a simple attack in her current state. At that time, Irene could directly take Mei Jiao and use her as a hostage to lead the DEM magicians to retreat smoothly. That was why Irene didn't choose to retreat immediately. After all, she only needed one attack, right? As long as Irene was given a chance, then everything could become a reality. What Irene needed now was a chance. A chance. Ripples appeared in Irene's eyes, indicating that her heart was wavering. She kept looking around. She was trying to find that so-called chance. However, the DEM magicians were all restrained. They couldn't support Irene, and the Bandersnatch were all destroyed by Mei Jiao. How could Irene find a chance? Until this moment. Only then did Irene realize how troublesome it was to not have a capable assistant by her side. If she could have someone who was far more powerful than the average magician to support her, then even if the other party's strength was not as good as hers, she would still be able to find an opportunity to make this mission a success. If Chong Gongzhan was still in the DEM, the situation would have been different. He didn't even need Chong Gongzhan's level. Even Jessica's help would be good. Thinking of this, Irene suddenly froze. Wait a minute, Jessica. Irene's eyes narrowed as she glanced at the bound magicians. Her lips curled into a smile. Na Yu puckered her brows when she saw this. Right at this moment, a red ray of light suddenly descended from above her head and shot down violently. Sensing the sound of rushing air above her head, Na Yu gently lifted her head and looked above. Immediately, the scene of a red laser shooting over was imprinted into her eyes, causing her to narrow her eyes. Mana surged from his body, and the chains of discipline around him began to move. One of the chains split off and arrived above Na Yu's head at lightning speed. It also arrived in the path of the laser beam. Boom! The red laser hit the chains of discipline, but it didn't even cause the slightest ripple. How could these display devices destroy a chain forged by the gods? However, in the next moment, an endless stream of red lasers rained down on Na Yu's body without giving her any chance to explain herself. How annoying! Na Yu sighed and stretched out her hand again. She snapped her fingers and the empty chains of discipline shot toward her. One by one, they intertwined with each other and formed a net of chains that covered Na Yu's head. Bang 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 bang. The rainstorm-like red flashes shot at the iron net formed by the chains of discipline, triggering a series of explosions and smoke with sparks. Natsuki turned a blind eye to everything around her. She shifted her gaze to the sky through the gaps between the chains formed by the chains of discipline. Then she saw something. Jessica is holding a laser cannon and continuously pulling the trigger. She is crazily shooting laser after laser at Na Yu. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Pulling the trigger of the laser cannon as fast as she could, Jessica yelled with a ferocious expression. Why can't I hit her? Tisk! Na Yu smacked her lips in annoyance. She raised her parasol and swung it. Wang! The space around Jessica began to vibrate and boil like boiling water. Several purple magic arrays suddenly fluctuated and shot out purple chains. Like whips, they fiercely whipped Jessica from top to bottom with sharp whistling sounds. Bang! Bang 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 bang. Following a clear shattering noise, Jessica's territory, domain of will, was shattered cleanly. Then, after a series of muffled sounds, all the chains were whipped onto Jessica's body without missing a single one. After suffering such a heavy blow, Jessica spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Now's the time. Just as Jessica was about to receive the attack, Elaine's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The flamethrower on her back was activated at full force, and her figure shot out. She arrived before Mei Jiao in the blink of an eye. The laser sword in her hand was aimed at Mei Jiao's abdomen, and mercilessly pierced out. Mei Jiao didn't even have time to react before Irene appeared in front of her. She watched as the golden laser sword stabbed into her abdomen. However, The ripping sound that should have been heard did not ring out. Irene's laser lightsaber also seemed to have pierced through air. There was no sense of substance at all. Both Irene and Mei Jiao were stunned. The two of them finally saw what happened. On Mei Jiao's abdomen, where the laser sword had pierced, there was a faint ripple that was rippling. As for Irene's laser lightsaber, it pierced right into the center of the ripples. The sword that should have pierced through Mei Jiao's abdomen was sucked into the ripple. Not a bad tactic. If I wasn't proficient in spatial magic, you might have succeeded. Before Irene and Mei Jiao could figure out what was going on, an inconceivable childish voice echoed in the night sky. Too bad if you don't succeed, there's no meaning to it. Behind Mei Jiao, who didn't know what was going on, a female knight who was 2 to 3 meters tall and was covered in golden armor suddenly appeared out of thin air and entered everyone's eyes. That's the guardian that only witches have. That was also Natsuki's guardian. The Guardian of Gold. The Guardian of Gold lifted his head that was covered by the helmet, grabbed the great sword in his hand and swung it down at Irene. This time, the sound of flesh being torn apart reverberated clearly in the air, reaching the ears of everyone present. Scarlet blood dripped from the air, falling to the ground an unknown distance away. Ugh! Driven by the ejector, Irene, who had dodged to the back, groaned in pain and clutched her chest. There's a hideous wound that's bleeding profusely. Irene didn't have time to care about her wound. She dodged to the back and left her companions behind. She flew to the horizon without looking back. Executive Minister. The trapped magicians of the Dem cried out one by one. Humph. Na Yu coldly snorted as she watched the figure disappear into the horizon. Her face was filled with displeasure. She managed to avoid a fatal wound? She's pretty capable. Natsuki said this, but she had no intention of chasing after Irene. Otherwise, with her attainments in space magic, capturing Irene would be a simple matter. She cast her gaze on Mei Jiao, who was still in a daze, and sighed faintly. Taking care of a little girl is harder than being an offensive magic officer. How did I end up with such a master? Humph. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.